can't. No when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Once we log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these news they hit, we got 'em. Fallin', groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. No when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Beat 'em advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers, we still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these news while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate end gamers league, 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Sunday! That's right, it's time for the Sunday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. Season number 9, the race for $1 million continues today. And I've got one question for you, and one question only. Say it with me. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frowns upside down. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say? We get down to that UEL beatdown, baby.
Hey, login in games, we lit the squadron. Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But
Ultimate endgame really is a person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, expect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Your boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
We are here with the Michigan Paladins and the Vegas KLiK Tier 1 players. I'm Titus, and we got Chicken Tech and LA here. How you feeling today in Vegas out here?
Pretty good. Just ready to get some gaming.
And other than cold in Michigan, how you feeling?
Oh, great.
Okay. Now, what is a game that the Paladins are very excited to see today? What is the game that you guys are gonna like sweeping, guaranteed? Tekken. Okay. Do you agree with that?
I don't think you're gonna sweep, but I do think they'll probably get it.
Okay. All right. And what's the game that you guys are just guaranteed to win in Vegas?
Siege.
Siege, guaranteed.
Siege.
No question.
Yep.
Will they take a round?
No.
No.
Shouldn't.
Not even a round. Okay. Is there any other games that you guys are excited about? Like what is the top like sports game you guys want to see?
2K every time.
2K every time. Okay.
FIFA too.
Okay. 2K, FIFA. What about you?
Lethal League.
Lethal League. Okay. All right. Yeah, so you guys have been showing a lot of promise, and a lot of teams expect to see you at the end alongside the Reapers, right? Or in your division, or is it? No, no. Yeah, it would be Bandits. Bandits, yeah. Yep. And so we're expecting to see you guys on the same side with X Gods, right? So yeah. So do you believe that you guys are a higher tier team, or you think you're a better team than the X Gods, or you think you guys are pretty close up?
I would say it's pretty close. I would say they cover categories that we're not so strong in, and we cover categories that they're not really the strongest in.
Okay. Okay. Now you guys haven't started as strong, right? And you've only played one game, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is game two. Are you expecting to really take off from here?
Expecting no, but we're gonna shoot for it anyway.
Oh, have you put in the work to do so?
Of course.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna find out pretty soon here. Thank you guys so much for meeting with us, and good luck on today's game. Awesome.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to this Sunday edition of the UEL Ultimate In-Gamers League. It's your boy, Third Anarchist, joined by the one, the only,
Lockdown, baby.
and today we got a banger for you, probably the game of the week, I would say. So I think Logan had another choice, but we got the Michigan Paladins against the Vegas KLiK. The Paladins only playing their second game, the KLiK going into the third. This should be good. Lockdown, how are you feeling about this game?
Man, I'm really excited. We only got to see one matchup for the Paladins so far this season. I'm excited to see what kind of transition and how different they're going to be looking today compared to that first loss that they had. I think they're going to come out strong.
But speaking of coming out strong, RPS is coming up, so let's get to that and see how it goes for the Paladins. Oh, never mind. They're still getting set up, but hey.
Well, let's start off with this right here. We got the Paladin versus the KLiK. Here at UEL, we have teams of 7 that compete on a 4-hour time block. 4 hours. Each team gets timeouts per half. You get 5 timeouts and 5 forfeits. And what's the other 5 that we have here, buddy?
5 5v5s?
5 categories of games. We got fighters, sports, strategy, racers, and shooters. So.
But the way the games are played, now that you know that we have 5, 5, and 5, is a baseball lineup, meaning when one player goes in or 2 players go in, how many players go in for a game, those players are no longer available until the rest of the team goes in. But speaking of going in, we're going into that rock, paper, scissors camera to see who starts off this game with power.
Hey.
It's already a great day. It's already a great day here at the UEL. But what do you think is going to roll first?
Oh, man. A shooter. Right off the bat. All right. Let's see what we got here. Good communication so far.
And the Paladins starting off strong with winning RPS, meaning they either get to play and set up the first game or defer for another game, another roll, and give setup to the KLiK. So let's see what comes up first.
All right. I'm thinking a shooter is going to roll first.
First game
I like to see Tekken early. Oh, you might. Did you get it? Did you call it? No way did you call it. Oh, 1 away from Tekken.
Wow.
But we have our first game, and our first game is a racer. Now, Paladin did win the RPS. Now, how this works is they get to choose whether they want to play this game and then have setup, or if they want to respin and go for another game. So do you think they're going to play this one?
I think with the bus strategy, buses being banned and removed from the league, I think you're more likely to see Wreckfest being played a lot more often, especially earlier in, because it's a racing game with not a lot of mental stat commitment to it. And it's a lot more fun to be played and watch now. I still don't like the game off of principle, but hey, if other people enjoy it, it's definitely way more enjoyable to watch these days.
No, absolutely. I think it's a lot more fun without the buses because it kind of made it too much of a meta to where it's not really. You can't really call it a meta if everybody's doing it. Then it's not
standard
really
at that point.
Yeah, it's a standard. Exactly. It's not meta anymore. So this way now it's a little different. Each team has to come up with, oh wait, I actually have to learn how to race this. Or I got to find a better vehicle to crash the other vehicles. And so far, it's been more of a race so far since the change. I mean, we might see something different today, but it's been mostly racing.
I think the interesting part of it is that the fact that teams are probably trying to find something, but the reason why a lot of people probably hasn't tried to go for another rec strategy is because the buses were the fastest of the large vehicles in the game, and that trade-off of going to something else slower, meaning if you miss and you get past, you have to wait for an entire pass to get through again. So
yeah,
racing and just taking those gambles, I think it just puts the high risk, high reward out there. That you take out their best racer early, and then you let your team try and run, or you just race it out, and then incidental contact might put you in the lead to win.
Now, this is one of these interesting games, and the reason I say interesting and what I mean by that is nobody has a guaranteed edge in this game. It is a genuine 50-50. It's one of the few games on the wheel that is literally a 50-50. Like, you never know who can win. You can never expect anybody. There's no guarantees they're going to do great, guarantees they're going to be bad. There's people that touch this game for the first time in the match and win. Like, then there's people that have actually practiced it that could be demoed out in 5 seconds.
Like, one of the huge things is Jury is probably undoubtedly one of the top 3, if not one of the best racers in the league. You put him in Wreckfest, like, yeah, he can race his mind out, but it takes one bad clip going into Deathloop, and he falls over and he's out the race.
Absolutely.
So there's just no guarantees, and every time I sat down with the Cobras, and even when I sit down with the Cyclones, there's moments where I'm just like, hey, man, this game's a 50-50. We just don't win this game. It's just the nature of the game.
Absolutely. And I think, Strix, and I think that it is going to be interesting to see this match today. What kind of games are you looking for here?
In general today, I'm looking forward to seeing some Maelstrom, some Tekken, Siege. I would like to see some Blaze Blue with TK available because I'm all for some Rap Snacks and some of the nasty combos and gameplay he brings to that game. Other than that, I would just like to see a balance on the wheel so both teams have opportunity to showcase their skills.
So let's starting off here. We got a minute or so remaining, for a little bit over a minute left before the setup time is over and they start this game. So looking at these lineups right here, we see one change in the Paladins is they have Mad Genius playing this match. He was not playing in their first match. He was helping with setups and rotations and stuff. I think that was a good change. Mad Genius knows some fighters. He knows some racers. He knows some shooters, knows some sports. He can cover a lot of coverage on the wheel. I think he helps them in sports and shooters specifically with the lineup. I think he can help in those areas to make an impact in the lineup. So I'm excited to see him playing in that tier 7 spot today. On the KLiK side, we see it's basically the same lineup they've had so far. No changes, no alterations. KLiK had a good start, but then they had a rough matchup against the Reapers. Now coming against a team like 0-1 Paladins, who, yeah, they got kind of blown out their first game, but it was also the first game of the season.
First game of the season,
So-
rules need to be retuned. A lot of things need to be changed. You didn't know exactly where you stood. You go into your first game, lose as badly as you did, and then you have to ice yourselves for a month, and all you can do is practice. And yeah, I know they got some scrimmages in between that since then.
Yeah.
But a scrimmage compared to actual gameplay is a very, very different animal. So we're going to see what a month off looks like going against a team who's been playing since week 1.
Yeah, and that is one thing that I think KLiK really has to be smart about. If they take this team lightly because of what they saw before, that could come back to bite them. And we already got a first timeout coming in. It looks like there's a timeout Paladins with some setup issues, I believe. First game, already having a setup problem. Or maybe it also could have been they might have taken too long to put in rotation.
Also, the thing is, though, Wreckfest is one of those games that I think even some of the more veteran players in the league understand. There's a strong chance you will burn a timeout just for this game alone.
Yeah.
Halo, Wreckfest, and then maybe Siege, your 3 games where it was like, hey, there's a strong chance we burn a timeout for these games just because the intricacies of the client and setup and getting everything put in properly. Because the game does boot a little bit slower compared to some of the other games.
Yes. Now, I see in the racing category today, the people to watch, I think, in the racing category for the Paladin side is probably going to be Magna and TLG. Those are going to be the ones to watch from the Paladin side for racing. Also, Imperial, games like Need for Speed and Forza. Imperial's also pretty good at racers. On the KLiK side, you're probably going to see a lot of Chicken Tech, maybe a little bit of him, maybe some Jekyll. But I think those are kind of going to be the ones to watch out for. They're in the race category, specifically Chicken Tech the most.
And honestly,
see Jekyll in that tier 6 spot, which I still believe he should be at least a tier 4 personally. But
that's a pointed conversation we could talk about. But if you notice on who they have anchored, they have Chicken Tech and Jekyll anchored. But on the Paladin side, you have TK and Mad Genius anchored. And there's a very, very strong similarity between these 4 players on what their coverage is. Mad Genius being your sports and your racers and a couple of your shooters, same with Jekyll. But Jekyll also has a little bit stronger fighting roots than Mad Genius has, whereas TK compared to Chicken Tech, you got your strong fighting, your strong racing, and your strong shooting as well.
Now, in Mad Genius' defense, which I think this actually could be a great year for Mad Genius to really showcase his talents because he has put a lot of effort into fighters. And the way these fighters are changed now with these one-round Tekken games and stuff like that, I think that gives him an opportunity to actually be an effective fighter. And he already had some pretty effective times as a fighter, but he wasn't able to get to that high tier level. But given the way fighters are this season, I think he has a chance to actually go out there and maybe surprise some people. And I'm looking forward to it. I hope he does it. I'm pulling for you, Mad. And I just think it's going to be a good day today. We had a lot of hype matches this week. Yesterday was very hype. You could hear on stream the noise in the building. I was watching from home, and or watching from work. I'm sorry. And, that's all I do. And I could hear the energy in this building yesterday, and I hope we have another high-octane, high-energy match today because I think it's going to be a good one.
Honestly, between these two teams, you're probably going to get more of a calm situation. Yeah, you have a little bit hype moments when they win or when something cool happens, but for the most part, I'm expecting a very, I don't want to say tepid in this disrespectful way, but it's going to be a very chill game between both these teams, besides a couple of hype moments.
KLiK is kind of a quiet team, so I could see that, but I know if the Paladins win some games, they will start ramping up and get noisy, and that might be a way for them to get into KLiK's heads, but we see everybody mostly went with the Star Beast here, and we went with this, I forget the name of the track,
Mr. OG,
but we got already some bumping running right here in this. Oh, go watch the wall. I think he was so focused on the wreck, he wasn't paying attention to where he was going. Oh, and he gets flipped.
You don't land on your head. Don't land on your head.
He has to reset the car. He's already down to 39 health. He's going to lose some time there. Actually, that's not Strix. We see Strix on the other PC, which is interesting.
But we see them moving around, and the impact was a lot more detrimental to the player we're spectating, we're assuming is Strix. OG took a lot less damage there, and you notice a lot of these players in the past when we were riding buses, nobody would take that jump in the middle, but now that we're not on buses, that jump in the middle is even more risky because if you come flying through like that, where's the rest of the car at?
Yep, he has 5 health, 2 health now. He is literally one tap from being destroyed. That is a tough break.
You can see the road straight through the rear window onto the left side of that vehicle. Strix ain't got much of a car left.
So right now you can see the Paladins have 22 points. KLiK has 24. How this works is the team with the most points at the end wins. However, if the other team DNFs, all 5 DNF, that's an automatic loss. He's going to go through here. He breaks just in time, but you see another car got flipped into barrel rolls. This is why I think it's so much better to not have buses. We get to see cars flipping and rolling and wrecking and flying. It just makes the game so much more entertaining to watch. It's truly how the game was meant to be played. I love the new rule sets. And we see some KLiK members that have low health as well. It looks like KLiK is, and then right there, the Paladins just took the lead. So you'll see here on the camera, you see the person that is grayed out. That is the person we are not watching. You also notice there's a live now arrow in between the cameras, which also points the direction. So right now we're watching Mr. OG.
Yeah, and as you've seen so far, especially with these cars, the risk is so much higher now. Like, jeez, hey buddy, what do you?
TLG is low,
and it looks like OG just wrecked out Raijin just now, and OG wrecked out with one shot. OG
we got another DNF. Let's see if we can get a different point of view. All right, so we got a lot of DNFs. Looks like only 4 racers remain. It looks like LA is one of them. He's rolling. Paladins are losing in points right now, but if they can survive this race, they could win it.
I think there's one KLiK member left, and I think LA, yep, there's Killer.
I see Killer is available, but he's got low health as well. LA might actually have the life lead here, but he's also in second position, so that is huge. If he can try to win this race and get some points for the team, he might be able to pull this out if they can get those DNFs out of the way.
Yeah, LA will definitely have to take out Killer in order to secure this race.
TOG is also alive, but he's 1 tap, so this is very crucial points right here. Whoever loses one person could be enough for it to change. And I only have seen Killer for the other side for the KLiK. I don't know if anybody else is remaining. It looks like we got Killer, Strix, Global, and TLG is who's left.
Yeah, it looks like they all have running timers right now. And it's very interesting to see if TLG might go for the sacrifice play and probably take out Killer. Because if he does that, that puts him in a better position. TLG's car, if you would really call it that.
Yeah, at this point, needs to take out. I mean, that was the right call right there. He's not going to win. He's already too far back in the points. He might as well try to get the wreck and take them out to let his teammate get the win. So I don't blame him for that call. He just unfortunately took too much damage, and he's not be able to move that fast.
Yeah, fun fact, cars with 3 wheels don't drive too well.
No, absolutely not.
But we're looking at Global right now, who's also at 18 damage, and I think that is LA right in front of him. So there's a choice that LA will need to make if he wants to try and break check Global and see if he can't get some last bit of damage onto that hood. LA just swung out towards Killer. I think Killer's still active. So
it looks like TLG tried to take out another one and missed.
Ooh, LA takes a little bit more damage than Global did because he went engine first into that rear quarter panel.
If they can take Global out here and finish with 2/1, that might give him enough to get the win. But Killer is still holding the lead right now and probably going to get the most points.
And that's a huge thing too. And Global's coming up on TLG.
Oh, 2 are out. Now it's just 2 left. Global and Strix are the only ones left, which I believe is LA. So Global and LA are the only ones left. 2 fighters in a racing game down to the finish. And it looks like Global is the one leading right now.
Yeah, the thing is if you notice and you see how low LA's health is on that car, he could risk going for a e-brake tail slide to try and check him. But if he does anything head on, he'll lose. And because of the point differential, KLiK will win. So he has to play this very carefully as he comes around because he does not want to lead with that engine.
Absolutely.
I think they should be meeting in this middle area.
So we're watching Global here, and he is down to 10 health. Oh, got to be careful. Both are down really low, and they got 1 lap remaining after this. So this is where it gets interesting. Are we going to get any action, or are they mostly just going to kind of just stay away from each other and try to finish the race for points? I think they both have the same mindset. The problem is Global has the lead in the race, so that mindset for LA is not necessarily going to work. He needs to try to see if he can intercept and win the trade with him and Global damage-wise.
There's about a 5 health difference, so depending on how LA takes this impact.
He's got Global. He needs to try to take him out.
He had to turn a lot sooner.
Speed too high going around the turn here. We still got 1 more lap remaining. Global might be on his final lap by now.
Global should have just started his 7th lap with that past interaction right now. LA's going to have to hard read whatever pathing Global takes.
Oh, I forgot that wall goes up. I thought he was about to hit the wall.
I got nervous for a second, too.
I was like, ooh.
But LA's going to have to make a split decision on which way he thinks Global is taking, and then...
Because Global's on the final lap, and he should be crossing here soon.
And unfortunately, because LA has to keep slowing down in order to figure out which way Global is going, that gap between them is getting larger. So when LA's trying to turn around and try and size up with them head on, he's now getting further and further behind, and Global's getting closer and closer to the finish of the race before that incident happens. I think at this point, you kind of just have to make the decision to gamble and just turn around and go for it. Because if you survive the impact, you win, because you can technically just drag your car through the rest of the laps, whereas Global will be out.
Basically, each person is just hoping the other makes a mistake, but it looks like Global is finishing there. That's going to be a win for the KLiK, but a real close game there, a real close race. Both teams did pretty well and pretty much the same, too. You just had Global with a slight lead given what happened with the wreck, because Killer was leading the race, and then he wrecked out with TLG.
And once again, with the new cars with the buses being gone and the cars being so many small, like in the beginning of the race, Strix just got blown up by OG because of that impact, because he got hit and another person hit, and then instead of it being a bus where it just gets beat down and beat down and beat down, and lap 6 it has 2 wheels left on it, dead.
Yeah,
instantly.
That's why you got to be careful with these smaller vehicles, because it basically can one wrong hit can eliminate you from contention and basically make you useless almost. But you saw TLG had 3 wheels, and he did what he had to do. He was able to take out one of the other racers, the one leading the race. So he did what he needed to do, and so did LA. It just, unfortunately, he could not catch Global at the end there. Global was just too far ahead.
Yeah, and that just...
Oof. We have a forfeit on KLiK for Halo.
Is this because both teams get a full reset from this? Is it because they didn't feel comfortable with Killer not being available?
My guess is with Jekyll and Chicken Tech, they didn't think they were going to beat TK and Mad Genius.
And the thing is, Jekyll and TK are former teammates, and we all played Halo together.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of insight to hey man, Chicken Tech, you play Halo like that? No, I'm good at shooters, but I don't play Halo like that. Well,
And we've got Rainbow. Can we just yes, let's go, baby. You got some Rainbow Six Siege fans here. I was just playing last night. I'm so excited for this. I can't wait. What kind of team comps do you think we're going to get here? What map do you think we're going to get here?
Oh, the Paladins have set up. I know exactly where they're going. I'm not going to say it until we.
That's fine. That's fine. I want to see the anticipation. It's so exciting. I love watching Siege.
But the thing is, with it being the KLiK, most other teams I don't think will be able to adjust as quickly to the Paladin strategy. But with the amount of hours that Chicken Tech and Killer have in Siege, it's not going to be as much as a curveball to them. But the problem is how effectively can they lead 3 other people through this place that they're going?
Yeah, they talk about Chicken Tech because he had the 4K in his first game in Siege, which was a great showing. However, I still think Killer is the better Rainbow Six player. I've seen him play. He's not always as consistent, I think, as some other great players, but I've seen him do some pretty impressive things in Siege. I think he's somebody to watch. On the Paladin side, I gotta imagine Imperial's not too experienced in Siege, but he is a natural shooter. I think Magna's going to be somebody to watch. You might have a little bit more information on Paladins in the Rainbow Six department, given some ex-teammates.
TK, LA, and Strix are going to be the ones to keep an eye on. Strix is not the strongest Siege player, but he's a very systematic player. So if there's a plan that needs to be executed and followed, 9 times out of 10, Strix is going to be able to execute that and follow through on that. LA's growth from Season 7 till now as a shooter, especially in Siege, some of the games me and Bubbles we used to play together because we used to play Siege on our own time as a 3-stack. Great. And then TK, as I said last season, the man just researches and builds plans upon plan, and then it teaches everybody at such a fundamental, easy level that everybody's able to pick it up quickly. So I think those are going to be the 3. They're going to be a little more to the core of the plan, and then everybody else will know their roles already. And then back to your comment about Killer being the better Siege player, I think Killer is the better overall shooter. I think Chicken Tech is the better Siege player.
Okay. All right.
Because if I'm on attack and I want the most aggressive push possible, I'll take Killer. But if I'm on defense and I want a very, very play-by-play Siege defense, I'm taking Chicken Tech.
I might disagree with that statement. Here's why I say that. In the previous seasons when Rainbow was on the wheel before and Chicken was on the Ghost, the amount of times they would push out to the spawn on defense, Chicken and low-key RG at the time were very aggressive, and they were literally pushing out into the spawns outside on the defensive side. But I think this game is going to come down to – I don't think it's going to come down to so much as a shooting thing. I think it's going to come down to strategies here. I want to see more Rainbow Six team comps and strategies. I want to see the gadgets. I want to see – like we got to see recently in the Reapers KLiK match, their last match, you got to see they had the Bandit. They were doing the Bandit swap. Cordy was doing the Bandit swap, which worked the first round, and then KLiK figured it out and was able to counter it in the last round to get the victory.
And the funny thing about the Bandit juggle, there's a couple things done wrong. I actually talked to Chicken Tech about it before the game, is you're supposed to be rotating Bandits at a slow pace, and also you're supposed to blow out that garage wall early, then reinforce it so you can actually have audio cues from the other side of the wall. So I don't know about that, but I do know about Bandit juggling, so he just had too many batteries out, and when that Thatcher finally hit when he was trying to juggle that last battery is what cost him to get that wall.
Yeah. I also wonder if they did all ops.
I don't see any reason why these 2 teams don't.
Yeah, I would.
Because first and foremost, working with TK and LA, and once again, I know almost everybody on the Paladins personally. Yeah. So working with them over the past couple of seasons, being friends with them, it's like, why are we just hampering ourselves? Let's just play everything. Yeah. And not to mention with the KLiK, as how comfortable there's a lot of shooters, and especially Siege in particular, why give us the headache of dealing out with the ops?
So they left out TLG and Mad Genius on this rotation.
Makes sense.
You got a fighter and then a sports player. It's basically almost the same as the TK situation, but they knew TK was the better Siege player than TLG. TLG's not really a Siege player. Now, obviously, if in Halo the last game, if we would have had a different circumstance, if TLG was left out in the last rotation, he would have went in for Halo, which is one of his shooters. But obviously they didn't have to because we got a forfeit from KLiK on that. I don't know if it was intentional or if it was a mistake. It was probably, I'm guessing it was probably a mistake.
I personally feel like it's very intentional because Jekyll plays Halo to a very competent level, but not like an extremely comfortable level. And it's easier to just say, nah, than potentially waste the time on the clock and then let the Paladins get a certain mental mindset. Because once again, almost everybody on the KLiK has had any game or interaction with the Paladins. So they know that they're a very momentum-based team, and they could be losing, but the vibes are still strong. They're there, and the last thing you want to do is get them into a game, especially against your Tier 1. But speaking of Tier 1s and great things, thank you to our sponsor, SurfThing, for this beautiful commercial.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Guess who's back?
Back again. Once again, thank you so much to our glorious sponsor, SurfThing PC. If you want a game like an endgamer, you need to be equipped like one. Check out surfthings.com and get yourself one of these amazing gaming machines today. But
So we got a timeout here called by the Paladins.
once again, like I said, 3 games: Wreckfest, Rainbow Six Siege, and then Halo. But Halo was forfeited, so now it's extra time to get the burn. The problem is are they going to continue having? Is this a Siege-specific issue, or is this going to be a setup issue that the team's going to have to deal with throughout the game? Because you do not want to be in a situation where you're having setup issues when you already burned 2 timeouts on timeout-prone games.
And Siege is one of those games that when you're doing a custom setup, if you're not careful and you don't have somebody who knows what they're doing, you could very easily mess up the setup on that game, because it's one of those games that a lot of time you'll start setting up all the settings, and then the other team will pick the map and you'll choose the map and it'll default the settings or like bring it back. Like, so you got to be smart in how you're setting it up. I'm curious to see what kind of map they choose and what strategy they use. I'm really excited for it. This is a fun game to me. I want to see what ops they use. I gotta ask, what's your favorite op to use?
My personal favorite right now on defense is the new operator Scopos. I'm not that good with them yet because I'm still learning. I didn't play Scopos on the beta, so I didn't learn all the counterplay for Scopos, so I need to get used to that. And then on attack, I'd probably have to say either Fuse or Monty.
Okay. I get that.
With the pocket eye on it.
I run a lot of Azami.
Azami's a really good
I like
unit,
using Azami
or
on
operator.
defense. I use her and I use Jaeger.
I like Jaeger.
Mostly I like Jaeger because of the skin and the weapon. Just be real. I like the R4C.
I feel like Jaeger doesn't feel as prominent as he used to.
Yeah, he's not as good.
Because I think they took so many frag grenades away for a lot of operators and a lot of throwables from operators, so Jaeger just, like, I used to see Jaegers and Wamais in a lot of games. Now I barely see them. In one game I played, I'm going to say like 2 or 3 days ago, I went to throw a frag into, we were playing on Clubhouse, I went to go throw a frag into Jim, and it just like flew into the corner. I was like, is that a Wamai? What year is this?
Yeah. On attack side, I run, my favorite to run right now is Grim. I like running Grim. I like pestering people with the bees. And shooting the bees, the little nest.
How's Grim's gun? Because I haven't bought Grim yet.
I really enjoy his gun. I've had a lot of like success with Grim. I really enjoy the weapon. I love the whole loadout of Grim. I love the tech eye thing with the bees as well. I like running zeros for cams. I like running zero. Breaches, I like using Ace, and I still like Habana. I feel like I don't use Habana as much as I used to. But I do still like Habana. And then obviously if you're going year 1, year 2 base operators, then I would run like a Buck or a Frost.
Year 1, I'd probably have to say Monty's year 1, right? Is Monty year 1?
Monty? I don't like Monty.
I can't remember. But
Monty year 1? Yeah, Monty's base.
Oh yeah, so yeah.
Monty's base, yeah.
Yeah, you put me in the year 1, year 2 situation in base, I'm probably
Talking
going
about Montaigne, right?
Yeah, Montaigne.
Yeah, he's year 1.
I'll probably
he's
go
base, I think.
Monty, and then on defense, Mute. You can't go wrong with a good Mute.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of vigils this season. For obvious reasons.
I mean, the Boss G's egregious. It can just delete life from the other side of the map, which I have done with Dokkaebi on Skyscraper across that trophy room secondary second floor point where he comes on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Caught a guy all the way in the back just off a headshot. But
I was counting my black ice last night. I'm up to 12 right now.
I have 2, I think. One's on the Saiga 12.
Weak.
Man, I have the worst luck on packs, so I just accept it, and that's unfortunate.
Now, we did get a technical timeout, as you saw here, but it sounds like we're about to get the game started here. Game Master Zach Attack in full effect, doing his job well so far today. I'm excited to see this. Let's see what map we got here on Rainbow, baby.
I think it's New Haven Labs is the name of it.
Yep. DK, say something.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, I hate this map.
Yeah, TK loves this map. This is his favorite map. And we're going to be seeing this from the defense side.
Yeah.
And there goes LA.
Lethal League Blaze.
Lethal League
Blaze,
with TLG sitting out and Mad Genius. And I'd like
versus Global and
Jekyll, I believe.
Jekyll. Oh, okay.
That's gonna be a good game in Lethal League.
Yeah, that'll be pretty competitive.
But
we got a 1-1 right here. It looks like we're getting defensive side is Paladins are on the defensive side first, and then we have KLiK on the attacking side.
Excuse me. So it's going to be interesting to see how TK sets this up. I have played this map with him in particular when he's done his practice. And as somebody who has more hours in Siege than TK, this man has researched his way past me in a lot of his knowledge on some of these maps. And I personally hate this map, and he loves it. So as you see, Killer's drone gets destroyed. They have officially located the site at a second floor master room and office.
So they have 2 breachers, 2 intel. Okay, 2 breachers, 2 intel, and then shield.
Yeah, with Osa.
Yeah. And then on the other side, we had a Rook, we had a Mute, we had a Solus, and
Valkyrie. So we're going to have Killer here on his Osa,
going to
pushing
the low
forward.
side.
So he's taking out a couple of default cameras. He's going to try and approach from the second floor once we get the rappel going. The question is how comfortable does Killer feel with entering? Looks like he's just peeking over and then
Attack 101 in Rainbow 6. You need to know and learn where the cameras are.
You need to know where defaults are at. And as you see, Killer taking out that door with the suppressed PDW. So now he's going to drone and see what's going on inside the space.
Oh, where's drone? Oh, where's drone? No, he gets a spot there. He knows it's there. Good tag by Killer, anticipating the move.
So he squeezes past the Mute, which is unfortunately placed because that Mute was just a little bit further off the wall.
Yeah.
That entire walkway would be.
So it looks like we do have a mirror on defensive side as well. Good drone placement, good drone work by Killer. He's going to keep on droning until he gets as much intel as he possibly can before pushing in. They still have 1:50 remaining. So right now the name of the game is intel before you make that push, because with only 2 rounds to win, you got to be careful because every round is way more important than it ever is in Siege.
Exactly. And you notice Killer just went ahead and flanked around both ends of the site, so they now know there's mirrors located on both sides of the site. He gets to C4, which is unfortunately placed in an awkward position. So now what Killer is doing right now is fishing shots to see if anybody tries to peek him. Nobody did so, so now Killer has to kind of adjust his approach because he knows that there's somebody behind that mirror that he does not have a good line of sight on. So now he has to try and rotate to another side of the map, which he has to do safely by going upstairs. You see the line radar going off right now to see if anybody's moving. Nobody's moving. Everybody sits still. And this is where Killer's going to try and approach from that backside where the other mirror is at, hopefully thinking people are distracted.
So a well-defended site so far by Paladins. It looks like they armored and placed their stuff pretty effective, other than the Mute being slightly off so far. From what we've seen so far, it looks like a good defensive strategy. We have no action, no kills yet. It's still 5v5, and we got less than a minute remaining. So right now the Paladins are in a good advantageous spot right now, because when that time runs out, if you don't get a plant or finish it off, it's done. And already one attacker is down by a Boss G by TK. So TK with the Boss G can be real dangerous. You got Killer rotating around here, shoots out the cams, watching the left around the mirror, fires some shots, gets a kill, going for another kill.
Flashing.
Missed a flashbang, hiding behind the desk. Another kill by Killer, taking out Strix.
So right now it is a 3v3 with Killer on backside of site trying to push aggressive. Out goes the frag grenade to force the rotate.
Uses the shield to be able to push in, and now we're going to go for the plant here.
So now he has control of site. See how Killer handles this. Fires through to see if anybody rotates. Now the frag grenade. And then shotgun
TK
from
Badman
TK.
with another Boss G kill.
So they got to get him. They got to get
2-on-2, but now it is 2-on-1. Killer by himself. He gets the plant. Oh, he gets one. 1v1. He gets the last one. Good. That is a finish by Killer. I think he finished out with a 4K that round, I believe.
And unfortunately, what the Paladins did wrong in that situation was TK swung, but he did not have backup from that Solus. If they both went at the same time, Killer cannot actively hit both players, and that's where you get the trading to get the defuse. But good defense, but just better attack from the KLiK.
Yes, Killer showing why he is a killer.
I see what you did there.
So yeah, I agree. They probably should have timed and coordinated their attack into the site right there a little bit more effective to be able to take advantage of that. If they both would have turned the corner at the same time, the one would have been able to pop Killer. Unfortunately, I don't know if it would have worked guaranteed, because you did notice that Killer had the little wall on the right side, and it looks like he shot the first person straight before turning the corner. So they would have had to actually, the person on the right would have had to push before the person forward.
Correct on that thought process and assumption, but you had to take the time to do it, because if he's forced behind that wall and he sees one person, if two people rush forward, he cannot hit both people without standing up from behind that shield. It's all about splitting attention.
I can't believe that he has the text on for the talking.
I feel like this map is really dark.
Hey, it's extra, it's free extra information.
So it looks like we got a Vigil, we got a Blitz, we got a Valkyrie, a Fuse, and a Smoke.
Yeah,
Is that mute?
that is a mute by the looks of it. Okay, I hear the, yep, you just walked past the router just now.
The thought of Killer with the Boss G is one of the most dangerous thoughts I could think of. We're getting an aggressive defensive play here. Look for that spawn peak.
And that Boss G will kill from there, by the way, because it's just a off remote.
I hear footsteps. Yep, and there it is.
Yep.
That's one tap. One person already got removed by the Paladins. Removed from existence. Removed from Rainbow Six, period.
Just Control-A deleted. And he's going to hold this angle right now, because the second he hears any of that barricade being demolished or messed with, he'll just immediately just peek out and get another shot off. But this is bad for the Paladins, because they're down a attacker with zero information on what's going on site and who's available. So we'll see how they handle it. You can see right now, LA's kind of just process information, see what's going on the screen. Killer once again just waiting. This is one of the parts about Siege I like. Everybody's like, oh, you got to fight, you got to push. I'm like, no, we're trying to figure things out.
So it looks like we might have we got Dokkaebi, we got a Montaigne, we got an Ace, and a Maverick left. We did have a Sense, but the Sense was the one that was taken out with the one shot by the Boss G.
And that's one of the situations that you just kind of hate to be in. And now let's see if you do this peak hole just right, because you don't want to have it too low that you can't crawl out the way. And that's one of the
shots. Didn't get the kill, but a well done job by the Mav here with Magna.
And this is where one of the situations where gun choice makes a huge difference, because I think if he would have been using the DMR on Maverick, 2 to 3 of those shots to the leg would have actually damaged.
Let's see if he does this accurately.
Unfortunately, he does not, and goes down to the MPX.
It sounds easy, but it's hard to not shoot your own teammate when they're going back and forth and strafing and trying to get the angle. So unfortunately, they weren't able to. So it's a 1-on-5 situation now. I think that might be TK is the only one left 1-on-5. Can he do it? Can he ace in this situation to be able to get another round in Rainbow?
Honestly, the only way he gets through with this is if he gets the drop on Killer, but Killer's already rotating, and it looks like he was already yellow pinged. And unfortunately, they already knew where everybody was at, and it was just a situation. Yep.
Hopefully we can get to see a KD, but nope, they just all at 4 as soon as possible. So KLiK wins that one. Now we're going to go into Lethal League Blaze, which is going to be a 2v2. It is a sports game, but it's kind of a sports fighter in a sense. So having Jekyll and Global versus TLG and Mad Genius, this actually sounds like a pretty good matchup here. So I think it should be a good one.
Yeah, you'll see Mad Genius probably approaching this game from more of the sports side, and TLG naturally from the fighting aspect. But Jekyll and Global, well-known fighters in the league, and Jekyll, once again, one of the more well-known people in the league for his ability to adapt and grow in games. So I'm looking forward to see who their choices are and how they actually approach it, because some people tend to do the, hey, I'm just going to put the ball at Mach speed and let you deal with it. And some people like to get technical and get grimy, and yeah, the ball's moving at Mach speed, but I'm going to bunt and then reestablish that speed under my control immediately.
In this matchup today, I'm not a huge Dead by Daylight fan. However, I would like to see Dead by Daylight rolled early, and this is why I wanted to roll early. I want to see the change in lineup rotations so the teams have different rotation, because one person has 1 for the killer and the other person has 4 for for the survivors. I want to see that kind of shake up to where that rotation gets shifted. I like seeing that early because then it makes the potentials that what could happen later in the match with those 2v2s and 3v3s and 1v1 fighters. That could change a lot of the aspect of rotation. So that's the kind of thing I like to see early is like a game like that kind of shuffles it up and kind of mixes it up and throws you off your rotation game a little bit.
Because it's been weird because we had a 5v5, then a 2v2, then a 5v5, and then another 2v2. So there's been full resets both sides.
We got Blaze Blue
coming up next.
And it's a full reset, so you will be able to see TK.
Oh, yeah.
Might have had a button check right there.
Let's get some of that funky music from Hideki Naguma-sama. All right, so we'll get you the exact colors going on first, but there's the first elim. I think
looked like TLG took out one of them because the way he that's usually his lean back. I just made a move.
But here we go. He's getting that speed up, and then there's the counter, and there's another counter. And we saw a bunt and then double KO. So we'll see what happens here. Back and forth. He goes a power smash. Tries to go for the counter. KLiK are blue. So it's actually the KLiK right now running rough shop over the Paladins in Lethal League Blaze. Let's see if they can get going again. There's another down. I think that's Mad that might have been. Oh, there's that bun I was telling you about. Oh, TLG catches it.
Oh.
There's the happy delay, and he catches it. Oh! 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 I believed. And that will be it. KLiK take Lethal League in a final gasp for air from TLG.
This is literally the fastest game on the wheel.
It's so cool, though.
It's the fastest game on the wheel. It's an interesting concept for a game. I will give it that, but it is super fast. But now we got Blaze Blue coming up, and this could be a chance for the Paladins to get a game, close that gap to one game, and move on to the next one. It also could be a fairly quick game as well. And TK is so fun to watch in these fighters. I've got to guess he's the one going in.
I don't know who he's going to pick because I know he's been working on another character, but he might go with All Reliable just for the simple fact that with the way things work in this league, you might see him stick to that. But, hey, got a nice little conversation coming in from Nara and this guy, AV. So check him out.
What is going on, guys? It is going a little crazy in here today. Unfortunately, the Paladins got another L, as you guys saw. They are looking to make a comeback, but hopefully they don't let their emotions get the best of them or let the KLiK get on the roll, because if that happens, it's not good for anybody. So we are looking forward to this next game. KLiK is full, calm, and collected, and Blaze Blue with TK. It's going to be a good day. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that one, AV. I love always hearing to see what's going out on the floor. And I love when there's a lot of energy in the building. And KLiK already with a 3-1 lead going into this game. I got to imagine they really want to take this and try to pull away early. Who do you think they're going to sit in for this one? Maybe like a Global or a Jekyll?
It's going to either be Global or Jekyll for sure, because Jekyll has already played sets of Blaze Blue with TK and already knows that level. So it's either going to be Global or Jekyll, and then TK has to go in for this because the Paladins need to guarantee a win. And as you see, TK goes in. Now the question is on the KLiK side is who they send in, because this game only takes about maybe 4 minutes. Yep, and it's Jekyll. So we'll see if Jekyll's had the growth to combat TK, and depending on what character TK uses, Jekyll might have a better chance of winning compared to TK going with his few 100-hour main. He has a lot of time in this game. An egregious amount of time in this game.
Yeah, this is one of those games. It's not like an old game, but it's an older fighter, and it's one of those that I've heard for many seasons players saying, "Oh man, I want Blaze Blue on the wheel. I want Blaze Blue on the wheel, or Blaze Blue, however you pronounce it." I haven't played it myself. I thought about picking it up, but I don't want to spend $40, just because I'm not a big time fighter. So, it's not something I've tried yet. So I haven't played this one, unfortunately.
Blaze Blue is definitely it's almost at the point of being a legacy fighter. It was made by the original team of Guilty Gear Xrd, I believe. That some of those people from that team split off. But this game has been around long enough that it has a very devout following. And just like some of the older Street Fighter games, and what a lot of fighting game players like to say, especially when it comes to like games like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, is this game has been solved. There's all the interactions, all the combos, all the optimizations are all actively available now, as if you take the time to learn it. So it's going to be interesting to see if Jekyll, who's new to this game, is able to compete against TK, who has so much legacy knowledge coming in.
Yeah. I mean, given the way UEL works with fighters, though, sometimes that knowledge and that experience sometimes just isn't enough. You have these situations come up where somebody who doesn't even know the game that much just happens to throw you off because he does something weird that you weren't expecting. I mean, this is a little different because it is a best of 3, unlike the other fighters on the wheel. So usually experience does play in this scenario, so I would give the edge to TK in this one.
And that's one of the things about TK. He's a very regimented fighter. And if you notice in his first couple games last season, he got caught off guard. And was like, oh, I thought he was good at Tekken. And then he never lost a game in Tekken afterwards because he realized that was the caliber and style of player he was going against. So with him being going in the second season now, Jekyll being a veteran in the league, are these two, as much as they are sparring partners, are going to be able to be comfortable enough to either defeat each other in combat.
And we got another technical timeout here. But it is not a timeout penalty by a team. It is a technical.
So that just means there's something going on in the gauntlet area that they just need to like tighten up and get going. So we'll get back to that. But what do you think is coming up next, and what do you think the Paladins want to roll next in order to try and keep this game close?
You don't want a Tekken or Street Fighter with TK not available, although they wouldn't really hurt them that much because they have a great lineup. I think maybe in this situation, I know they have Carnage and Global, but I wouldn't mind seeing like a 2K role in LA and Mad Genius go in there versus Carnage and Global. That'd be pretty good. But we got a 2-minute timeout here, and we'll be back to the game soon. We'll be back after this.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Ooh, and you see we got it right here. Make sure you use that code UEL15. So, and you were talking about TK, for instance. TK, in fact, his favorite game on the wheel of UEL is Blaze Blue.
Of course it is.
Blaze Blue, I'm sorry. I know all the Blaze Blue fans are probably like, Lockdown, you're saying it wrong.
It's a GIF situation, but GIF is right. And
I like calling it GIF just to mess with people, make them frustrated. Just like I also call Wi-Fi Wi-Fi.
That's heinous. That is heinous. But we got a wheel spin for the next game coming up, so we're going to see what's going to come up next.
Are we getting Apex?
Oh, Skullgirls. No,
we're going to get an Apex, so we're probably going to see Mad Genius, Magnusam, and
probably Raijin?
Yeah, Raijin. Yeah, and that's a good game for them. However, KLiK is no slouch in Apex, so that'll be a good shooter. That'll be a good competitor.
And with Killer being available, coming out after the rotation because Global has to go in. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
All right, so we got Paladins on player 1, TK on player 1, Jekyll on player 2. But they're flip-flopping around, so we're not even sure yet. So, okay. Right. They're maneuvering around. So player 1 just went to left.
Yep, so it's Jekyll on player 1, and it's going to be – and it looks like TK's going to be going with the character, his newer character. Granted, like I said, he's been playing this game for
hours. They wanted to
confuse
us by going back and forth 100 times.
It hit us with the mix. So TK's going to be on 9, and Jekyll's going to be on his Azrael that he has been working on. And Azrael has some very egregious buttons with full-screen options and pressures and a lot of mix and armor, whereas 9 has the ability to just full-screen push block, cause attacks that get pushed. When you push block, you get pushed across the screen, which is a type of block, by the way. I'm not going to get too complicated in this, but we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I know nothing about this, but from a visual standpoint, I like 9 better.
She has unique talents.
Yes, two of them.
Stop.
All right, let's see. We got a lot of movement here. We could have a button check, or they might actually be fighting. I think they are fighting. TK with a lot of really consistent blocks, but he did take some damage. A couple of hits there. You got an early burst going on. I don't know if you want to use those early. If it's anything like Guilty Gear, I imagine it probably has a recharge or some type of limit. Is that
it does have a downtime where it needs to recharge. But the thing is, with this matchup with Azrael, especially with Jekyll and with TK and Jekyll being so familiar with each other, you let Azrael start getting his pressure going.
And we got a combo going right here for TK. First combo in the game. Sometimes all it takes is you got to be the one to hit the combo first.
And then you see Jekyll stuffing back in with his Azrael damage. And this is where, like you said, that burst is kind of important because he tried to delay tech, and then he blocks the super from TK. To see tech, he stands back up. Then Azrael pressure. And that's one of the things about Azrael where once he gets going, he's very hard to deal with. And that's where that burst was done so early because the earlier burst gave him an opportunity to get that combo back and take a little bit more risk. But towards the end, that pressure just mounted up and he got trapped in the corner.
And it looks like Jekyll is considering changing characters, and he hasn't quite made a decision. Or no, maybe that's TK, actually.
Yeah, I think we might see TK.
You decided you want to change characters?
Yep. I think he should have did this in the first place just because this is the character he's most comfortable with and has the most hours with. But I think after playing the 9 into the first round with Jekyll, he realized he's like, all right, Jekyll's definitely gotten better, and I'm still not as comfortable as I want to be with this character, so I'm going to go with what I know like the back of my hand, the Kokonoe.
I'm going to just go ahead and say visually appealing. I like this character, too. All right, let's see what we got here. With a nice jump back. And then, early burst from Jekyll again.
And that is the pressure that this character causes because if you do not burst early, you start seeing the setups from TK. And like I said, TK knows this game and almost every interaction from, and there goes the generator.
Ooh.
Like I said, this is TK's character, and this character requires, and there goes another grab. If you notice these little circles popping up on screen, each character has their own, like, I can't remember the exact term for it, but they have their own unique ability that's built into the character. And this is what happens when TK gets onto his character. Jeez. And Kokonoe just goes crazy with the setups, the mix-ups, and then just... I remember watching TK and Jekyll practicing at the beginning of the season, and he said, I have 8 different options off of one low interaction, meaning he has 8 different ways to attack. So if he does one too many times, he's like, oh, I got the read, he will attack you with another one. And at this point, it's just waiting for TK to get what he needs, and there goes the off-screen fireball and the gravity reactor.
Yeah, how did he do that? I don't know what. Like, that was wild.
So you saw the little reactor that got dropped on the left side of the screen?
I saw he threw something early.
Yep, so the way that character works, those gravity reactors, certain abilities get attracted to it. So when he was up in the air, he threw that fireball off screen, and when you activate the gravity reactor, it extends its duration, it pulls it in from anywhere on the screen.
Okay, I see. It's like one of those things you see in a lot of animes where characters have abilities where they put something on something and they're able to like target it. Like
yeah, exactly.
Missile,
it's like having like a homing point.
There's actually an anime character that has a similar ability. I'm trying to remember what it is. It might have. I'm trying to remember what it's from, but I can't recall off the top of my head right now.
And it looks like TK noticing that some of his inputs weren't going the way he wanted to, so he realized the button wasn't bound properly. So him and Jekyll just...
Which is okay. You get 30 seconds to do that. Even if it's after a round, you're allowed to do that. You just got to make, as long as you call it out and have that, you get that time to do it.
All right, we go back in, and there goes the start of the assault from TK. The grav reactor, they extend the spinning jet combo. And then Jekyll has to burn burst there and see how he gets in. And then there goes TK's burst, but TK's more of an offensive burst because I think he's safe enough without Jekyll having meter. So there goes the hard stun into another loop. Let's see if he gets the hard knockdown. Nope, he does not. And then TK with the overhead to try and keep the combo going. And there's the gravity reactor to pull him back in. And then there's the low. And then we might see there's the teleport. And then once again, one of those another ridiculous options. And then the DP to knock him out the air from the spin. Another gravity reactor into the energy ball, into a teleport. Doesn't get the full connection off of that. And then Jekyll has to fight back and keep this pressure going. But once again, TK knows Kokonoe and knows almost every interaction in the game from the Kokonoe side of things. So there he goes.
There's the combo. If he keeps it going, this could be it. Oh, nice attack counter right there by Jekyll to keep it going. But then TK does it right back.
And there is a setup TK likes to do from this situation, but it looks like he doesn't go for it. And also it's a little bit brash to do in game. So I think he's going to keep it simple. And we should see a jet turbine spin to finish this maybe. Nope, there goes the burst back in time. Next touch probably wins this based off the life totals and the damage that Azrael can do. And there's the energy ball, and there's the grab to see Jekyll does not confirm.
Oh, and the low right
Jekyll
there to
does
finish
not
it off.
confirm. Unfortunately, TK on the Coca Noe takes Blaze Blue 2-1. Paladins go back on the board. Apex coming up next.
So first fighter that came out today, and it was a really good competitive back and forth right there. And the first fighter win for the Paladins today. That is something they really want to take today, and they want to take it serious. They want to get those fighter wins because they know KLiK could be one of those really competitive, tough teams to deal with in the fighting category this season.
Correct. And with Jekyll also, with that being said, taking those fighters are huge, but with Jekyll being out of fighters and Apex going next, Apex is only a 3v3. There's an opportunity for another fighter to roll.
Like a DBZ?
Yeah, exactly, like a DBZ or something, and that might put them at a downside, but fortunately Apex is 3v3. TK already down. That leaves only one person to anchor. So depending on the next fighter, it might not be as much as they want, but hey, Jekyll's took in his first fighter loss.
So you're going to see that tier 5, 6, and 7 go in for Apex, which is actually a pretty good 3. All 3 of them are pretty good. And then on the KLiK side, you're definitely going to see Killer. You're probably going to see, if I had to guess, maybe Killer, Carnage, and Chicken Tech?
Maybe,
or you think maybe OG?
I think Killer, Carnage, and OG. I think Killer, Carnage, OG will be the way to go for Apex. Because OG's performance in the last game of Apex was not bad. He immediately realized his mistakes on some of his flanking and then proceeded to help his team get back into the game and get into that overtime situation. So I think with the lessons learned from that,
if he learned from that, because his last matchup against the Reapers, he was literally the one that got them the loss.
No, it was actually it was Killer. It was Killer who flanked at the very
Killer
end.
was the last kill, but OG kept overextending a lot with his Gibby and was putting him in a bad spot.
True. So I think with that being said, I think with OG and Killer, because once again, OG kept letting them get points to get back into it, and Killer who gave up the last point. I think that conversation has been had, and I think that would be the group I would want to send back in because lessons been learned. It's still fresh in their minds. And also, nothing against the Paladins. They're not the Reapers.
So because it's a switch over, it was a 2-minute setup timer, which means it is very short turnaround. It looks like they are about ready to go. We got 3 seconds remaining in the timer, and this game is starting. Let's see what we got team composition right here. It looks like we have Magna, Mad Genius, Imperial like we expected, and then Killer, him, and Carnage. They decided to go him instead. Next wheel, is that a Midnight Ghost Hunt? Fortnite?
And
Fortnite might be
Dead by Daylight with setup
yes.
going to the Paladins, but TK is not available.
But he might be a coach today. And who do you have available? You have
Actually, no,
LA, TLG, and
Strix.
So Strix could go in as Dead by Daylight Killer.
But
if they decide to choose Killer.
But the thing is, with the people they have available, you might see them take Survivor.
Maybe, yeah.
Because once again, I have practiced and played with these players for 2 seasons now. Their Survivor skills are not to be
most likely, and most likely, if they do choose Survivor, they'll probably have Chicken go in as Killer. However, in my experience in the past, I don't think Chicken likes to go in as Killer. I don't think he likes being on the spotlight in a game like that, particularly.
It's 50-50 because I've experienced Chicken Tech as a killer, and he's a very, very good killer. So it's just gonna be interesting to see how he approaches this. We're on Raichin, who's on Mirage right now. And
Mirage, I love this man. I'm excited. Let's see what you got, Imperial. Let's show him what you got, baby.
And it looks like we're going team deathmatch. And like I said, it's a Mirage, a Bloodhound, and a Pathfinder. Not a lot in the intel department, but a lot of mobility and counteraction. So the not mobility, but in the counter fight. But Raichin just pops up, takes a quick couple pot shots, and taking advantage of that barrier that can't be destroyed.
Oh, we got a nice push right there going in by his team, and they're going to go in. I think they're going to clean that up.
And
well done. We had a game crash on one of the, I think on the KLiK side. That is, that's tough, especially after a start like that. And you see a lot of times where that happens, to where one team has a great start and the other team has a PC crash. I believe it actually happened to KLiK in their previous matchup as well.
And it also happened in the Cobras against the Ghosts last season. In Call of Duty, we had a strong start in the reset, and then things went downhill from there. But this is one of those situations where the Paladins need to stay locked in, because if you let that reset ice you, that means the other team just had a couple of minutes to see how you play and start warming up, and that's a very, very crucial difference.
Yes. Now I will say, shoot, like KLiK is great shooters, but in Apex, I feel like the Paladins have the more expert Apex player. I think KLiK has good Apex players, but I feel like Paladins have more like expert, actual like real Apex players, and I think that could give them the edge.
Yeah, because it's just like when you say I'm good at sports games, but you have one sports game you're better at than others. Like, oh yeah, I play all sports games. No, I'm better at 2K than I'm in NHL. Killer is good at shooters. He's probably better at Siege, but Apex, Raijin, and Magna, are very, very strong Apex players. And I personally know because I'm somebody who likes to play. Shoot, I forgot his name. The robot with the grappling hooks. Again, Pathfinder. I like playing Pathfinder. I've seen Magna's Pathfinder movement firsthand, and the amount of speed, space, and for that's going towards the enemy, away from an enemy, the amount of movement he can generate is insane. And in a small skirmish, you saw Raijin just immediately melt the person that was flanking Sam because Sam was at the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
So he was able to do enough damage for Sam to turn around late, kill him, and then continue the fight on the stairs.
Now, the problem is the team deathmatch is those loadouts can change. And, like, you saw how good he was at that 301, but there's no guarantee he's going to have that loadout available again if they reset the game. That's another thing, too. The thing you got to watch out for Killer is he's very good with the Bosec. If he gets a Bosec, he can pop off a lot with that Bosec. He's very good at those, like, the Bosec, the Hemlock, like those like DMR type of guns. He's very good with those. So if he can get those and be able to use that range to his advantage, that could help his team. I don't know much about him in this game or Carnage, so I think Killer's the one you got to watch out for on KLiK.
Well, him is one of the people, is one of the brothers of the Liv Moss clan. That's what I'm calling him now, the Liv Moss clan. But him and his brother are known for picking up games very quickly and being comfortable with them. And I think him is definitely a testament to how good those brothers get at games. So if he's playing this right now, there is a level of comfort and commitment or dependability in him that the rest of the team is like, all right, you got this, him? I'm him. Come on, baby.
Obviously, you had a PC crash on the KLiK side, but from what we saw in that opening exchange right there, Paladins looked firing all cylinders. You saw the accuracy for Imperial. He was spot on accurate with the shots today. So if we got if Imperial's in the groove, there's very few that can stop him.
And honestly, I think that was Mad Genius on the Bloodhound who was taking the fight at the top of the stairs. So that means Mad Genius was getting 2v1, focused on his one, heard the call out, turned around, cleaned that up for what Raijin did, and then got the kill at the bottom of and was able to hold the fight for the bottom of the stairs until Raijin rotated in.
Which shows very good team composition as well. So if they have good teamwork, that is a huge aspect of Apex as well. Especially when you're playing a mode to where you have a limited amount of shields. It's not like the Battle Royale where you can get upgraded shields and things like that.
Exactly.
You all have blue shields.
And
at least it's better than Gun Game where you have nothing but white shields.
And then we see the fight. It looks like Killer shooting the Mirage clone and getting bamboozled. Taking some damage, down 2 shields. I don't know why he went with the Watson this time around. Are they going to try and play for fences, try to get a lead in the lockdown area? Because Watson is a good character, but she's more of an area denial than zone takeover. So I don't know why Killer picked her, but at the same time, like you said, he's really good with the Hemlock and those long-range guns, so maybe setting up and taking the fight from his own range where and he loses the trade there by the looks of it. Cracked and loses a quarter of his health.
Yeah, Watson is an interesting pick in this game mode. Unless they can get the lead and hold a building, then Watson could be good tech to be able to take advantage of. But when you're playing against good Apex players, they're going to be watching for those Watson gates. They're not going to fall for them.
Exactly.
And he's losing the trades here.
And you see that was Magna up there, by the way, because that's too high of a place for a normal person to go. So he just grapple hook up there to get the extra bit of high ground.
So it looks like we got a Mirage, Bloodhound, and Pathfinder on the Paladin side. You see he's up here taking the shots. He's already got him low. He might be able to drop him. No, he's
unfortunately, that blue mag does not give enough rounds for where he was hitting, because he was hitting, looks like mid to lower body, wasn't able to get a couple of headshots in. But if him and Killer keep just exchanging shots like that, nothing's really going to get accomplished. So the problem is who's going to attack and push first. And you see the decoy from Raijin traveling across the ground. And Magna holding this really good angle. And you think you can hear a little bit of the comms right now.
We have the upper hand here.
Playing the high ground.
Wow, I stuttered real bad. I got it, don't worry.
As you hear Mad Genius calling out the Magna to get down. So
good teamwork comps already. Good communication. Now this round is starting a lot different than the last round. Both sides are playing real reserve, trying to go for their strategy until those kills start coming out, and then those strategies are going to change for one side.
I think what happened is the KLiK realized that they really didn't want that close range fight, because you notice the Paladins rotated that building like, okay, we're scrapping again, right? KLiK was like, nah, you kind of kicked me in my teeth last time, so I'm good.
Yeah. Got a grenade coming in. One side has to make the move. So Imperial's actually in a bad spot here, but he's keeping all of their attention on his door in a lot of ways. And you see Magna and him making their move. I haven't seen where Mad Genius is. I think he's right above him on that next level, kind of peeking shots as well. So they're covering all 3 levels, basically, of this middle terminal.
I don't know why.
And you notice that Mad Genius is being very careful with his pulses so he doesn't have a weird downtime so they can push through it, because the pulse has been coming out at a larger delay just so they, right there, make sure they know exactly that they haven't pushed up and what angle they're going to push from.
So now they have one person by himself on the top. If they can lower him and then push the other 2, they might be able to get an advantageous move here if they play it that way.
And then with that, Magna goes down. Now the game placing has completely changed. Now the Paladins.
We gotta push this. We gotta push this now.
Ooh, yeah. Ratchet catching the buzz cut.
Oh, he's using the revved up. I think it's the revved up Rampage is how he's getting those shots.
Coordination plan.
And
at this point, if you're the Paladins, I think you need to move in low and start pushing.
Coordinate.
And the thing is, you remember, like you said, there's a 2v1 in that building.
Yep. Oh, okay. Smart tech. He used that to run away. They were trying to take advantage of the numbers right there and push out on him. But you see, even though they have the edge, it's tied up right now. They're split up. So KLiK has to be careful. They split up too much. It looks like they're grouped up again.
And once again, Killer getting is going to get out-dueled in a lot of these situations. And they see the fences coming out to keep them from going in. And unfortunately, when you have Killer, your stronger shooter, sitting further back, yeah, be careful. You see Killer sitting further back, they push the other 2. That's why the game's tied right now. So now they're going to try and rotate out the building and either get a flank or see if they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. But right now, it's 1-1 with probably less than a minute and a half remaining in the game.
Now it's 2-1.
And at this point, the Paladins can just force them to come and fight. Because if you can do that,
there we go.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So that's tied up now. Paladins are able to push in and get a kill on Killer, which is huge. If Killer's out and respawning, that's when they need to push.
Exactly.
But they got to find out where they are. They ran away. We got a tied-up match here. I think did he say 30 seconds remaining?
I believe so. So at this rate, we're going to be going into overtime. And as it stands, the Paladins' ability to counteract a lot of the KLiK's positioning is huge. The question is if they're going to be able to try and secure this last kill.
Oh, we got an ultimate right here by Magna, which could end up being what they need.
So Mad Genius with the ultimate, trying to get these tags and this information out. This 1 minute left. There goes the pulse of seats. 3 hostiles detected. Everybody's within range of that pulse in the upstairs of that train station. So the question is how are you going to push this fight?
Jump at the end. Jump at the end.
Oh, an aggressive push going in here, and they decided to drop down. They lost the high ground. They gave the high ground away because of the Pathfinder's cable. So that is a good tech right there by using that Pathfinder cable to steal the high ground in a crunch time situation.
Hey, we got the high ground. Okay, we'll take the higher ground. Exactly. And you see one of the players running from there. This is a situation where if the Paladins are feeling froggy enough, they can push that roof or push that building because there's only 1 or 2 people in there.
Can we push that?
You push 3 and you push 3 fast. You actually win that, but you cannot die here. If you die here, your team just loses. So Mad Genius, good.
Yeah, every kill matters right now.
Get it?
Now see what happens.
And there it is,
so
as we saw.
Like that is the last kill they need. All they got to do is pull back and stay alive.
Let's go.
Run.
But Imperial's like, I'm getting kills.
It's not.
I got cover fire.
And that is a Paladins win with a 3-2-1 kill advantage. Only 1 kill, and that was by an aggressive push by Magna and Imperial taking that final kill and being able to win that in literally seconds.
And if you want to know where that game went out of control for KLiK, and I'm not saying like they spiraled out of control and lost, but the worst decision that game was made is when the Paladins took the high ground. If you look as they're taking the rope up, one of the KLiK players ran forward and to the right underneath the Paladin players the other way, thus splitting up the team, thus not having support for that 2-to-1 push.
Also, if you got all 3 of them on the cable, why not shoot them?
It's one of those weird
They're lined up.
It makes sense, but it's weird because like you see 3 people just like going up over you, and it's like it's a weird spot to be in.
If you had like a DMR or something too, you could have literally pop.
Yep, just follow them up, just trace down the line towards them.
Also, another thing people do make the mistake in Apex is sometimes you want to target one person and you want to all shoot the same person.
Yeah, focus fire.
Yeah, exactly. But a good showing by Imperial, Magna, and Mad Genius there. Kind of what I expected to happen. I thought it was going to be a lot more kills. They were playing very reserved, but we got a tie ball game right here going into Dead by Daylight with Paladins having setup. So we'll have to see if they decide to go with Killer or not. I feel like in this situation, KLiK is going to have great survivors. Do you want to give them Killer and hope that you would have the edge in Survivor? The problem is, I don't know how proficient LA and TLG are as survivors.
LA is probably one of the best runners I've seen in a very long time.
Okay.
Not, mind you, UEL side, not actual Dead by Daylight community, because I've seen some top-tier juicers and runners from the Survivor side. But LA is an amazing runner. Strix is probably one of the best objectively minded people on the Paladins, probably second to TK. But I think between LA and LA and Strix, if they were to take Survivor, they'd be in a good position with 2 survivors. And remember, you only need 2 survivors to get out. So if the rest of the team just does the bare minimum of working on generators, and Strix and LA are able to attack those generators and get out, that's a win. But
so if you're looking at this, from a rotation standpoint, you could have, if Strix goes in, LA and TLG anchoring, while the other team is going to have rotation with one person not available. So that could affect it as well. But real quick, we got a tie ball game right here. Let's see if we can get the Tier 1 matchups up here. Oh, LA with an 0-2 right now, which doesn't fully tell the story, but you see those 0-2. You see Chicken Tech with a 1 win in shooters, and that would be – now, technically, he does have a loss because of the forfeit in Halo that he was put in for that, but it didn't count as a loss because it was a forfeit, so it doesn't affect records if it's a forfeit.
And I think LA is kind of in a weird position, like you said, because it's in shooters and racers, and that first shooter, which was mine's drawing a blank right now.
First shooter was Rainbow.
Yeah, Rainbow's that's just a tough sell against Chicken Tech, who is.
I mean, Killer did get like almost all the kills though.
but like when it comes to the Tier 1 matchup, like that's a tough sell as LA. I think the racers, that kind of stinks, but we still have sports, strategy, and fighters on the wheel. And I think that's where we're going to see LA as a Tier 1 coming through, and then Chicken Tech being 1-0 just because of rotations and one of those games being Siege makes the most sense. It's just.
I have noticed that Chicken Tech leaves him out of the 1v2, the 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s. I notice he leaves himself a lot of those short games. But let's switch over to the Tier 2. I got to be honest, I think LA wins the Tier 1 video battle right now because I like that one. Although, TLG's is good too. I like TLG's too. Well done. So we got TLG versus Mr. OG. Mr. OG 2-0 right now with that Wreckfest and Siege wins. So that Siege is really helping the Tier 1 and 2's records right now early in this matchup.
And that's one of the weird. I'm gonna say that's the interesting things about this game in particular is because the way the wheel is working, it is I'm not gonna say it's completely KLiK flavor because the Paladins do have 3 wins, but it's definitely a situation where you look at some of these tier win points. Those guys in these tier positions are in these positions because of the roles they fill. And it looks like we heard a timeout KLiK from the floor right now, so meaning somebody's not able to get all the perks they want and they needed extra.
And Global are going to be the survivors. I'm guessing they probably went with Strix as the killer. But TK probably coaching.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Strix is very similar to TK. He's a very big sponge for knowledge. And if you explain something to him, he'll get it and be like, okay, cool. Now that you told me how to make soup, I'm going to go out and make French onion soup out of a clay pot.
Or would you think it would be more advantageous instead of too many cooks in the kitchen mentally wise, if you put in a guy like LA and just say, hey, you know the game well, just follow coach's direction, you can pull this out. But I guess for rotations, putting Strix in would be the smarter play. But they did. They went with LA. See? Called it. Because they probably figured LA knows the game well. He's coachable. So we'll put him in. Now by doing that, you're going to have Strix and TLG going for NHL. But TLG does have some residual knowledge from being with Cordy and Bosif.
And not to mention, Strix does actually like NHL. So you'd see him definitely taking a lot of, taking all the pointers and being comfortable with the game and being able to play properly.
However, KLiK is going to have basically open rotation except for one person. So NHL will probably be an advantage KLiK. So Paladins really got to pull out this Dead by Daylight win to make sure they don't go down 2 games.
And with that right now, LA successfully finds his first survivor and gets the hook and down and hook. And it looks like he's got it on the scourge hook. So now he's going to pop to another locker, see what's – oh, my God. I just realized that's barbecue and chili.
That is a great move right there. And shink.
So
he took way too slow to get up now. He's probably going to be able to get a second
LA,
attack
take your
on
time. But the funny thing is that barbecue and chili combination.
He just ran to another one, so he just basically gave his teammates visible away. And we got another person down. He's going to be able to hook him.
And mind you, if the names are to be believed, that was Chicken Tech who just got hooked initially.
And now Global is about to be hooked.
And Chicken Tech, I definitely would say, was probably one of the better DVD players on the KLiK besides Jekyll, and Jekyll's not in. So, looks like that teleport was to the wrong locker. And now the problem is with some of these locker teleports is you got to know the map well enough, see, where you get locked in the corner, because you teleport in the line if you see the arrows as you look across the map. So you had to teleport twice, and now that Survivor is gone and that barbecue and chili activation is when you hook a Survivor, anybody outside of your terror radius gets highlighted. That information gets wasted because you had to teleport twice. Now that they're already gone and moving.
Yes.
But LA on the track of somebody right now. Let's see how he ends the chase. And it looks like it's the Claudette that just got unhooked, which might be, yep, that is Global. So Global, you're going to late drop?
He missed the pallet. Now he's going to, he gets another attack, drops him again. Global is now down again. But sometimes when you see this happen, you think, oh, great job. But what you don't realize is sometimes that person's job is to keep the killer busy.
The problem is, though, he is not keeping him as busy as he needs to keep him busy.
Oh, we got a spot right here.
And once again, this is back in that school, which is a really awkward situation. And the question is LA going to start breaking some of these walls so he can get better teleport exit points, or is he going to continue to be aggressive with his pushes? But
damages the generator. No generators have been finished yet, and Global's already been hooked twice, and Chicken Tech's been hooked once, and it still has damage to him.
And now, LA with a lot of these teleports using the Dredge, I believe is his name, very, very well with trying to use that mobility around the map to cause pressure. And as we get the game audio in, you can hear that sound effects right now. You can hear the generators that LA is walking by. He's checking them. And then he hears that right now. That immediately knows somebody failed skill check there.
So I'm going to just go ahead and say it. If LA has a killer victory, oh my gosh. So KLiK messed up sending in their lineup. So now Paladins get to choose who that last member that goes in. And when you're looking at a game like NHL Next, maybe their first thought is, we want to send in him. Or somebody who maybe is going to help them in the next game who may not be good at this game.
I think there you can kind of take the risk. If I was the Paladins, I would take the risk and either get rid of him or Jekyll, preferably Jekyll. Actually, probably him. I do agree with that a little bit more because Jekyll is still good at Dead by Daylight. And he's good at sports games as well. But I think him is the biggest contributor for them for NHL. So take him out the lineup, force him to play, and if he's a bad survivor, then that's somebody else you can build up points off of.
And luckily, you can probably have Mad Genius go in as a third for NHL, and that should help the Paladins, I think. Mad Genius or Imperial or even Magna.
Honestly, I think TLG Strix, Mad will be a strong enough team if you don't have to worry about dealing with him. So if I was the Paladins, I would choose him and then just run it back. The problem is now Chicken Tech is familiar with this game, so when this game lobby gets reset back up and they go back in, was LA allowed to change his killer?
So here's my opinion I'm going to say. This is, again, another situation where KLiK had a mistake, and then they get to reset another game. And they did choose him to go in because I'm a coach and I'm a genius.
That's fair. I gave two different options. I gave two different
but you
options,
basically had the same opinion.
But
I think it just makes sense strategy-wise. But honestly, this is what bothers me. How many times are we going to let KLiK have a issue and then reset a game before you start saying, hey, you're going to have to take some forfeits for these?
Ooh,
I'm calling them out right now because this isn't the first game that's happened either. It's happened multiple games. If you go back in history of previous seasons, certain players on the team have had issues with PCs crashing and games crashing many, many times. I'm not calling anybody out saying I'm the police, but I do think that you do not want a pattern to develop here in this game today.
Ooh, Lockdown getting spicy. Saying where there's smoke, there's fire. I see this. I see you. I hear you.
I mean, it's the second game in 7 games. In the first hour, it's the second game where we had to have a reset, not a forfeit or lose a timeout, whatever, penalty, it's a reset. Forfeit KLiK. I just heard it.
And him is still committed to that because of the forfeit, too.
Yeah.
So not only did you not just risk playing it because you already lost, you already penalized on the lineup.
Yeah.
You still forfeited, and him's not available. So now you go into NHL still down probably one of your best options for that. Whereas the Paladins get a nice reset, and then Mad Genius going in. So probably maybe their second best lineup, or actually maybe potentially their best lineup.
Now, I know nothing I say here has any effect on what happens out there, but I feel a little justified.
Do you feel validated now?
I feel a little validated.
Yeah, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Just because we're here all the time watching these matches. I'm here watching the matches. I'm commentating the matches. I'm studying the matches because I am a GM now, and so I'm studying and paying attention to a lot of things. And I think little things that I think like that, those little things could make a huge difference. We've seen in the past where you can have one team winning, you get a reset, and it goes completely the other direction.
Yep.
So how much do you let,
and
how much do you get? How much leash or leeway do you give a team if it's the same kind of mistakes over and over happening?
Hey, sometimes it's things that teams control. Sometimes it's things that teams can't control. In this situation, it was something the team could control, and then the hammer came down swiftly.
I'm sure I'm getting yelled at in the chat. You're welcome.
Hey. Hey. Not my problem.
Hey, but you know what? That's also why I'm not a game master. Because if I was a game master, maybe I'd be meaner than other game masters. Maybe I'd be a little bit more aggressive with my rulings, or maybe I wouldn't. I don't know.
A lot of people don't like me as is. If I was game master, a lot of people wouldn't like me. But
I believe that one.
It is what it is. Argue with God. But 2 minutes and 25 seconds on the setup clock going to NHL, and I think we pretty much know the lineup for the Paladins. We're just waiting for Mad Genius to darken.
I can see it now. I am the master of the games, and I make the final decision. That would be you.
I am you, law. I am the master. you not masters. That's not the exact line, but those of you who watched the one remember that line. Great movie. But like we said, Strix, TLG, and the Mad Genius off rotation. And then I do believe we're still waiting for the...
I am curious why the forfeit went through. I wonder if they just decided to forfeit. Maybe since they couldn't have their fourth person and they saw how that was going, maybe they decided, like, you know what? Maybe this might not be worth the risk.
Yeah, because Killer wasn't doing bad, but Chicken Tech and Global got caught. And I didn't know Ellie's been practicing Killer. So and
Killer is one of their better survivors.
Exactly.
So not having him does make a difference.
So if Chicken Tech and Global were having issues, Chicken Tech being the better of those two, and then Killer was helping, but Killer's gone and now him comes in, pretty much your two guaranteed outs is now down to one in a 50-50.
Yeah, and if I'm the Paladins in that scenario and I see that and I'm thinking, I get to choose who goes in, even if they still have even if all of them are great at Dead by Daylight, you still always choose somebody else just to throw them off their rotation plans.
It's like,
you
hey,
always do that. You always take advantage of that. Every little thing you get, you take advantage of it.
Because, like, hey, in the pregame to set up the perks, like, hey, I'm running a toolbox, you're running this, I'll run this. Nope, you out. Okay, so what was he running? I normally run this. I didn't practice doing that. So, once again, you're right, good idea on that, and it also just doubles down to the fact that they lost one of the better sports options going into NHL.
Yeah, because, I mean, obviously they could still pull it out. They do have Carnage, Global, and Jekyll who are decent at sports as well. Chicken Tech is also pretty good at NHL, so they could still pull this out. I think they're probably going to go Jekyll. I know they went OG. I guess OG did play with the Ghosts a lot of NHL.
Yeah, him and LJ used to play together a lot.
That tracks a little bit. But, yeah, I guarantee him was going to be in that lineup for NHL.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And then with only Mad Genius being unavailable, so that's pretty much a full reset for the Paladins because Mad Genius not being available doesn't hurt them as much as him not being available for the KLiK.
Are we going to get some Need for Speed? We got another racer up here, Need for Speed. I can tell you TLG and Imperial love some Need for Speed.
Hey, got to go fast. Got to go fast.
All right, we'll find out who is who here. We got Lightning versus the Bruins. I'm not sure what happened there. That was a weird face-off.
I'm pretty sure the
we got movement up here. Pass up. Oh, misses the pass. Could have got a nice shot there, but he misses the pass and then misses the pass back. And the goalie's out of the box. This is a bad call. They got to be careful. But you see they're moving back up again, pushing right here. Purple going. He's going to try to pass it up, see if he gets a shot. Takes a shot. The goalie blocks it. A quick pass out, and then Lightning has the puck again. Some passes here. Takes another shot. We do have no money pucks and ice pucks. It is all standard regular pucks.
So we're playing regular hockey. And by the way, the Boston Bruins are going to be the Paladins, whereas the Tampa Bay Lightning is the Porcupine.
No, Lightning.
Lightning. It's
All right,
on
the
screen.
goalie has it.
now,
He's got to pass it back out. A bit of slow movement from the Paladins here. KLiK definitely looks a little bit more efficient in this one so far. Oh, nice steal right there coming through by them. Passes it up, but he misses the pass. A lot of missed passes today happening so far.
And it's looking like one of the players have one of the advanced controller settings.
We got a one-on-one. Oh, a 2-on-1, and he gets the goal. That first goal goes to KLiK.
And that was a really good deke at the front of the goalie because the puck rolled off the goalie's pads when he went to go to block the between the leg shot. And we'll see what happens now. And once again, still no specialty pucks up at all.
Oh, what just happened? Oh, both sides basically had a second chance, like puck roll in goal. That is wild. One-on-one here. Still no money pucks in the list. It's still regular pucks. Oh, we got an ice up here.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Paladins.
Gives you a chance to get on the other side of the ice and try and trap that puck. Unfortunately, too many people bid on that, so now you only have one person to defend.
Ooh, good steal right there.
Rotating across the ice. Now bring it back, slow it down, get everybody in position. And if you
Trying
notice,
to pull the defenders away, give an opportunity and a shot right there. And that's another goal by KLiK.
And I was just about to say that. You notice how packed the Paladins were on one side of the ice. They weren't spread out in order to divert the passing lanes, and so just an easy pass for a goal. Let's see, he's got another one-on-one opportunity. A little late on the shot.
The problem is now they only have one person defending. Oh, a nice steal right there. He's going to have a one-on-one with the goalie. 2-on-1. Passes it, but they missed the opportunity. KLiK gets a puck back. Now he's going down. He's got a one-on-one with the goalie. Can he get another goal? Oh, and it's saved by the goalie. He shot too
And
late.
passes it back out to the KLiK.
And we got an icing around. It's pulling back, and they're going to have to reset. Passes it up, almost stolen by him, but the goalie has it now, and he passes it to him, and he misses the open goal. He had a free goal and missed the shot.
He is kicking himself right now.
Rotating around, he passes it back. You got to be careful when the goalie goes out like that, and he almost did it again.
What I need right now from the Paladins is just to slow down. They're way too jittery. They're moving around. They're doing too much. You can tell it's more of like this weird haste and panicked pace. To slow down, play proper hockey. Get your quadrants of the ice locked down. There you go. And start moving around as you need it. I got the right side of the ice. Cool. I'm rotating up.
Purple
cool.
right here pulling back. It's Mr. OG resetting. A slap shot right there, saved by the goalie. He's got a two pressing him, so he passes and clears it out. He's going to, he gets taken right here. Mr. OG. He tries to pass across, but he does get intercepted. Puck gets, it's the end of the period.
And that's the end of the first period. KLiK are up 2-1 right now. And now there's going to be a flip on sides. That means the Paladins will be traveling up the ice and the KLiK will be traveling down the ice. So
which sometimes makes a huge impact when you're playing, which does kind of switch momentum to the Paladins with the direction they have to go now. But, of course, there's still another period, so it's going to switch back. Let's see who wins a face-off here. KLiK wins a face-off, passes it back, he goes to the left side. Oh, and a double team checks into the wall. What just happened? Did we get a penalty? We have a penalty.
Wow.
A penalty shot. What is that? I've never seen a penalty shot happen in UEL. That is wild.
That, okay. That, yeah.
I didn't even know penalties were on like that. I mean, I've never seen that. That was wild, but a great penalty shot by KLiK to be able to take it up 3-1.
And unfortunately now, the Paladins are playing down by 2 instead of just 1, and that's a huge difference in mindset and how you actually handle the ice. And now the KLiK only need 2 to win.
Pass back right there. This is what Mr. OG's been doing, kind of resetting the team, getting them comfortable. They got another shot, crowding the goalie. The goalie needs to hold the puck and let the time go down.
Not a spot you want to be in when you're down 2 and you're giving the puck back to the other team. So let's see how they do this. Global sitting out on the right side, comes across the goalie, tries to go for the flick in the back of the puck.
More shots coming from the KLiK. They're getting plenty of shots. Nice steal right there, but OG's right back there to recover the puck and pass it back up to the teammates.
And that goalie's stamina is dwindling, so they got to get that puck out of the ice, out of this side of the ice immediately.
Nice steal by there. Clears it out to give the goalie a break. Passes back. Mr. OG is doing a great job of getting his team strategically positioned in another
and then
shot.
Stretches the goalie and then plugs the shot. KLiK just needs one goal to win. I would like to see the Paladins stop doing as much crowding as they're doing right now, because the two people get pulled, and every time a second person gets pulled, they just get pulled. They just give up a whole half of the ice. Oh, almost gets the backhand and flip over the goalie's mitt.
Got another steal right there. He gets a shot opportunity, misses it. Misses the second chance shot as well. But he steals it again. He's going to get another opportunity, but it gets stolen right back. We got a back and forth scramble right here.
And with that, KLiK finally makes up, and here comes Global.
Might have the final goal here. Nope, saved by the goalie, passes it out. He doesn't need to pass it yet. He needs to push it up forward first. His teammates all bunched together. Paladins have to spread out more. The KLiK is doing a great job getting these shots, but also Mr. OG is doing a great job of getting the team advantageous positions by playing back a little bit, pulling back, controlling the field. He's controlling the ice right now, Mr. OG, giving his team opportunities to make those shots.
Too much handling on there off of that pass. I would like to see him go for something over that top left shoulder. Now that's yellow. That's Global coming down one-on-one with the goalie.
Oh, another penalty?
Yes, because he attacked the goalie.
We never see penalties. We see two in one game. This is wild.
Global just a little bit too energetic, gives the Paladins a chance to actually get back in, and they lose the puck immediately. That's Mr. OG sending it down the ice. Yep, now he has to trap that instead of passing it out like he should have did a little bit sooner.
Uh-oh, the batteries is low. Missed opportunity there. Stolen by the Bruins.
If I was the Paladins, I pray to God that's the KLiK, and I make this game drain those batteries so that player goes out. And hopefully it's OG. Coming down the ice.
Oh, missed a chance to end the game right there with the puck. Still no money pucks available.
2 seconds left on the second period.
We've had 5 shots and still no money pucks or ice pucks. That is wild.
That is absolutely insane. But we go into the third and final period, and it's going to be interesting to see this. And don't forget, we do have Need for Speed coming up after this, too.
Face-off here. Another face-off won by KLiK. They have the better position, stolen right there by the Paladins, but he ends up missing the pass and clearing it out, giving KLiK the puck again. Now he's going to pass it up to his teammate. Oh, missed opportunity there.
Getting tangled up with each other right now. Look, you see the ice is stop hawking the puck. Control sectors, control cauldrons. Watch where the players are.
So this right here is Chicken Tech realizing, hey, we have the lead. We don't have to push it. But a good steal right there and completely misses the shot.
Once again, Paladins, you have 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Mr. OG passes it up to Chicken Tech. Now he's got another opportunity to close this out, but he misses. Good save by the goalie. Passes it out, but then Chicken Tech gets it right back, and they crowd him, but he still has the puck. Now they can just get a chance to shoot. They get the puck. Oh, missed the shot, saved by the goalie, and now we got Global coming back right now. One-on-one with the goalie. Can he get the final shot? Saved by the goalie.
This Bruins goalie is earning his money today, kinda. Well, in this situation, he's earning the money, but down 3, minute 52 left. It is possible to catch back up, but the Paladins have to gain control of the puck and gain control of the ice as they make their offensive pushes.
Another save by the goalie.
Icing down, you already see one of the Paladins down.
Oh, he could have rolled around and went for a shot, but instead he iced it the wrong direction.
And that's one of those situations. It's nice to be able to reset, but you got to have
right there.
control.
He's got to cut in, but he decides to roll back pass. Good opportunity there. Fires the shot. Goalie save. Passes it up. And now you got Global pushing right here. Can he get the shot to end the game? But he misses. He shoots too late, and the goalie
and then mashing buttons too early for you to control the puck. That's why you see those wild errant passes every time they get past.
Chicken Tech has had so many shots on the goal today. Nice check right there, stopping him. Passes it over. Pass back. But Chicken Tech steals it. He's going to go for another shot. Trying to get that final shot, but they will not be able to get it.
59 seconds left. They had the puck at the top of the ice, and here they go again.
Stolen, going towards the goalie. Good poke check, but wasn't able to get a shot off it. Oh, he's down on the ground. They can take advantage if he rotates around, passes it out, fires the shot. They're crowded.
40 seconds left. Paladins will take it from the top of the ice. You guys got to start scoring like right now.
Slap shot fire.
Hey, I liked it.
Yeah. You're running out of time. Take it. Take the shots.
34 seconds left. Mathematically, it's possible. Probably not happening, though. Ooh. Lazy
Another
roll
missed
doesn't
shot.
make it through. And this might as well be Fort Knox. This goalie has no stamina left. The Paladins can at least get the puck back under control and get another shot off. They could actually score. And the problem is they're all bunched in front of the net, too. So
now you get Global with another opportunity to close the game, and he does, getting the final shot. And a great showing by KLiK there, a dominant performance in NHL. Global, Chicken Tech, Mr. OG, all three of them played very well, able to take that game and tie it back up. 4-4, now going into Need for Speed with the Paladins getting to choose whether they want to be cops or racers. My guess is you're going to get a TLG, Imperial, Magna, probably LA. That would be my guess.
I would definitely believe that.
On KLiK's side, you're obviously going to get Killer, Carnage, and Jekyll, and that fourth person, maybe you go Chicken Tech, but that takes Chicken Tech out and not available for potentially multiple games. Do you take the risk in making that rotation choice, or do you trust one of the other players, maybe like a Global or him, probably more him or OG?
I would personally go him because, once again, as a member of the Liv Moss clan, they do practice a lot of racers. Both of them have different. Both of them have different, the Bubbles and him have different things they cover. Bubbles, I have to say, will be the stronger of the two in sports, a little bit better at racers, and him's going to be the better fighter. I think with the way that household works, also I think they're about the same in shooters. Bubbles will argue otherwise.
Different shooters, some are better than others in different shooters.
But I think him would definitely be the better option for Need for Speed. So him is confirmed. Him is the better shooter between the two. So Bubbles takes sports, him takes shooters, and then
Bubbles.
him is a growing fighter, and then Bubbles is the better racer. So I would definitely take him in this situation, and that still gives you a lot more coverage coming out of other games coming up.
Yeah, because they're only going to be down one player, and if a shooter rolls, they still have Killer, Chicken Tech, and OG available if they get like an Overwatch, and then those type of games like that, those shooters are Fortnite. The others, Jekyll, Carnage, and Global, are still very effective in those shooters.
Correct.
So it looks like we might be getting a start here with 20 seconds remaining. Need for Speed. We'll find out who is who, but I'm gonna guess the Paladins probably went with cops, but we'll see here shortly.
So it's gonna be interesting to see who most wanted is, because that's gonna really.
So it looks like Paladins are the cops.
Mm-hmm. So
that time is down.
Looks
we're
like
starting just in time.
Sports class by the looks of it. Yep.
Killer, Jekyll, Carnage, and Mr. OG. They decided to go that way instead. And the next game, is it Midnight Ghost Hunt? It is Midnight Ghost Hunt next. So I believe Paladins are the cops, and we're watching the racers here. We're watching Killer's perspective currently.
In the 370Z. Disgusting.
So PC-12 is most wanted. PC-12. I wish I knew who exactly that was. Let's see. We are watching Killer's perspective. We're loading into the game here. So Killer is the most wanted, and he's using the 370Z, which does have great handling on turns. However, it does struggle in some of the off-road parts of the track, so he's going to have to be careful that he doesn't go too many off-road shortcuts. That could affect his handling and steering in this one. But he starts off top speed, plus 200 right here, getting the points. He is driving on the right side of the road. He needs to try to increase that boost as much as possible when you're the most wanted. Let's see what we get here. Most wanted perspective, so we're not going to be able to see a lot of action early. It's going to take some time before we see some action. Do you think Killer has what it takes to be able to maintain and hold this?
It all depends, because Killer can maintain as much as he wants, but if the cops are just better than him, then that's one of those.
We already see a cop zooming up, hitting them already. The cops are moving quick. This is not a good sign for your most wanted getting that much contact early, and they are scrambling behind him in that rear view mirror. The cops making a lot of moves early for the Paladins here.
And PC2 just spiked, so TK just spiked Carnage. And Carnage drops back. We only have one racer available right now to protect, with 3 cops hot on the tails of Killer. And one of the reasons why the cops were able to catch up so fast
is
because
got a blockade here. The barricade.
The cop car floated in the air, if you didn't see it.
It literally half of the roadblock disappeared. That's an unfortunate play right there for Paladins.
Because I think
with the
Killer would have
roadblock
clipped that
having
left
a
car.
glitch.
But Killer seems to be maintaining pacing now. Jammers were just utilized. So that's PC7 and PC10 used the jammers. So that's 2 jammers down on the racer side of things. Cop's about a few hundred meters behind. Oh, there we go, 380 yards and growing. The problem is this mountain road folds over itself as it traverses, so you never technically get a chance to get away. So you get to the other side of the range, which who knows how long that's going to take.
Killer, very calm and playing very patient right now.
I'm being EMP'd.
We got an interesting soundtrack going on.
Jam.
It's like a dun.
I missed it.
Did somebody forget to close the game out, or this is the actual song from Need for Speed?
This is the generic Need for Speed soundtrack song. But Killer's doing a lot better early when he hit that wall. That's why the cops were able to catch up. But now he's not as aggressive on that handbrake, and he's taking a lot of the safer options.
How did that miss?
And then PC6 just EMP10. That was Magna hitting Mr. OG. So the cops are staying in contention with this race right now, but there's a lot of fighting in the back. And if you look in that rearview mirror, you barely see any racers anymore. You just see those flashing lights off in the distance. And Killer, for the love of God, knows what I was about to say. Don't do it.
Great turn by Killer there. Good turn, but you still see those flashing lights closing the distance.
Killer,
and it
it's
looks
just
like you
you
see
right now.
2
2
flashing
between us
lights
and you.
before the next racer. And this cop is getting up on him close now. He's getting close. He's got to be careful. And we got a blockade. He hits the blockade and crashes.
You got to back up. You got to back up.
Are they going to be able to bust it?
He's busted.
We got to scramble. And that is a bust. That is a Paladins win. Hear them hype up. Now we got Midnight Ghost Hunt, Strix, and Imperial having to go in for Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Killer, just in case you do watch this back, and I saw the shock and confusion on your face, when you're a racer and you get impacted like that, before you reset, if a cop makes impact, it starts your meter, and then when you respawn, your meter continues from where it was left off. So that's why you got busted immediately, and that's why you couldn't recover, buddy. Just heads up on that one.
Yeah, because the meter still goes while you're doing the reset because the cop is within range. So you basically get like half the meter by the time you come back, if you're lucky. All right, so we got a good matchup there. We got a lot of hype in the building. Let's see if we can hear what happens on the floor here. Let's go to AV for some news on the floor.
Finger gun.
This is weird. Hello, brother. So, you guys are up in the lead. That was a really, really good Need for Speed game. Who busted Killer? I took Killer down. He said something about my mama, and he also had things in his car that was not legal. We had to pull him over. We had to take him to jail. He ain't getting no attorney. He going straight to jail. He was talking about our mother. Our mother. All right, so what is the next game coming up? We got Midnight Ghost Hunt. What are your expectations going further into this game? Obviously winning, but like what games are you guys looking forward to actually winning this game? I want to win Midnight Ghost Hunt because last time Strix was the speed demon. I'm looking for I want more of the fighting games to roll. It sucks I wasn't able to play BlazBlue, but we still have Skullgirls and a couple other fighters. I think even if we go down, we need to stay in good spirits. We need to stay within the game and just play our best. I haven't even looked at the score yet because I don't care. I just want to play my games. I want to win my games. So, hey, let's focus on what we need to do and get it done. Just get it done. This guy's a loser. Well, we're getting ready to be going in. Back to you guys.
Interesting call right there. I got to be honest, man. Like, when they laugh, like, sometimes I'll be in the building and I'll hear AV laugh, and I'm like, TLG's here?
And somebody who's been friends with AV and TLG for the better part of 20 years, I know Mama AV TLG. Killer, don't talk about Mama AV TLG. She'll hurt you.
Ready for this? Let me see if I can do it.
But a minute and a half for Midnight Ghost Hunt, and if my memory was right, I'm pretty sure the Paladins. I'm pretty sure the Paladins won last time they played off the strength of Strix as Ghost gameplay.
Yeah.
So with Strix going in, I think the Paladins have a sense of comfort in his ability to play the game, and not to mention the rest of the team learning since then. Because Strix, dude, you carried. How'd you do it? Hey, man, I did this, and this. Oh, so we need to do it like this. So now it means one person had a good plan and execution. Now the rest of the team knows that now.
So I believe the Paladins are ghosts. If my memory serves, was it KLiK that busted somebody within 10 seconds? or did somebody bust KLiK within 10 seconds in Ghost Hunt? Or is that a different game?
I think that was a different.
Was that a different game? I'm trying to remember what happened their last Ghost Hunt. But it looks like we have a timeout by KLiK. So he might have had issues with setup on Midnight Ghost Hunt. But I'm trying to remember what happened last time they played this game. Actually, I think they dominated, though, in the last time they played it. I feel like they did.
And if they did, then the Paladins with their strong comeback from the Ghost side, because I think the Paladins were down down at Ghost when the midnight clock rolled around. So it'd be interesting to see, is this a game that's inherently and truly balanced when it comes time to battle, or do the Ghosts have a true advantage, or whatever the case may be? Because if the Paladins are able to survive and Strix just comes back, I think if I was the KLiK, my goal is to find Strix and get Strix out the game as quick as possible.
After his previous performance.
Exactly.
Yes, and obviously TLG just highlighted it right before the game, too. So you do see, so they're going Chicken Tech, Killer, him, and Carnage, which obviously Killer being a shooter. Now, that shooting is not as important in this game. It's a strategy. However, Killer is also an avid strategy player as well. So you see they got Chicken and Killer for the strategy, and then they got Carnage and him, who are just kind of shooters, kind of going there just like go in there and play the shooter role, I think. So for a good showing for KLiK. On the Paladin side, we got TK, Strix, Imperial, and Magna, all great shooters. And then you do have TK and Strix with a little bit of strategy work there.
And don't forget, you can't discount Magna's ability to play strategy games as well, and the energy and hype he brings, because if Magna starts getting hype and starts like doing goofy things, he's going to get hype, the rest of the team's going to get hype, and then chaos ensues. That is one thing you do not want to happen.
I'm just going to say, I'm proud of TLG for that interview. I think he's handling it the right way. He's not worried about score. He's just focusing one game at a time, and it's showing right now because the Paladins, after having a rough first game, doing pretty well today against the KLiK. And the KLiK has had a couple games dropped that I think they fully expected to win today. So this is kind of interesting turn events.
And I do agree with you about TLG, because a running joke in the league is calling them TL free, but the way everybody handles the middle and how being on tilt, TLG is always one tilt away from being that horrible nickname, TL free. So I think him doubling down on his mental and being calm and working with the team in order to stay focused is what's going to help him go through this game. Now the question is, can they maintain his lead? And if they don't, will he be able to keep himself level so that the TL free doesn't show up?
And I'm telling you right now, all these people calling him TL free, and what I have to say about that is I will never call you TL free to your face.
I'll do it to his face, 100%. I don't care.
And we got Overwatch 2 coming up next. Another good game. I think that one will probably favor KLiK. But in the way UEL works, you can never count anybody out. It'll be definitely be a competitive matchup going forward. But we got this one right here, Ghost Hunt. We have the Paladins as Ghosts, and we have KLiK as the Hunters.
It's going to be interesting to see how things work out with this. As you see, we've got 20 seconds left before game starts. The Ghosts are already right now running around getting set up and getting ready to rock. So we'll see them here in a second potentially. But the Ghost part of the game is not the most interesting sometimes, depending on how the... Oh, look. I'm the lamp. 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 But this is TK rolling around. You see him coming with his teammates.
It's map, not lamp.
But he's a lamp.
Another thing with this, too, is... maps, I think, make a huge difference in this as well, right? Because you have different objects, different maps, or is it all just one big map and you just,
Oh, it's different maps, different objects. Like if you remember the Reapers when they played on that pirate ship and Ricky was doing all the crazy stuff with...
This is one thing you got to watch for this is sometimes it's maybe not always the best strategy to sit still. Sometimes you want to see where they are and just keep out of their sight and keep moving. Because sitting still for too long can initiate cues that can give you away.
And if you actually look right now on the bottom right top of the screen, that ectoplasm buildup, that happens when you're inactive or not using any of your skills to find out to make noises. Because you have to have balance between hiding and attracting attention to yourself. So the ectoplasm, once that meter builds up, you're in a bad spot. And you can see the KLiK is taking the traditional approach of just shooting everything just to see what is or isn't possessed. And while this does work, it does waste a lot of time, but with about 4 minutes to work with, do you want to take the slow approach and try and figure everything out, or do you want to be more aggressive? So he throws the bomb out and detonates everything. So another thing they're doing is they're destroying a lot of the destroyable objects, so there's nothing left over. So if they chase somebody down into this area, it's a dead space.
So with 2.5 minutes remaining, not a single ghost has been found and taken out. So that is a good showing so far by the ghost. And they are going through and hitting everything, trying their best to find them. However, he just double taked for a long period. He's wasting time. Why didn't he take the first shot and move on?
And that's one of the issues, too, with this particular playstyle, because there are radars and things like that. You lose your ability to be as aggressive as you want if you do find the ghost. There we go. There's a radar. So the question is why haven't we been using this radar the entire time instead of going around shooting everything?
Maybe I don't think he plays this game a lot. I think maybe it was just an inefficient issue. Maybe he's just not very experienced with the game. But the bombs, I do like the bombs. Using that when you have a lot of stuff to shoot, it just makes more sense. Sometimes it's just blow it up. But you see he's following some more footprints here. See if we can track where it's going. But you see there's a lot of prints there, jumbled up and then gone. So he's tracking them, but it's quite a long path, which is still burning time. So you got 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Still all ghosts still out there. Not a single one has been shot or taken any damage yet, as far as I can tell. And then he jumped off. They're just, see, right now it looks like the ghosts aren't even sitting still. They're just literally staying away.
And they're making just enough noise and rotating as they leave this area. So, like, yeah, you're getting these footprints. And it looks like they finally see the ghost get spotted.
It's a piano.
But he uses the piano to block the door.
And then switches out of it. And goes up top to a different level. Good movement right there by the ghost, escaping.
1:10. If he can just stay alive for 1:10. And then we see... We'll see this loop starting up again.
Welcome to Midnight Ghost Hunt. Greatest game. I love this game.
And there he goes.
This is TK making moves. Ducking and weaving. We got less than a minute remaining until midnight. Then we're going to get a switch at midnight.
Nobody saw him.
No, he was seen.
Unfortunately, TK did get destroyed, but the thing is, he didn't get vacuumed up. So as long, yep, he got vacuumed.
Yep.
So
but
30
he
seconds
did keep
left.
them busy for a long time.
And I think because he got vacuumed, he won't be able to respawn. But 30 seconds left, and the fight begins. Some of the equipment the KLiK has right now is good for fighting the ghosts. But if they get caught at that weapon stand trying to make the swap as midnight hits, they could be at a huge disadvantage because they have to finish any alterations or weapon changes they make and back out and then immediately turn around. So they could get caught very, very violently if they're not paying attention. So we see the bomb right there. So Strick's watching the timer on that and moving around, noticing that they had that bomb set up for anybody to push through that walkway. So now the midnight timer starts. We got 4 minutes, and I think since one of the ghosts are down, they have to figure out how they're going to play this. Now, did the KLiK sit in one area?
It shows all 4 ghosts at the top, though, in the squares, right?
Okay, so I guess he
I have a trap on me, but it's okay.
got respawn into it. So you can see they're getting ready to prepare. Strick's getting ready for his patented flying crossbody.
I'll target him.
It seems like
this is not working well for them right now. The Hunters, the KLiK are taking advantage of wiping them out. They're not even getting close. Good play by KLiK to be able to group up and get into an area where they're forcing them to kind of push them.
And it looks like there is a Hunter down.
It went from plane to a still picture.
So it looks like it's 2v2 right now.
2v1. 1 ghost remaining.
Back up.
Yeah, res is up.
They're going very slow.
And
so
yeah,
that is a win for KLiK. Hunters win. Midnight Ghost Hunt tying it up again. And we are tied again. And did we get a wheel spin?
Overwatch 2.
Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2, you see the automatic 5 that have to go in for the Paladins, which is going to be LA, TOG, Strix, Imperial, and Mad Genius. Then you see Jekyll and Global have to go in. You're probably going to get OG Killer. They got many options for this, but I feel like they leave Chicken out just because they have enough options. So I think maybe they go OG Killer Carnage?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. OG Killer Carnage, because you have Jekyll as your primary tank. You have Killer probably do a DPS or one of your damage rolls, and then Global can fill where it needs to be. Because Carnage is a very strong healer. And then who do we also say? Mr. OG, and then OG is another good tank/support player. So you have a good solid 5 with goats if you want to go that route. And then on the Paladins, like you said, all 5 of those players have to go in LA, TLG, Strix, Imperial, and Mad Genius. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach the rules. I know LA is a very strong support. Strick's another strong tank. So from there, you have your tank and your support. What are these other 3 roles he's going to fill out? And if they're going to watch the footage from the last KLiK game where they played goats, are you going to approach the goats with that? Because the only way to really effectively beat goats is with goats. Or do you see if they go with the traditional format and adjust from there?
I think we're going to get LA and TLG running support, and I think we're probably going to get maybe Strix doing tank, but Imperial and Mad Genius are both kind of tank and damage. But I think Mad Genius does do some heal, some support as well. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of comp they go with here. As far as KLiK, I'm not entirely sure who does what other than a couple of things. I've seen them play Overwatch. They have had some good showings in Overwatch. And so I think this will probably favor KLiK unless Paladins can find a way to take advantage of them in like a bad spot, or if somebody's just having a stellar game. But I do feel like this favors KLiK.
But speaking of stellar games and favors, check out our sponsor, the great and glorious SurfThing PCs. The great machines. Thank you once again for the sponsorship, because if you want to be an end gamer, you got to play like an end gamer. Check out surfthings.com. Get yourself one of those amazing PCs and get your gaming skills on up. But 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on setup. This is a game that the Paladins are very familiar with setting up along with the KLiK, so this shouldn't be much of an issue on getting into the game. But is this a situation where the Paladins don't have somebody they exactly want in for this for it to be an optimal lineup, or are they comfortable with everybody?
I think they would prefer Magna to be in there, but I think they're still okay with it. I think the only change they would probably make is pull TLG for Magna, maybe. But I don't think they're going to have a lot of drop-off in this scenario, per se. So I wouldn't be too worried. But I still think KLiK has the edge in this, just pure skill-wise. So I feel like KLiK really has the edge, no matter what rotation Paladins put in.
But we hearing the calls from the arena saying, "Start it, start it, start it." So we should be in Overwatch here in a second.
You got to hear started about 10 more times before they actually start.
True. You ready? You ready?
What?
Ready?
What'd you say? Oh, okay.
Ready.
Huh? There's always somebody that you're like, stop the game, and the person's just, and you literally have to like, stop the game.
Huh?
Hey you, stop the game.
What?
What?
But 50 seconds left, and it looks like the Paladins might be taking full advantage of the setup timer, because if they're in a good position and the game's ready to go, hey, everybody, check your buttons right now. We got a whole 40 seconds to work on. Just scroll through there casually real quick, make sure everything's good to go. Yep. Everything's set up. This is what they wanted. This is what we wanted. This is how we want to play it. There's nothing wrong with using the entirety of the setup timer. You do not have to go into these games immediately back to back to back to back to back.
I will say we're definitely seeing a different Paladins today. Not only are they winning games and keeping up with KLiK, their energy is different. It's back to the energy you expect them to have. In that first matchup, they kind of got demoralized very quickly and very early, and so their mental just got really hit. Right now, their mental is just peak. They're very, like, firing all cylinders. It looks like we have a timeout.
So we'll see who called the timeout.
I believe by the Paladins.
Which is okay. It's one of those situations. But 34 minutes left in the first half. You're going to lose that timeout anyway. As long as you don't have to burn any more timeouts going into the second half, I personally think they're in a good spot. But Overwatch is, once again, one of those weird games where you can set it up very easily, but you can miss like one detail, and it can cost you another timeout or a forfeit potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is a tough one. This is one of KLiK's better shooters. I would actually like to see some Fortnite today. I know we have Carnage on KLiK's side, which does give them the edge in Fortnite, but I know it's your favorite game. But I think that is a shooter that could be pretty even, with the exception of Carnage.
I think
because Carnage has been playing keyboard and mouse lately on Fortnite, and I don't think he's playing as well as he did with controller.
I think what we should do is, like, when we had a rule change in Wreckfest and it made the game much more enjoyable to watch and commentate and play, we should have a rule change in Fortnite and take it to no build. Take it to no build. Way more people have fun playing it, get more exciting gameplay. But we also get to miss moments of like Bosi sitting in the circle for like 40 seconds before dropping and clutching against an opponent. So it's give and take, but I have no skin in the game when it comes to Fortnite.
Let's see. What do you think is going to roll next?
I think Forza or Tekken.
Street Fighter 6.
I mean, this would be a perfect time for Street Fighter to roll. Because that'll put the Paladins on a full reset.
I think Paladins have the edge in Tekken and Street Fighter today. Although I think it could be tough in Street Fighter more than Tekken. I think they have more of an edge in Tekken over Street Fighter.
I can agree with that.
But I still think they have an edge in Street Fighter because you like Chicken's okay, Mr. OG's okay, Jekyll's okay, Global's decent, like Him's decent. Like they're all pretty good, but nobody stands out. Whereas I think TK and TLG do.
I think if Street Fighter does roll, you're definitely leaning on the backs at Him, Jekyll, and Global as the 3 strongest Street Fighter players on the KLiK.
LA
but the problem is you have LA, TLG, TK, Strix.
I was talking Tekken. Sorry.
Oh, Tekken. Yeah, Tekken, your strongest Tekken player is definitely going to be Jekyll, followed by Global, and then Him after that. Whereas, like you said, the Paladins, it's TK, LA, Strix, TLG, and Magna, who's been practicing in Imperial as well. So, because Magna has never been bad at Tekken. He's always just been like a very good bot killer.
I always loved that Mad Genius played Shaheen because a lot of people don't play him, and I love that he had like a little bit of a different character. I've seen a lot of Yoshimitsus this season, and so far none of them have really been effective, so I don't agree with using Yoshimitsu. But it looks like we're going to get Football Club 24 next instead. That's going to be a sports game. So we got these. I think Paladins had a reset. I believe.
Correct. Paladins had a full reset going into Overwatch.
So KLiK is going to have not everybody available.
Use the godlike balance.
Paladins 4 FC. I'm trying to think who they would send in. Maybe Mad Genius.
You know what I do.
Or maybe LA or Magna. It's hard to say.
It's going to be interesting how they approach that, but this Overwatch game, you saw Killer going through his collection of Ana skins, and as I said before, they're going to be playing GOATs with triple tank double support.
Hold on. You ready for this?
That's what a lot of people have been doing.
All right, it looks like it's push on Coliseo too.
We get it, OG. You have the highest sensitivity available.
Oh, I think you forgot about the wall.
Yep. I guess you can do that when you're running a tank, so you don't have to. When you're running a tank that doesn't have to actually shoot.
Happens to the best of us. All right.
All right, let's see what we got here. We are getting push or escort with the robot, so let's see who gets able to take control of the robot first. Killer running this Ana back here, which is a distant sniper, being able to take advantage, use the sniper to heal his teammates. They have control of the robot, and they are starting to push it right away. I'm not seeing a lot of Paladins up close. It looks like they're playing a little reserve right now. You got an orb right here doing damage.
And that was from Sojourn, so that's Sojourn's one of the good options against tanks because she gets so much damage ramp from that orb landing and landing a headshot. But Jekyll and Killer getting a double kill, or Jekyll initiating on Orisha.
I got it.
Yeah, this is one of those situations that I feel like if you're the Paladins, you just forfeit and don't even play this. But if you're concerned about maybe them having more games on the wheel than you, then maybe you play it for a time. But if I'm the Paladins, I probably wouldn't have even played this one because I think although KLiK could just score this and win very fast.
Well, and the interesting thing, though, is if you looked at the initial team comp, you saw Hanzo get killed. That means the Paladins are on a traditional team comp instead of GOATs, and the best way to beat GOATs is with GOATs. So we might see them actually swapping. So that first engagement just might have been like, hey, let's test the waters. Oh, they're playing GOATs? Cool. If I die, I'll do this, and we'll rotate around. But the problem is when you when you have to do those rotations, you end up letting ultimates get charged up on the enemy team, and then you get situations where you start trickling in like that, and CK gets down. And Strix gets down. And I think that's LA on that Mercy right now, trying to stay alive.
Good shit. Thank you.
But you have Jekyll's Malga ult ready.
Jekyll's already 7 and 2.
Yeah, this is just one of those situations where things can go either way. But right now, the KLiK with a dominating performance in Overwatch. You see the Reaper coming in, and the Reaper just gets bullied out and gets ran down immediately. But the split in attention was not taken advantage of. So now here we go to stop, and then the Malga ult goes off. And then now it's just going to be a quick cleanup for Jekyll with the Arisia follow-up. This is going to be game over.
It's going to be a real fast finish by KLiK. So,
yep,
yeah, I guess there's no point in
wipe.
doing a forfeit because you're going to get a quick and easy move on. Didn't really burn any time in this game, so.
Jekyll, can you pull up the
Yep, and as close as the game is right now,
I got the right here.
it kind of sucks that you lost, but at the same time, like, it is what it is. Just shut down and get
0 kills on the side of the Paladins. Yeah, that's tough, but at least it was a quick game, so you didn't have to waste a forfeit, so they can just move on. Going to FC24, you got open rotation, so you're probably going to get Global and him, or maybe Jekyll and him, or Chicken. I don't know. You see the options they have there. Paladins are going to have open rotation. Not having Killer could hurt the KLiK here.
Nah.
I think they still have some decent players, but I know Killer is probably one of their best FC players, if I recall.
Well, if my memory's right, the Global and Carnage, even though they lost last time they played together, showed a lot of strength and really good teamwork. So I think in a situation where the Paladins might not have that much, have a lot of depth in FC, I think Killer and Carnage and Global will be fine. But in those regards, since Killer's not available, I say go Global him, and that still leaves Jekyll and Chicken Tech as anchors. And Jekyll still gives you decent coverage in racers behind Chicken Tech, great cover in fighters, and a little bit weaker of a shooter, but still a dependable player in those regards.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing right now, so if they decided to anchor like a Chicken Tech and then they get MK, perfect scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But what if they anchor Chicken Tech and they get 2K? Or like a Skullgirls. Is he good at Skullgirls?
He's a tier 1. He has to be.
True.
Like, if it had been like somebody like Killer or him who had been left in that situation.
He's a fighter, too. So.
Yeah. Like, if it was like Killer or him that left in that situation, I'm like, all right, man. Kind of, if it's not in your direct wheelhouse, just don't sell your teammate. But when you're the tier 1, there's a certain level of completion that you need to bring to the team. And even though you're not in that's not your usual wheelhouse, you need to be competent enough to not be a detriment. And if 2K does roll and they anchor Chicken, he needs to become. He's been in the league long enough to know him better at this point.
I feel like they should play Jekyll and Global, because I think if you're going by rotation and who you want to leave out, I think you want to leave out Chicken and him.
I don't mind.
Or at least leave out Chicken. Him, you could change your mind on that. But if you leave out like Jekyll and Chicken and you get like a sports game, they could be a tough situation. Jekyll can play a sports, but I don't know if Chicken can play some of the ones that are left. So it looks like we got another timeout here, I think, by Paladins.
I do not like this because I would personally forfeit Football Club and waste a timeout at this point. And it's not a matter of not thinking my team could win, but those timeouts in the second half are so much more important than they are in the first half.
They might have lost it automatically and not had the choice, though. But if it was me and I was going to call back timeout for this, I might be like, well, let's just forfeit and go to the next game.
And I said that during the Cyclones games, like, hey, I'd rather burn a forfeit than a timeout in this situation. We still have those forfeits don't go away the entire match unless we use them. If we go down to 2 timeouts, we go under 2 right now with still 2+ hours left on the clock. You're in a way worse situation because there will be a time where you need extra time. And going down, in my opinion, to that last time out before the end of the first half, not an ideal location to be in or spot to be in. But
I just want to see some fighters today. That's all I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to see some good. Well, you can't really see good Tekken because it's 5v5 one round. But I am looking forward to seeing some Tekken, at least to say that much. But Football Club, we're probably going to see a PSG mirror because that's kind of the standard in the league right now. Mbappe is probably one of the best athletes in the game. And then not to mention the support he gets from Neymar and some of the goalie options you can get. PSG just covers a lot of those bases so easily, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see PSG head. And then from there, it's going to go either way on how they actually play. But so what do you think of the game so far? What do you think?
Very competitive, very back and forth. I'm enjoying it. I like that it is being competitive. I was a little worried we'd get a blowout, but I was also at the same time pretty confident because after that first loss, I think the Paladins took that very personal, and they took a real like feeling of like we had a bad day, but I feel like we got disrespected. I think they really locked in. They've been doing a lot of practices. They've been really grinding, and I think they're in a situation where they're like, we had a fluke on our first match. That's what it was. It's a fluke. We're confident in our team. Let's go out there and perform and show everybody that, hey, we're not the worst team in the league. We're not the bottom of the league. We are a contender, and we're going to show everybody that we can be a contender.
And also, it's kind of wild to call them a team who only lost once to the bottom of the league team. Like, hey, guys, I understand they lost, but an entire month of no playing. You can't be like, well, the Paladins are probably one of the worst teams. No. They lost once. There's teams that already lost multiple times. Hey.
Yeah.
But
in the first game of the season, that's the toughest game.
You don't know. None of the rules are truly fleshed out. Nobody knows what they want to do in the games. Nobody knows how to respond in a lot of these games because after practicing, you had a chance to actually play against an actual opponent in the arena, and that
it's going to be
changes a lot of
2K. Lumina Rush and Chicken Tech was left out. So now this FC has gotten very important because Chicken Tech is left out in Global. So you're going to have Chicken Tech and Global have to go in.
No, it's Chicken Tech and Jekyll.
Chicken Tech and Jekyll. That's right. Sorry, I meant Jekyll. I don't know why I said Global. And then you got Mad Genius and LA going in for the sports game here at FC 24 against him and Global. Paladins really need to win this one because going into that Lumina Rush, they still will have TK and Strix available. But, I mean, as we've seen, Chicken Tech is probably one of the best Lumina Rush players.
But fortunately for the Paladins, they do have setup, so they do have first control on whether it's map or player. Oh, no, the rules changed, didn't it? So
yeah, they have the new game mode now, so it's 3v3 of the new game mode. I saw it once, but I haven't got to see how the setup and everything works.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a new game mode created by the game creator for UEL. It is the UEL game mode 3v3 competition, and it keeps track of all 6 players' score.
All I know is that shout out to the Paladins for picking my team, Real Madrid. Let's
and
go.
no walls.
Yeah,
stolen.
That's
pass.
out of
no
bounds.
wall. So it looks like blue and yellow is him and Global, which is the blue jerseys.
Which is France/PSG. Or no, this is just France team. And then we'll let you know as soon as we know exactly who it is for.
Ball stolen, gets passed, goes for a pass, fires a
Ooh,
shot,
nice
and
shot.
the first goal goes to Real Madrid.
Let's go. I would start doing the Real Madrid chant, but I don't want to like scream
Second
at
shot, but
everybody's
it
ear.
goes out of bounds.
All right,
Global
kicks in.
putting a lot of pressure here, but it gets stolen.
Slides
Almost
to keep
out
the
of
ball in
bounds,
play
stole
and
the
then kicks
ball.
out of bounds.
So not having walls, it's a totally different game of Volta. It really requires more skill. You're not saved by the walls giving you advantageous passes and bounces and being able to take advantage of that to steal the ball.
Almost goes for the same play again that they got the first score on. Doesn't work. Goalie steps up. But yeah, agreed. And not to mention the safety. Also, there's safety and skill in it too, because there's some amazingly precise and insane things you can do with walls. But now they have to play traditional soccer with this. And
They took the goalie out right there, or the defender out right there. That could have been a bad scenario, but they were okay doing that. They were able to recover. Both sides a little frantic here, but you see the gameplay. It's just they kind of settled in. You see who's going to settle in first. He's going to pass up top, get a shot. Almost
off the
gets another goal.
crossbar. Unfortunate.
Oh,
and the goalie.
The NPC defender did what they do best. They got out of the way and caused the other team to get a free goal.
Unfortunate. So we'll see how they start this attack this time with all the defenders up.
Now they have nobody defending, so they got to be careful because now there is no walls. But and the deflect almost gets a goal. He cleared that out quick.
Very
Doing
quick.
a reset. Got a pass in right there. Red. He does an aerial pass in, smart play. Now he's, that pass back, he gets another shot.
And gets the
that's
same
another goal.
goals last time.
Real Madrid got that soundtrack, you know?
Yes, sir. Supervillains get their own theme music. Real Madrid, Real here.
Dun, 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 dun,
Loses the ball. One thing I would like for the Paladins to kind of chill out on is moving that
right
goalie
there.
up so aggressively, because there's so many times like situations like that happen where they start dribbling and the ball gets taken away, and then the goalie's out. So you see a cross. Oh.
Got to keep in mind, it's hard not to break the habit of saying it because it's actually a defender, not a goalie, because it is Volta. But I do it. I was doing it for a while. I'm trying to keep myself from saying it.
Yeah, because like a goalie can just grab the ball.
Yeah. Which makes a huge difference because they're not goalies, so they're not going to be as good at stopping the ball. And we get another shot. They're doing the same play, but it's been working a lot of times at purple down at the bottom, passing it up to red, and red's taking the shots.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you see the cross shot and the bicycle kick, and goes just barely wide.
Yeah, Volta has such a small goal. It changes the game in that aspect as well.
Ooh, doesn't get the chance to get the rebound and get the extra shot on goal. I'm liking how the Paladins are playing. Like I said, my only complaint is them moving that goalie up so consistently. But for the most part, they're doing a good job of keeping the ball moving. Ooh, loses the ball as he goes for the dribble.
Got to get a second chance point
there
shot,
he goes.
Though. 3-1 advantage for the Paladins.
I love it.
Halftime, I was about to say, we had a pause. Like,
I think some players, it wasn't a pause during a celebration.
Oh, another steal. Good opportunity there again. Pushing through and another goal. 4-1 lead by the Paladins.
And this is what we needed to see from Mad Genius, and him being paired with LA, who has a strong sports background as well, puts the Paladins in a really commanding position in this game. Up 4-1, and that last second rolls off the first half of the game.
Last second, you're about to have another steal for the Paladins there, but
it
ran
was
out
looking
of time,
like it.
so now we're going to the next.
And now we'll see if this is an NHL situation where traveling to the right might have been better for them. They've had a chance to adjust to what they were doing in the first period to see if it changes. But as it stands right now, Paladins in the strong command, kicks it out of bounds, out the back.
Way out of bounds. Pass up top here. He's got somebody low, going to pass down. Ooh, stolen right there, pushes in. Is he going to be able to capitalize? Great defensive play right there. Going to have to pass it up. Gets stuck at the edge of the map trying to go out of bounds. He's got a free open shot, and he almost misses it anyway.
Walk that in. The last thing you want to do is try and crank that, and you end up misaiming the kick, and it goes off the crossbar.
He almost didn't walk it in, though.
Exactly.
So now you got, I think it's, 4-2 right now. Stolen.
Steals his lunch. All right, Paladins, this is where you got
two defenders on him right there going for the shot.
I think the KLiK has realized how the Paladins have been scoring so well, and they're starting to crowd the middle of the field properly. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do this going forward.
They're kind of doubling up everybody with the ball. And another competitive play right there for the Paladins, increasing the lead to 5-2. And he steals it again. He's going to break past passes. Oh, missed the opportunity right there. It's blocked, but he's been able to steal it again. In that situation, you got to remember, you have that defender behind.
That's not a penalty?
You could have back passed it to the defender to get him to pass it over instead of crossing. And then it's good defensive play stop right there.
Gets his player in the way to hit the shoulder. I think that was like a header defender. Like he kind of blocked it with his teeth, but like
he misses the shot. Another open opportunity missed by the KLiK.
I don't like that pass, but
we got another shot right here. Good defensive play. Hey, why does their defender look like Chicken Tech? I wasn't saying it as a joke. I was saying that's actually kind of cool, but like it's like they have Chicken Tech in the game, bro.
I don't know how I feel about that pass in particular.
Oh,
good
defensive play right there.
I would like to see
but it goes out of bounds.
I would like to see some little hesitation on that shot to get the defender to pull. No penalty on that. That's insane.
Another opportunity.
Oh, wow.
Always got to watch those second chance points, and we can hear the Paladins hyping up out there right now.
In LA, if you saw, just now telling everybody, chill out, game's not over. And then you hear Sam's Magnus patented yippee.
Out of bounds.
And mind you, a lot of these out of bounds in these past couple, ooh.
Another shot
game's
by
not
the
over,
KLiK,
boys.
closing the gap, 6-3. By Dembele or something like that. Dembele. Nice pass. Oh, missed opportunity there.
I think if he would caught that with his left foot instead of his right, he might have had a chance to try and.
Oh, gives it right away, and he steals another pass and another shot right there.
The Paladins cooking in these sports games like they want to be right now.
And this is what adding Mad Genius to the lineup brings. It brings you that sport element to back up LA, and now him and LA are in sync. They're playing well, even able to get a dominant position right here in a sports game. And this is what I think, why I think Mad Genius is a good fit for the lineup.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. As long as he's able to, as long as we're able to continue seeing this level of Mad Genius, they're going to do great. Especially in sports situations where a lot of the Paladins are familiar with the games. We're not comfortable as Mad Geniuses. Being able to go, hey LA, it's going to be you and Mad Genius. They go, cool, let's go.
Not to mention he had a good performance in Apex earlier as well.
Exactly. So I think Mad Genius is coming to his own, and
we got another shot right there. 8-3 lead with I think about 30 seconds remaining. Oh, and he steals it again. He's going to pass it up. They're going to get another shot. Oh, no. He shot too early. He should have waited a second, turned around.
Get the full range of motion completed. Well, 16 seconds left. The possibility of them scoring 5 is impossible. The lack of penalties, where we saw 3 penalties in NHL, but we've seen 2 people get suplexed out the air in FIFA, and not a penalty, not a warning, nothing.
5 seconds remaining, 4-goal lead. It looks like this is going to be a Paladins victory. They're just going to run that clock. 3, 2, 1, and that is game. Paladins win FC 24, and now we're going to go to probably one of the hardest games on the wheel, Lumina Rush.
Lumina Rush is a very interesting game because as simple as the mechanics and movement is, it's the precision of the game that really puts the skill ceiling up there. Because I was like, yeah, man, I got a top 10 time on map 1-1. It's like, that's vanilla, man. That's the most basic level in the game. You have players in this league who are setting like sub 10, sub 15, sub 10 second times on maps 2-10, 3-3, 3-5, some of the newer maps that got dropped in this most recent patch. So,
not to mention, you have a situation where we just had a whole new set of levels that came out about a week ago as well, which you've seen some of these levels are pretty complicated, and it's kind of that changes the game as well to see who is actually playing currently. But it looks like we have some news from the floor from AV. AV, what's going on?
I could not get over to the interview area in enough time to tell you guys this, but the Paladins are super hype, and I can hear from the crowd, people are saying, who needs Chris G when you got LA? Interesting game.
I don't get the joke, but all right.
I am happy for LA. I am so happy that I'm happy for all the Paladins. But the one thing, I'm not poking the bear with Chris G. Because Chris G is showing massive amounts of growth, showing that he's here for the league, showing that he's here for his teammates, bucking back at some of his own management over there. But at the end of the day, showing that he's here for the league. And personally, I would like to see that matchup. But that's Evo champion Chris G. I mean, I know this is UEL, but LA.
Hey, if not to cut you off, but speaking of LA, we got 30 seconds remaining. But let's see if we can get a quick tier one update.
Oh yeah.
Soon. Do we have a tier 1 update ready to go? We have a Paladins forfeit. I actually agree with this call because Chicken Tech is going to be very hard to beat. They're going to put him probably as a third. I actually agree with this call. I think that was a smart choice.
Yeah, just get it out of the way. As fast as this game could potentially be, it is one of those games where you do not want to waste.
Are we going to get MK1 without Chicken Tech? That would be wild. Oh, no, he is available. Final Stand Ragnarok. Final Stand Ragnarok. That is a game we saw Strix dominating in their first week performance. But in that saying, hopefully we have a Tier 1 and Tier 2 update here because I would love to see some updates on that Tier 1 list. But it is going to take a bit for them to calculate those last couple of games. We had some changes. How do you think this is going so far? Like, if you're looking at this matchup, Final Stand, we know that 2 are going to be not available for KLiK and that it's going to be 1 and then a reset. No, 2 and then a reset for Paladin. So once we see this updated rotation, we'll be able to see who's going in and who's available.
It's going to be interesting nonetheless, but I think with the Paladins, no matter who has to go in, they're in a good spot. Final Stand Ragnarok is a game that a lot of people had to do a lot of thinking and calculating to figure things out. And when there's a lot of math or science or a lot of background work in order that needs to be done to dug into a game to solve a problem, TK and Strix are probably 2 of the best people in the league to do that. Some people's like, yeah, man, revives work really well, or this works really well. TK and Strix are the type of players that actually go into the game and cause these scenarios to happen. All right, we're going to do a 4v4 in practice or in-house. You guys do this, we'll do this, and we'll see exactly how the points break down. Oh, this worked better than this, so all right, cool, we're going to adopt this. So I wouldn't be surprised if TK has like a 4 or 5 page document about how Final Stand Ragnarok works, map selections.
Final Fantasy?
Final Stand Ragnarok. Sorry, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a huge document, detailed breakdowns on things they need to do in order to optimize score.
So I feel like, all right, so obviously we're going to get TK Bad Mood and Magna. I guess they're probably going to put in Strix, maybe Imperial.
And not to mention, Magna granted it was done on the order rules with the longer time, but Magna did have almost a 10,000 point difference between him and the next person going forward. So, hey, if that's how it is, or if I'm in the Paladins right now, I am, as you probably heard TLG go, let's go, Final Stand, baby. So, yeah, I'm happy with it.
All right, let's see. We got 2.5 minutes remaining. Final Stand is, I'm interested to see what kind of map choice they go with, because you have some different things in this game. We saw in, I believe, the Reapers match, they played that like one that's like you're almost like in a dungeon, you're going through the tunnels in like the pathways, and you're fighting all together in those pathways and fighting in those round rooms and trying to like going through the doors into the other parts of the dungeon. Like you have maps like that. Then you have a lot of maps that are just literally just giant wide open maps.
Yeah, you start at the tower, and then as you leave that tower in like village style area, it's just open fields and forests to work with. So it's going to be interesting to see, like you said, what they choose and how they play it. But if they go for that open map, KLiK needs to realize that Magna, like I said, 20,000 points. But here's that breakdown you were looking for, Lockdown. So let's get that up.
Let's go. Oh, Chicken Tech untouched virtually right now with the 4-0 showing LA 4-3. Obviously, LA has some losses, which is unfortunate for his record, but this has been real competitive. And you do see that, like, Chicken Tech is 4-0 right now. He's put himself in a very advantageous position, but I wonder if that was intentional or if that's just how it kind of worked out today.
Because if LA was played in as much reserve or as reserved as Chicken Tech was, we'd probably be looking like a 4-0 to 4-0. But LA has played more games. So, yeah, inherently Chicken Tech looks better because he has less losses, but he's also played less games. And I think that's the bigger deciding factor.
So KLiK had 2 forfeits. I know one was Halo. What was the other forfeit?
It was – I'm trying to remember what it was.
But you saw that he's
Dead by Daylight.
Okay, Dead by Daylight. But you also see which he was in. So 2 of his losses were forfeits, so they didn't show up in the loss record.
So
but you see he's 1-0 in every category but fighters. He hasn't been in a fighter yet. So my question is, if we get a fighter today, do you think the Paladins are going to take the Chicken Tech Challenge in Mortal Kombat 1?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
As long as
Who do you think it's going to be, TLG and TK?
Depending for Mortal Kombat, it's going to be probably TK and LA.
Okay. I haven't seen LA play Mortal Kombat, so I'm curious about that. Let's see what we get here. I'm going to say Fortnite. Yeah. Probably not.
We will see what it is in a second. But we see Gwendolyn.
CTR? StarCraft?
And that might be potentially bad timing for the lineup for the Paladins, because I know a majority of them do play it.
In for Final Stand.
Which is a bit of a detriment, but we'll see how.
Right,
but
so
as you see, game started off and on that wide open map I was talking about. You start in that village area and you're able to push out into the woods. But we see Magna on the flame archer lady.
Run for chests.
And then
chest as quickly as possible.
And
now,
then,
these early rounds, you're not going to have a lot of enemies, so a lot of times you'll see them pick up these power-ups to try to get these to increase their damage and their abilities and stuff with these power-ups early, because the couple kills you're going to get from these first beginning waves is not really going to give you much. It's that last like 3-4 minutes of the game clock in UEL, the amount of time we play. That's when all the combos come into play, which gives you more points. So it's those kind of later time kills that do the most right now. So you don't really have to frantic too much. You mostly just have to get kills as they come, pick up some power-ups, and then stay alive.
It's like playing a farming simulator. Yeah, you want to get the large harvest, but you got to start off small, start off slow, and just kind of tend to everything and be consistent. And as you get into the later game, that's when your opportunity to really show off comes up.
It's basically Call of Duty Zombies mixed with like World of Warcraft, like MMO style. Basically like an MMO zombie wave.
Lockdown, we're roughly the same age. It's Gauntlet.
He fully just black screen.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we had somebody have a crash, PC crash, maybe.
No.
So-
You're restarting.
And as you hear, TLJ, hey, man, I could probably get back in. My man, you were completely out the game.
Magnum making the call. No.
And it's smart because he wasn't actively killing anything, so that means that's points he weren't getting. And honestly, in Final Stand, if it's better for you to go down and get revived because at least you're worth points, but if you're not actively getting points, you're actively hurting your team.
Yeah.
Actively. I like saying actively. Get active.
All right, so that is another reset. It's the first reset we've had on the Paladin side. But you know what? We'll be right back. If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
And there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volari Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volari. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Hi, guys. Hello. It looks like we had a crash there on Final Stand, so we're getting everything back up and running. We'll get like a 3-minute tech timeout here for you guys so that you'll see about how much longer we have. It does look like we're stuck at like the 2-hour 12 mark, or maybe we're going in game.
Hey, your good luck.
Anyway, this has been a really interesting game. Honestly, I thought that KLiK would have been taken off more than this, and it looks like the Paladins have started to find a little bit of their footing.
I think when you're the first game of the season, speaking from personal experience, nothing goes right for you.
Yeah.
And it's not a matter of the equipment or the wheel. It's just that you're a fish out of water. You haven't seen how people are cutting time on setting up. You haven't seen how people are playing the game. So when you get in, you're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall, hoping everything sticks.
Yeah.
And some of the, like I said, the Reapers and some of the stronger teams are able to get through that. But the Paladins team is pretty much an upgraded expansion team. So communication, setups, new layouts, and everything tend to be a little bit more detrimental than before. But they've had a month to watch other teams, talk to other players, like, hey, man, what do you feel about this game? Well, this is what I've been doing to help. Because at the end of the day, if I don't play against you, you're nothing more than a bucket of information or information resource unless I go against you in the championship. So,
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But as we get into Final Stand Ragnarok, there is a time limit. I believe it is an 8-minute time limit, and they are to kill everything that they possibly can. As you can see, TK here with the live now. That is who we are watching. And the camera that we're looking at is global. That is the one that is in black and white. This game reminds me a lot of Dynasty Warriors, where it's like a hack and slash, and you kill as much things as you possibly can.
This game needs Zhang.
No, this game needs Lubu.
Tadokatsu Honda will make orphans of your souls.
Oh, my God.
But TK on the Ninja right now, doing a good job. 59 kill streak, doing just mowing people down. And I think he hasn't really used too many abilities for the most part. This is just, no, he was using abilities. Because it looked like this character just has a really good,
Drop the tower.
a really good wide arcing AoE attack in front. So he's able to stack up 100 kills very quickly. But did he summon that wall? Did that wall pop up?
No, he did summon that wall. One thing that I really like about this game is that like the concept is to get as many kills as you possibly can to get as many points as you possibly can. Now we've seen this map before, and we've seen these enemies before, right? So like they've already completed the first wave. Like what exactly do you need to do on this game in order to like start really getting the lead? Is it just like your positioning? Is it just knowing where the mobs are going to spawn? Like what's that look like?
For this game in particular, in order to get the lead, the first round is kind of just like, yeah, a little hanky pick, whatever. But you see them hanging around. There's a little switch right there that activates and deactivates for each round. And if you're there for the round activation, that's points right there. And as the game progresses, then more enemies spawn. And then red bar enemies, which is like considered your elites, those are the ones you want to focus out and try and run those down. And then as the round progresses into that elite round, then portals start to spawn further out. And there's two different ways to handle that. If it was just you over there, destroy the portal, get the points easy. If there's an enemy over there, once again, destroy the portal, try and secure those points easy. But if it's even a teammate, you want to try and eliminate as many ads from that portal group as possible and then destroy the portal, so that way you're farming those points essentially just for your team.
Gotcha. No, that makes a lot of sense. And they're all in the same like general vicinity, right? Like they're just going against they're in the same lobby?
Correct. They're all in the same space. It's not like how we play Maelstrom. Or how we used to play Call of Duty last season where we went into public lobbies. This game is a controlled lobby, thanks again to our partners over there at Final Stand Ragnarok for blessing us with On the Wheel. But game is set up so that we're able to go in as a group. Granted, there's no PvP just yet, but everybody's able to go into the game all at once and try and maximize their farming efforts against the enemy team.
Right. So do you think that like the strategy for this would be to then try and steal the kills of the enemy? Like as we can see, OG is kind of like he's sitting back, like the character that he's playing kind of just throws a spear over and over again. Would it be a good idea to go into the enemy territory and then just launch the spear to try and steal their kills?
Yes and no, because you're playing a very, very dangerous game, because you risk them going down, you risk not letting them go down and steal the revive, because revives are worth points. And you also risk helping them, because that means you're not dealing damage and trying to last hit. So that points you would get from damage is now reduced, and then last hitting, if your timing is off, you just help them get a kill. So
Gotcha.
it's a high risk, high reward situation. But since there's enough spaces to rotate through and fight through, being able to fight on your own would be the more optimal thing to do instead of trying to like kill still like that. But as you see, OG right now is just kind of focusing on this red bar, and that's what you want to be doing as soon as these red bar waves start spawning, is to kill them. And then see the spiders on screen, so I'm pretty sure TK's having a blast right now because he loves spiders. Magno with his archer rotating around through some of these AoEs gets the little Molotov skill burning on the ground, the AoE. So he's doing a really good job at angling himself around that circle, so as the ads come to him, they step over that. So he doesn't have to worry about doing much more damage after they're already on fire. But Lockdown, welcome back.
Thank you. Missed some action here, but it looks like we got a lot of kills coming in. They're on the third wave right now, which is the Shadow Wraiths.
And the third wave usually signifies about just over half the game being over. So we're going to see how they're able to do this, because usually it's about the third wave completes, and then as the fourth wave starts, the game's winding down to its last minute or so. So we'll see how the Paladins are able to maximize their point efforts. And it looks like Magna got caught up by some frostbiters at the very end. Now we got TLG with his sword and shield over here just hacking and slashing around. And it looks like that might be OG with the spear person next to him. I don't think that was a teammate. But some good hack and slashing right now. You love to see it. And then TLG's running out now to gather some more spiders. It looks like that's like just over a basic enemy. It looks like he has a fire shield, so great way to bundle those enemies to get some free damage. And like I said before, Wave 3 is completed now, so we're going to Wave 4. We should be hearing a call out from the floor now, about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes left.
All of us need heal.
And if you
2 minutes
notice,
remaining.
And if you notice, the Paladins have been running around grabbing these treasures. And that was a call out Sam made before the reset. Hey, make sure you guys look around finding these treasures, because like you said, getting these power-ups early helps you later on. And if you're able to kill enemies a lot faster, you're able to get a lot more done.
I see we already have somebody running the character that has the summons, which is a very good option when it comes to having to stop the game, and he gets a couple of extra kills there at the end, the extra points.
That character is really interesting in the way she approaches the game because a lot of players pick that spear character because she's able to just do her thing, activate all her abilities, and as time's running out, be able to get extra stuff. And it looks like somebody opened up a large treasure trove over there. So you see the Paladins
all swarming it.
I think Killer's over there as well. So looks like TLG just kind of ran over there and just grabbed some stuff and said, "Hey, I'm
he's
good."
just holding the button, taking whatever he can get." Which is not a bad strat. Just take it away from the other team quickly before they have a chance to look and see what they want.
Yeah, because with that opening right before the wave starts, you don't want to be too far away that you end up costing your team kills, not being able to fight. And here we go, and that is
I'm telling you, if I'm in this game, I am literally I am stealing kills from the other team the whole time.
Like AV brought that question up, and it's a rough spot to be in because you're either dealing damage the whole time and you're hoping your damage gets in last, or you're waiting to do damage and hit the last hit, so then you're not doing any damage, you're not getting those points as well. So it's a really precarious spot to be in.
True, you could have the other three focusing, getting points, and then you could be with the other team trying to steal.
Oh, wow, that's actually 5 seconds, so.
One, game ends, hands up. Paladins are like, hands up, please, please, hands up.
All right, as you see, Fatherboard, leader and owner of the Michigan Paladins, hanging out looking over his players, but hands are up. So now the game is going to wrap up, and then we will see what the final score breakdowns are, and if the Paladins are able to tie it up, or if the KLiK extends their lead to 8. Clock's going to be sitting at about 2 minutes and 3-ish, 2 hours and 3 minutes. So we might see another game out of the KLiK, or we might see this rolling in a half because setup timer is going to be 4 minutes, and if this KLiK wants to burn a timeout or not to play the game.
I mean, KLiK does have a timeout. Paladins have one, but they're already down to one, so I don't know if they want to, but it does look like they might have StarCraft ready to go. So if they can start the game right away, they won't need a timeout.
And
I do see LA, but it looks like Mad Genius is there. Sorry, I just want to put my hands up like my hero Strix that's sitting out there. You know, he's my hero. I just want to be like him. Absolutely my favorite commentator.
You're a hero. Sheesh. But point totals getting tallied up. We got StarCraft coming up next. You're going to see LA, TK, Magna, and then either I would probably put Mad Genius in for this and save Imperial.
I saw Mad helping with the setup for LA, which tells me that Mad Genius knows what he's doing, so maybe he is in.
I think that would be the better idea.
Not
honestly.
having Strix, I feel like if TK is a strategy mind, you want to put him in. I don't know if he plays StarCraft.
Oh, TK is 100% going in. LA's 100% going into Magnus. Those three are 100% going in my opinion.
So you think Imperial will be the one left out? Probably.
Yes, I think you anchor Imperial.
He
for
knows
this.
a little, but he's still not quite there. Magna has
Correct.
more experience, I think.
Correct.
So does Mad. So, and also, it's okay to leave him out. He does know a little bit of fighters. So I mean, there's only one 1v1. Actually, the 1v1 fighter is gone.
Yep, and that was
so it's okay.
Blue.
And if he gets like a F1, he can race. He's a racer, so he should be okay.
Yeah, and F1 rolling in this situation would be kind of rough because that would mean Chicken Tech would be available afterwards. But
is that updated rotation on KLiK?
I think that is.
Judging by Magna's reaction, it sounds like it might have been a Paladins win.
And then the
he
Paladins
said best game on the wheel.
And Paladins continue to show their final stand domination.
Let's see. We'll see if that point pops up. Is that another tie ball game?
And then who had set up for StarCraft?
StarCraft, I believe. I'm trying to think. What was the last game? Final stand. I don't know how to set up there. It is a Paladins win, so it's tied up again.
Let's go.
All right, we got some news on the floor from the cloud. AV, what's up, AV?
Oh, man. So Paladins, as you guys know, won that game literally by a landslide. Strix, I think he needs to practice that game. He had half the points of what TK had in on the Paladins, bro. It was awful. Once I find out the actual numbers, I'll let you guys know.
Wait, so Strix had half the points of his own teammate?
Yes.
So everybody in the
TOG?
lobby, Strix?
Yes.
What?
They said he was trying a new strategy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it didn't work.
I think he needs to practice.
Yeah. So he lost the TOG in a strategy game. I'm not having it. I just said he was my favorite man, and he just messed me up. You know.
Dang, let me look at this handy dandy Paladins profile that was given to me.
Let's go to the Strix one.
There's only one word: washed. But
it looks like
we're going into
not
half.
getting StarCraft in time. So I guess we are going to halftime. So we will be back here shortly.
15 minutes. But
welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
And there
and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
he loses this now, I don't even know.
If you
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him-
TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Really right now hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back to the second half. We have an exciting tied-up game here. Paladins versus KLiK. Michigan Paladins, Vegas KLiK. We have a pretty competitive matchup here. Now we're going into StarCraft 2, a strategy game both sides, I think, are pretty confident in.
Yes. Talking to the players during the halftime break, a lot of positive vibes on both sides. Even spoke to Killer about his gameplay in Siege. And fun fact, Killer's actually a mute main, so that's how he's so comfortable with that angle he took in order to see the C4 net information and know the flank. So good on him for knowing that map and knowing that situation with mutant interaction. But now we move on to StarCraft, and the Paladins look very, very comfortable and ready to go all across the board with all 4 players going in.
So they have their 4 players ready. They're going to have one person left out, which I know who that is. I believe it's going to be Imperial that's left out.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side, we're going to have Chicken Tech and Jekyll, and I'm guessing they're probably going to do OG and Killer, I think. However, that would take Killer out if they get a shooter, and they do have – there is, I think, 2 shooters left. So I don't know
Fortnite
if that's
and Valorant, I believe.
Yeah, so I don't know if it'd be a right call to do Killer, but I think it might be – they might have to try to win this game.
Because there is a certain level of confidence from the KLiK with Strix not being in, but StarCraft, especially in the mode we play now with the unlimited resources and the limited Vespian gas and no supply cap or limit and a raise limit, allows players who played it before who had issues with the early game with building all those resources up and building all the supply cap bonuses, gives them a chance to play. So players like LA who understood the game but wasn't comfortable with the early game, now it gets to skip all that. You get to see more stronger play. So I definitely agree with you that Killer might have to go in just to try and clinch this game for the KLiK.
So I was talking to the Paladins during the halftime, and what I discovered was that FC game, they were very confident, and the reason they were very confident is because one of their rookies that they picked up, I believe that lives in Vegas, is King Cryptix, and he's actually one of the top FIFA players in the world. And so apparently he did a lot of practice sessions with them, getting them trained up on FC 24, which is why they went in there so confident that they were going to be able to win that game.
Yeah, if I have a world ranker teaching me and help me out, like granted, you're still going to see the differences between a more vested player in the game compared to a world ranker. But if I have world ranker knowledge behind me and world ranker reps being monitored and updated and like tips and tricks given, LA was always confident in the game. Matt James was always confident in the game. But the combination of those two plus that training showed you that gave us that dominant performance we saw.
I think the last time I played FC competitively in UEL, it was me and Mad Genius playing together, and I forget who we played against, but we beat him like 10-2, like just dominated him, and that was back on the Trolls days. So I knew I knew with him being in there, I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna be fine as long as they mesh well, and they seem to have a great chemistry in that game. And then the last game we saw, Final Stand Ragnarok, Strix was trying something new, which is a little strange. It didn't work out for him, but luckily his team carried the weight, and hearing that is like, oh, so even TOG did decent in that game as well.
Yeah, Strix getting the lowest score of all the Paladin members in that game. And I understand, man, it's like, hey, strategy, technique, and all that. Live games are not the time to be trying out new strategies, because what would have been the situation if the point value was very low, and the reason why the Paladins lost was because Strix didn't perform at the normal level he normally does, and the KLiK comes out and wins by 200 or 300 points.
Yeah, and that is a strategy game, so I actually thought that game would be a little KLiK favored, but seeing how they performed is like, okay, the Paladins are pretty good at Final Stand, so that's good for them.
Like I said, TK and Strix will rip apart a game and dissect it as much as possible. Took the gamble on the new strat, didn't work out, but the team, like you said, covered the difference. Now we got the next wheel spin coming up, and let's see what we got coming up next.
Street Fighter 6. Let's go. We got StarCraft, then Street Fighter. We're starting off with a bang third. I am so excited.
And the thing is Imperial is actually very, very comfortable with Street Fighter. So with him being able to come in straight off that and get a full reset, you'll get to see LA, TLG, and you'll probably see Strix. You'll probably see 2 to 3.
Somebody had a lineup mistake. I think we're going to get some news here from AV.
no.
What's happening on the floor, AV?
Yeah, so it looks like KLiK made the same mistake again. They only put in 3 people instead of 4 for their lineups. The same thing happened for Dead by Daylight, which is why they received the forfeit. So it looks like we're going to get a penalty timeout from KLiK or potentially a forfeit. We're going to find that information out here in just a little bit.
The worst thing to do is to play a game back and forth like this and then cost yourself staying in the run. Because if this continues to happen, a level of frustration in your leadership on the team or yourself starts to happen, and then things go downhill from there.
I want to know who's putting in the lineups because that's the second mistake they've made in lineups specifically today. Me, I would definitely be like, hey, you got to lock it in or somebody else has got to be assisting and have access. So, like, when last season with the X-Gods, I always had, like, Havoc, like, hey, Havoc. I gave Havoc access for rotations, too. So I ever had an issue, he would always double-check, and he would say, did you put the lineup in? Or he would double-check the lineup after I did it to make sure it was right.
And that's
it's always good to have a second person that's keeping you on track and keeping together with that.
Oh, that is super smart because that means Global will not be live for Street Fighter 6 after this. And once again, another strong strategy pick from the Paladins.
Such a move.
And you got
KLiK
killer
might
out of
have
rotation last time for Dead by Daylight, forcing them to be like, hey, we can't win without at least 2 good survivors in.
Yeah.
So now Global not being in for Street Fighter, Jekyll will be available for it, but Jekyll not going to have that dependable backup and Global figure. And that makes things a lot easier for the Paladins because then they only have to send maybe 2 or 3 of their dedicated fighters in instead of 4 because of the off chance Global stills around. For one
Yeah, but if they can win StarCraft going into Street Fighter, I think you're full swing and try to go up 2 games.
That is true. That is true. You always have the potential. But the thing is where's the Paladins' comfort in their lineup on where if they do the full send, how comfortable they feel in that next role? Because there's still plenty of sports games left on the wheel, so Mad Genius being anchored is still a good spot.
So they're going to have 3 people available plus Imperial. So you got a shooter available. So I think if I'm them for Street Fighter, I'm going. I think you leave out Strix. I think you go LA, TOG, and TK.
Leave out Strix, Imperial, and Magna.
Imperial's going to be in automatically, but he's available.
Yeah. I mean, on like over rotation side, he's on the out. So now Global, who might not be as comfortable with this game, it has to go in. So we'll see what happens.
All right, let's see if he knows what he's doing. We'll see. We're watching TK right here, and we got Protoss running by TK, and it looks like we're getting a crystal spam right off the bat, which is expected in this scenario. So we got 1 Protoss there. Let's see who else we got on the team. We got the right side, which is Paladins, and the left side of the map is KLiK.
And you see TK building his way across the map right now, just making sure he has as much coverage as possible with these pylons. And at any given point, if any of his drones see anything weird, he's going to see it. So we'll probably see him start building. Yep, you'll see him start building up his forces in base. And that's one of the about this game mode. You're able to just run out your units off into the distance, and then as you're generating more probes, you're starting to build everything else out. So you see these drones starting to spread across the map, and that midpoint, which is very huge for staging and actually getting builds going from there, is going off quickly.
And you see he's already got his hotkeys set. He's got 1 and 2 already set for the probes and something else, so that he's able to take advantage of that and use those hotkeys to constantly be building and doing things, even if you're not seeing it on the screen, which is something that is a high skill level tech thing for StarCraft. If you are smart enough and to take the time to learn and know what to do, you can set it up and set up your hotkeys so where you can take advantage of that, and you can constantly be building, even if you're not looking at that building. All you got to do is press your hotkeys, and you can cause them to start building from the building without having to switch, move across the map to like do it. So you can literally fight and build at the same time.
And that's one of the things called APM actions per minute. How many actions are you taking at every 60 seconds? Are you doing multiple things at once? Are you using your shortcuts? Because like I said, once you get those shortcuts set for those buildings, then it's like, cool, I need you to build all these units. And you queue the units up, which means just setting them all up to be built. And then you go on to your next idea, you go on to your next project. It's like, okay, cool. I need to build a couple of ground units, start those up. Now I need to go over here and set up my Air Force or my rating.
So we got some action here. So what I see so far is the Paladins have already been building out and reaching towards the other side, whereas KLiK has not left their own base areas, and you already got some contact going across from KLiK getting pushed by Paladins early, so that's probably maybe that might be TK. But the Paladins are going aggressive, pushing and attacking right away while you have KLiK that hasn't really left their base yet.
And if you look at LA, even though he might not be as fast as TK, he still clearly has Stargates being built up right now, and he's already setting up his extra pylon build so he can get more units going. So you can see that level of comfort across the board is on both sides of the team. And you go to Bad Genius' side, we're setting rallying points for the units you can start summoning here soon. It looks like you see the Cybernetic Core upgrades, you see all the ground units being built, and you see more units getting teleported in right now. And you see Global chuckling at the bottom like, man, like I've been working on this, but I ain't there yet.
And you see Mad Genius right there doing the same tech. He's got 2 hotkeys set. So you see Mad Genius is putting a lot of work into this as well, showing his value to his team.
And one of the things I heard about the Paladins is Mad Genius has actually made it to plat on the ranked leaderboards, or on in ranked for StarCraft. Granted, that's traditional StarCraft, but having an understanding of the fundamental game and then being able to skip all those basic fundamentals to just start building, it alleviates a lot of pressure, so your thought process goes straight in the late game.
All right, so we got some attacks here. Mad Genius is watching some fight here. It looks like somebody's attacking.
It looks like Mad Genius rolled in the Killer's base with all those ground units, and looks like Killer didn't have a strong cannon front set up. So all those ground units coming in, and now all these Stargates coming in, it's slowly delaying Killer's plans and attacking his pylons. And even though there's no supply cap limit, Protoss need pylons to power their building. So if those pylons start going down from that initial push, it slows down everything Killer's trying to build. And now you're going to start seeing Void Rays starting getting queued up right now.
I love seeing Mad Genius stepping out, a game that probably nobody expected him to be good at. And not only did he practice it, he got good at it. I love seeing players that put the time and effort in and are able to pull out games that you did not expect them to have.
I think this season is going to be a big season for a lot of the former Bandits players, former and current, because look at the performance of Lucci-sama from game 1 till now. Now you look at Mad Genius coming out, showing the knowledge he has in sports games and actually following through with it. And then now here he is in StarCraft, a game like you said, nobody would have expected him to be comfortable with, keeping up with TK, which is in and of itself a pain in the butt to do. And now he's doing his own thing.
And now we got another force going up and attacking.
And there goes the Void Ray, which probably have that beam ray upgrade. So this Air Force is moving across the screen already. We're only for about 5 minutes into this game, meaning there's only 3 minutes left for building.
I'm going insane. If I
And it looks like Chicken Tech is dead or has left the game.
Rush him, boys.
So is that a forfeit on the
Good job, everyone.
I think Chicken Tech was the top left, and he's already been eliminated.
Make sure all of his builds are gone.
Yeah, there it is, the forfeit KLiK.
They did not expect them to be that good at the game. Good showing by the Paladins. They are hyped up, and I got to say, very impressive. They were very aggressive very early. Good showing by the Paladins.
And that's one of the things I said earlier. StarCraft is one of those games that there's so much reading and information in the game. TK and Strix are going to crack into it like a fresh book, and they're going to just decipher it and boil it down for the team to understand so simply. So
now we see KLiK is going to have Chicken, Mr. OG, Killer, him, and Jekyll are going to be in for Street Fighter 6. Now, OG is no slouch, and neither is Killer or him. I feel like they're probably going to anchor Jekyll, and they're going to start him, or might have him at that third spot.
I would like to order to probably go OG, Killer, him, Chicken Tech, then Jekyll. So that way you have your power spread out across all 5 positions, and then your weaker players being Killer, and not a knock Killer and Chicken Tech. Because Chicken Tech is not a bad fighter, but Street Fighter is not his game. So the fundamentals of having him going in before Jekyll gives you a chance to try and steal some extra life before Jekyll actually stands into play.
I'm really excited to see TLG here, and here's why. TLG last season had to be the anchor in Street Fighter every single time. Now he has a comfortable Street Fighter team with him, so now he can not be in that anchor spot. So if he goes first or third, we might be able to see a lot more action from TLG than we did previous season, because last season on the XGods, he had to be the anchor all the time. Now, without being the anchor, he gets a little bit of that comfortable freedom to like, hey, I don't need to stress. It's not all on my shoulders. I can go out here and just play and win. But also, guys like Mad Genius and TK and Strix, if they need them, all have experience in this game. Even Imperial has experience in this game. So I think this could be a heavily favored Paladins one.
And not to mention, I have played against Imperial from last season until now, and he has probably one of the most consistent Blancas I'd see in the league, besides maybe Mr. Fear. I know Mr. Fear tries to tout that he is the best Blanca in the league.
We have Fortnite or Roller Champions?
Fortnite.
Okay, Carnage wasn't available for this, so he will be available on rotation.
And the question is, will the Paladins actually play it?
Honestly, at this point, if they win this and go up 2, play it.
I can agree
You're
with that.
You're burning time, and Carnage is good, but has he beat 5 people good?
I mean, Bosif has done it, and then...
But Carnage has not.
That is true. And then Carnage, the last time in the Fortnite foray, he had to deal with Ricky, KLiK, and QWERTY.
Yeah.
So let's see if he's...
So it's hard to make an evaluation off of that, but...
Because I'm not going to discount, like, Fortnite pros, but, like, I think they would still struggle to deal with that kind of situation when you have 3 people at that level pushing you at the same time.
That'll all come down to experience and practice, although a lot of people forget about Magna when it comes to Fortnite as well. He's no slouch. All right, so it looks like we got Paladins on player 2. That Blanca by Imperial, like you said, going against Killer, running the Kimberly. Good aggressive start by Imperial.
And like I said, Imperial's Blanca is a very fundamentally sound character, or he plays it very fundamentally sound, and I don't know how comfortable he is with the Kimberly matchup, but as you can see, he knows his game plan in Blanca, and after a couple of exchanges, he kind of knows what he needs to do and what he needs not to do, so we'll see how he gets through this. The EX teleport, let's see, gets jumped in. I won't be surprised if we see a drive impact on Wake Up. No. There's the sliding sweep. There's the overhead.
What I've noticed he does a little different, Imperial. He's not uncomfortable being pushed against that wall. He actually is playing a little back.
And unfortunately,
good combos by Killer right here, doing a lot of damage to Imperial. Imperial might be in trouble here. He's got to get out of this and make some moves. He is able to make some attacks, but then Killer gets some blocks, able to stop it. Goes in with the level 1, I believe, and takes him out.
And that's one of the situations with the Kimberly matchup, and one of the issues with charge characters is if you're not truly comfortable. You saw he's playing Blanca on Modern, so he's able to negate that charge. But when you play on Modern, you lose some of that exact precision movements and inputs. So an EX Blanca ball would have knocked Kimberly out the air a lot of those interactions, and unfortunately, because he was on Modern, he didn't get a little bit of the speed that you normally get. He has the reactions for it, but some of the launch speed might have been off there.
All right, so now we got a jury by Strix going against Killer with the Kimberly, and look like he did call a button check. I did see that.
So we're going to see Strix adjust his buttons and go into this with a Kimberly that's just over half health by the looks of it, or just at half health. So if he sticks to his fundamentals, he should be able to blow through Killer relatively easy, because this is a situation where Strix does play this game. He has played ranked. He is comfortable with the Kimberly matchup, and he is used to playing online.
I think KLiK is going to be leaning heavily on him and Jekyll in this situation here.
All right, so let's see. Like I said, just simple inputs. He tries to get the DI, and then Killer burns out. So this is opportunity
Killer's
for
running the Modern Kimberly, so he's got to be careful. His team burnouts, and now he's going to be able to combo and keep going because he's not going to have that meter. What a good comeback by Killer.
Jumps in, but catches the anti-air, and then you should get the grab off of this.
Got to watch those Moderns.
Now, if I was Strix, because it looks like Strix is starting to overthink a lot of his inputs, there goes the drive impact.
He's got to remember Killer is not an expert Street Fighter player. He could be a little bit more aggressive.
Exactly. Giving too much respect to Killer. Like I said, too much respect to Killer.
And he did it 3 times.
Exactly.
See? That's
too much respect to Killer.
Yeah.
As you see, Strix is like, yeah, man, I almost got it. And there's like, yeah, stop respecting him. You see TLG telling him, like, hey, he does not play the game as much as you do.
But that's also what Strix does, is Strix takes nobody lightly. And so sometimes that actually, in this scenario, it could hurt him sometimes, because he expects everybody to be a real challenge. And sometimes he needs to know, hey, just UEL him. Hit him with the UEL. Just out-tech him, like test him. Make him prove his knowledge of the game.
Exactly, because the worst thing you want to do is lose a game that you should win and everybody else knows you should win, only because you overthought it and then put yourself in a bad position.
All right, so we have Mr. OG running the Luke.
And then Mr. OG, on the other hand, easy confirming the level 1, good damage.
He did the Modern assisted combo. And then the Wake Up, which does not work well. Strix is warmed up now, dodges it. And now Luke is already burned out. That's the problem when you do those Modern assisted combos.
And there's the
you're
drive
going to get
impact.
burned out so fast, and the person that's running Classic is going to be able to capitalize on that.
And he jumps out of the corner knowing that stun counter is probably coming his way. And there's a side switch throw. He jumps out again, gets the cross-up kick. And then there's the grab, and then
Just gonna do it
drive
again
rest.
right here. Watch, ready?
There's the low, goes for the DP,
grab.
and then there's the grab to kill.
You have to skill check them.
Exactly. Like you agree, and I said it. Like, it's cool to respect your opponents, but at the same time, once you realize, nothing personal, you're not that good, get wrecked.
Now, I feel like I have not seen much from Chicken in Street Fighter is in his history at UEL. I have not seen much. I could be wrong, and he could be decent or pretty good, but from my memory, I don't feel like I've ever seen anything special from him in Street Fighter. So I know that he does have a high life lead over Strict, so this will be interesting to see how it goes. He is running classic Cammy, not modern. Good combos here, okay.
Confirming a level 1, good damage, and then Oki situation. Yep, and that should kill.
Yep, there you go. And he sweeps him out. So, he had a good advantage there. Now he's going to go up against TOG, which should be running DJ unless he's selling.
Now he's 100% on his DJ. Because at the end of the day, TLG likes to play different characters in different games, but when it comes time to actually play for real, and I'm not saying he hasn't played against other people for real, but when he feels certain situations, he now knows and understands that in order to be the TLG his team needs, not the TL3 everybody loves to bring up, he has to be playing his best.
You're going to see a lot of flip-flops on the face from that DJ.
In this Cammy matchup, I think the air slicer covers enough space so he can't Cammy drill underneath it, which is that spiral kick she does underneath. And then...
While Cammy has a lot of good moves, she has a lot of punishable moves.
Exactly.
Yep.
And it jumps in, gets grabbed. Trying to get the low confirmed. Jabs him out. Catches with the anti-air. Drive impact to counter the press.
Here comes the combo.
I think we might see a level 3 confirmed from TLG.
You're going to see them combo punches coming from
I think
that
he's
move
saving
soon.
it because he wants to have that opportunity up to take a lot of health early.
Ooh,
it is the
nice.
EX. TLG's now burnt out, but he's not backing down.
He has no reason to.
Exactly. He blocks. And now Chicken Tech's burnt out. Chicken Tech with the grab. Now see if he gets the hard knockdown opportunity. Misses the level 1.
Jumped it. A lot of jump movement
and
by
there
the
goes
Cammy.
the EX slicer. Or I don't think it was EX. That was the double slicer instead to wrap that up.
Yeah, it wasn't the EX one. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
but
he was still burnt
see,
out.
right there, that's a problem with Cammy is she has a lot of like jump moves and rising moves, but that makes her very punishable. And you notice he was jumping a lot with the Cammy.
And the thing is, DJ's kit inherently has really good. DJ was the boogeyman of Street Fighter 6 for almost 2.5, 3 patches. Even now, he's still good, but he's not as egregious as he was before. But this is him on the Kimberly, which is him that was taught to him by Cutters. So this is a high-quality gameplay here. So the question is TLG going to understand what he needs to do in order to get... And there goes the side swap throw. Now, I think if TLG gets the level 3... TLG might get the level 3 confirmed combo out of this.
He should. Given that him is being really aggressive, he needs to try to get as much of that as he can.
And then next, I guarantee you, next input... Oh, I was going to say, him might go for the level 3 combo. Oh, no, the trade on the EXTP.
And he's got it.
Oh,
no!
Him with the Tatsu to delay his landing with the level 3. So now LA comes on with an Akuma against Kimberly, a modern Kimberly with 3 bars. So unfortunately, TLG put LA in a bad situation because Akuma is known for its high damage but low health. One touch from him, we can look at Akuma with a quarter of its health at round start.
So LA going in means that they are anchoring TK.
Which he has been putting a lot of work in this. We could see, yep, there it is. And just like that, LA is going to start starting this fight off at half health.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with what happened there. And you see him as a very aggressive Kimberly. He does not wait a second. Oh, a lot of moves there. He is in trouble. He's got to get a move. Oh, bad wake up. LA might be in trouble. Oh, and LA is out of here.
Unfortunately, in the situation LA was put in, he didn't have meter. And I think if he had meter, we see a different situation where he's able to try and fight back with some EX fireball, or not EX fireballs, with super. So we're waiting for TK to mosey on over there. and it's going to be TK on this Aki with him in and Jekyll behind him. And this is an Aki that Jekyll has a lot of reps against, and a Kimberly that TK has studied extensively. Because when it comes to fighting game players, the second a player in this league starts to show growth, and not just, hey, I learned a new cheesy thing, but shows knowledge of the game and their character, TK pays attention to them. So it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with this situation going forward.
Yeah, see, him has a very aggressive Kimberly right out the gate. He does not wait a second. He doesn't wait to see what you're doing. He is rushing you immediately, and he knows the combos to do that. So you have to be real careful when that fight starts. You got to be prepared.
Exactly. Unfortunately, Aki does have a normal hef pool as compared to Akuma. So you don't have
runs Aki?
Huh?
He runs Aki?
Yes, sir.
Oh, interesting.
I'm glad he came over to Aki because she's perfect, and I can change her. She's amazing. I love her. But jokes aside, TK has put a lot of time in this character and a lot of the interactions she has with a lot of the cast. And Kimberly is at a bit of a disadvantage because the way Aki controls space going in as a character. But we will see as this happens, because one of the things in favor of Kimberly is when she uses that level 3 and lands it, she does get a buff. And in this team battle mode, that buff does carry over consistently. So he's going to have to deal with the amped up Kimberly starting this next round off. But TK getting his buttons adjusted and everything, we'll see if the baddest of moons will set on the KLiK, or will the KLiK come together and win.
So we might be looking at another tie game here. A lot of back and forth today. And then you got Fortnite coming up next, which would probably be favored in KLiK's favor. So if they could win this and then go into Fortnite, that would be a good opportunity for them, especially not having Global available, showing a really good performance here by him.
And then you see the grab. No, see what the pressure is. Goes low. And now TK has to adjust and understand this is a modern Kimberly. Drops to level 1. And the thing is, with Jekyll being on, and that, wow, that whiffs, unfortunately. And it looks like TK goes down to him.
Yeah, modern Kimberly is just way too much rush. And that is a win for the KLiK.
And now going into Fortnite is a tough spot to be in, because now this is a full lineup available for the KLiK. Yes, you have Magna and Imperial available, and then Mad Genius. But I think the KLiK is a way more comfortable team when it comes to Fortnite. And I don't know if this is a world where you want to take the risk.
Yeah, I think in this situation, you just lost a game. It's going to be a tough one. You probably, if you're the Paladins, you might want to save some time to get more games, maybe FF, and then just go to the next game. Because with Carnage going in, it does give them an edge, and it's hard to beat an expert player like that. Now, you do have, I remember practicing with Imperial. He's got some great shotgun one-tap accuracies. But if he doesn't have the building, if nobody on their side has the build-up, to be able to keep up, they might be in a bad spot.
So that's where the risk is, too. Not to mention, you still have Killer, who's, once again, a very strong overall shooter. And if he knows how to build, or if he partners up with Carnage, that means he doesn't have to do anything but jump and move and then shoot when he needs to. That could be a very detrimental setup for the Paladins.
I think they're going to leave out Chicken and Global.
That's what I would do, honestly, because
the others then.
Those are good anchor options. But Global has been playing this game more because of his time on the former Guerrillas, aka the KLiK now, and I think there wouldn't be surprised if we see him go in. Because there's not as many shooters left on the wheel as Fortnite falls off with this, but there's still plenty of fighters left and still plenty of sports games where you would want Global available. So there might be a situation where Global does sit, like you said.
Yeah.
But he could go in because I think he does have the Fortnite chops in order to help out Carnage and the rest of his team.
So let's see who the Paladin put in. TLG and Strix, I think they're FFing. But we'll see.
Yeah, 20 seconds left on setup, and Paladins do have setup.
They might be thinking, we got it. Let's do it. But
it's gonna.
This is also a long setup game, and because it's switched from Street Fighter to PC, it's only a 2-minute setup. So if it's your setup, they better not burn a timeout for this. They better just take a FF if that's the case. I wouldn't burn a timeout for this if I was Paladins.
100% agree. I would not burn a timeout. This is definitely a situation where you forfeit instead of timeout. And honestly, you play enough of the game to get the next game set up if it's another console game. But they don't have setup. So forfeit does reset the timer to 4 minutes, but being caught off guard by having to get on the setups immediately does usually help.
Yeah, so the time is down. I haven't heard any calls yet. I don't know what the situation is, but I know if I was the Paladins, if I was the game is loading it. So they already are in the game. It's just loading. Yeah, if I'm the Paladins, man, I don't know if I would have played this, but.
And here's the thing, though. We haven't seen the Paladins since week 1, and they didn't play Fortnite during that first game.
Yeah.
So we don't know if that team has grown in Fortnite. And if they have, this is the best opportunity to showcase.
I mean, I like, because, someone like Magna, he'll definitely come in here and, get a strategy. We got NBA 2K next, and I'm trying to think who is available, but I think it's Chicken and Global, maybe, that have to go in for 2K on KLiK. And then I don't know who will be available for Paladins, but it might be, LA and TK. And then I think, LA and Mad Genius are going to be available. The duo and another sports game are going to be able to play together.
That's going to be huge.
That might be a good thing for Paladins to be able, if they lose this Fortnite, they got a game to try to tie
looks like
it
there
right
was
back up.
there might have been an issue because I think somebody went into the wrong portal, so they're on the wrong team.
Well, no, they usually split up portals because you can't have everybody on the same portal because you only have 4.
I guess
so you have to split up.
I guess I heard something wrong coming inside, but looks like we see Carnage already pushed over on top of the Paladins and boxing and building.
He's running that default, doesn't want to get checked. So TLG has been dropped. Carnage is getting shot at. If they figured out who he is and they're focusing him, that is a smart play. Oh, they rushed him while they're in the spawn. That's what happened.
So it looks like TLG shaking his head in defeat. So Carnage is still doing Carnage things.
Yes.
And he's definitely trying to make up for getting jumped by QWERTY, Ricky, and KLiK last game.
I think he just shot his own team on the right and he realized it, so he stopped.
Red ping on the right, Jonas?
Stop moving.
So you can see they're taking the little pop shots here and there, getting ready to wall up. And right now it's just kind of deciding on who they're going to attack and who they're going to shoot at. And one person caught out in the open. It looks like they're starting to get some structure damage on Carnage's build. So Carnage is going to drop down and start rotating to the right with some of these ramps. He jumps through, drops another ramp, and he's going to ramp his way over to that previous build and start his attack from there. And here we go. How's Carnage going to take this fight and how they're going to deal with Carnage? And then we can hear from the arena call-outs from Strix. I'm low, I'm low, I'm low. Let's see how this goes. Gets walled off.
Is that the Aaron from Tech on Titans?
Yes, it is. And then somebody just gets their teeth brushed by Buckshot. Oh.
Carnage just cleaning them up at this point.
It honestly is just, this is a Carnage show right now.
But if they get cleaned up quick, at least they didn't lose a lot of time.
That is one of the upsides to this. It's like, yeah, you might go down a point if he able to win these back-to-back. But, hey, man, it's Carnage, and you guys already knew what you were going into when you signed up for this.
I just heard it. What? What? I heard Magnus say, guys, I won, but Carnage was still alive. Oh, my gosh. I think somebody was on the wrong team.
Oh, no.
But I don't know who it was, so somebody has to sit out for going to the wrong team. So I think they're trying to narrow down who was on the wrong team.
I wouldn't agree.
But it seems like maybe Carnage and Magna were on the same team.
Yeah, because I remember I was saying earlier, Madness said somebody slid in and bumped me out the way or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, if it's on Magna, then that's bad. But if it's on the KLiK.
Also, but honestly, oh man, I don't want to say it because I was against it, but that really changes the whole aspect. So I feel like that changes the whole aspect of that last round, because if you got the two best players on the same team from opposite teams, of course that one's going to win.
Exactly, and that's one of those awkward situations. So that might have been a Paladins round 1 win, and if that's the case, that means Carnage has to work twice as hard in order to get through this.
Or it was a KLiK win, and the Paladins lost, and they lost because they didn't have one of their best players. So I don't know what the scenario is. I don't know who was with him when he was partying, but this time he did go with him, and him are at the same box. So I know they're good this time.
Yeah, OG and Check were holding off red team.
As you see Carnage over here healing up in the box, trying to build up on top of them and create more pressure, trying to lock them in there. And then Carnage
Ooh,
getting
take some
lit up,
shots.
so I guess that might be Sam that's over there dealing with him, or maybe one of the players is getting some good lineups on him.
That's all you need to know. Okay, I got you.
All right, we're hearing some calls. No, hit them, no move around. See somebody rocket off to the distance or a rocket get fired.
Oh, him
and
gets the
then-
cleanup while he's trying to get the revive.
And
I
I
think
think
he killed
that
TLG.
was him getting TLG out the game. And then looks like he's saying I did build up above us, but he edited through it and killed me. So that's one of the risks and situations about playing Fortnite like that, and where you're trying to revive your teammates in the active fire situation, because you can't just stop reviving and pull your gun out immediately. There's a delay on that.
So him and Carnage are still alive, but Carnage still has that only half health and like no shield. So he's starting to get some shield now. So he did have some shields to pop. So Carnage did get some shield back. His health is still a little low.
Yeah, we got all of them, I think.
All right, so all right.
It's just Sam. Sam's the only one.
I think KLiK might have won the round. They're just waiting on the cleanup, or maybe they're trying to make a decision of what happened.
No, don't delay.
Oh, just
don't delay the game. Don't delay the game.
Okay, so the last round didn't count. It's now 1-0 KLiK. Because the
Okay.
first round they had players together on the same team from opposite sides, so they discounted that round.
And just had them
and they just
reset.
had them basically keep going. So that is 1-0 by the KLiK right now, winning the first round.
Yeah, they're green.
So that is an update. The first round did not count, and KLiK took the second round.
To your points.
We're blue. Yeah,
All right, so Sam voices, Magna voices some of his frustration over there, talking about how the first round went. And hey, man, it is what it is. You got to focus up, because focusing on the past will not change anything. You got to win now. Down 1 point. If the KLiK secure this round, the game is over. And you see Carnage already pushing into an enemy base. And once again, well, it looks like he's trying. Looks like him's once again trying to take these spot shots with the thermal. And then they're immediately pushing.
Looks
their
like
weak
Carnage pushed them in the spawn again and rushed them while they were in the spawn again, trying to take advantage and thin the numbers out by pressing and getting TLG and some of those guys out in that box by not letting them get out.
teammates. Exactly, because the annoying thing is when you're an experienced player, is when an inexperienced player picks the worst time to shoot from your blind side and gets a good shot on you. Because that inexperienced player getting the good damage on you, an experienced player going ahead like if he's going against Magna, can hit him for like a good 700 a good 150 headshot, and then somebody else cleans it up. The worst thing you want to do is, like I see what happens to him, is getting dinked by somebody who's not as good as you, because then it ruins your entire flow.
Him took a lot of damage. He builds up and he's takes a slurp right there. That's going to slowly recharge his health over time. I'm pretty sure that we already lost a couple of Paladins in the scramble here, so I'm not sure who's left, but I think Magna is most likely probably left, but I know we lost TLG for sure. He got stuck a little bit on his edits right there and then fell down, pushing somebody to see what's going to happen. Now he's still on Carnage here. Watching, he's doing the edits, moving in. He's got somebody downed up here, trying to bait him out to come up. Now they're going to shank him, and that is going to scan on the map to let them know where he is.
And it looks like somebody jumped up. Might have been Magna to try and make a play. And you see them trying to drop down and get to his teammate to try and get some healing done. But once again, they have the high ground, so Carnage.
So it's hard to tell what's happening because we're watching Carnage, but he hasn't been in a fight for a while. There you go. Now he's in a fight shooting somebody. So, yeah, just kind of sees frantically going around. So they KLiK. I think KLiK won.
Yep, KLiK won that 2-0.
Okay. So that is, I believe, a win for KLiK going into 2K, and you're probably going to get LA and Mad Genius. I know Imperial will want to go in, but I would probably say send in Mad.
Nah, LA Mad.
So I would say LA and Mad versus Chicken and Global. I think that's a game the Paladins can win to tie this back up. Global is good. Chicken, I know, does not really know any 2K. He knows very basic big man, and I think that's not going to be enough to stop LA and Mad Genius if they start popping off.
Exactly. This is one of those lineup situations that just like this is where team design truly comes in. Because yes, him's a great sports player, Jekyll's a great sports player, but like where do you make the decision to put in a weaker shooter for some of these games?
Well, you got to remember, a lot of that is KLiK's own fault by having two lineup rotation issues to where Paladins were able to select who goes in, throwing them off of their rotation twice. So that is affecting their rotation right now by their own mistakes.
But also, they did have a full reset going into Fortnite, and this is an active decision they made to go into this game. So
Yeah, they left 2 fighters out.
Well, Chicken Tech's more of a racer.
I get
shooter,
that.
but
Yeah,
I get what
so
you're
that
saying.
makes sense, but
the thing is, with the fighting games left on the wheel, you still have Tekken, Skullgirls, and I think that's it. Tekken
But
and
with Carnage virtually guaranteeing the Fortnite win, they probably could have had different people they left out. Obviously, with Carnage going in, obviously Carnage and Global is their best 2K duo. So obviously that's not going to happen no matter what because they needed Carnage. The next game, we got a wheel spin. The next game is CTR. And I think that's going to be Magna and TK maybe?
And the problem is the KLiK has a full reset going into this game of 2K, so you'll probably see Chicken Tech going back in, and probably Mr. OG, or Killer.
Isn't him decent at that too?
Him is as well, and I think him might be able to save. I think this is a game you send in Chicken Tech and you save him, because I would rather have one of my weaker, one of my tier 2 racers going in instead of my tier 1 racer.
Gotcha. Speaking of tier 1s, I think pretty soon we'll have to check these tier 1 matchups. Maybe we'll wait until after this 2K matchup.
Yeah, I want to update
after
2K.
So let's see. So LA is playing Shea Alexander, and Mad Genius is playing Wemby, because Wemby in 25 is a goated. And then you see we got Chicken Tech running Kareem, as expected, and Global's Durant. So 2 big men, and Durant can shoot. But are they going to have enough shots to be able to win this matchup when you have a good point guard in Shea by LA, and then you got Mad Genius playing Wemby? I think this is going to be a good matchup.
And I agree wholeheartedly. Like, I know a decent amount about basketball, but I'm completely on the fence, so I'm just taking your word. I know Kevin Durant. Everybody knows about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Shy, I have no idea this. Wemby, I've heard his name before, so I'm going to leave it to you to kind of explain what the heck is going on right now. But
we might have a back and forth here, because I think we could get Chicken and Global going right back in for CTR.
If the Paladins win this, do you see a world where they go ahead and just say, nah, we're not playing CTR and go through with it? Because CTR does have the potential of being long because of the way the tracks are.
True, but I don't think anybody on KLiK is like the Cat, QWERTY, Hollywood. Like, nobody's that level on that team in CTR, which means you still have a possibility of winning.
But there is a matter of perspective of they might not be at that level, but how much better are they than me?
Durant goes in, passes to Kareem. Chicken Tech passes out to Durant. He goes for the shot with the hand in the face, misses it. Rebound by Mad Genius, passes it out to Shea.
You got to back up, brother. You got to back up. There you go.
He's going to go out and make some moves. Wemby with the pick, giving him an opportunity. He's going to pass out to Wemby. He's going to back him down. No, he's going to pass out. Chicken Tech trying his best to stay with him, but you got Kareem trying to cover on the outside, which is not good. And now he's going to get a Wemby. He doesn't go for the shot. He hesitates, waits for a second, and goes for the easy point.
The easy finger roll.
All right, he's got to get the Kareem away from that three-point line. He's got to get Kareem inside, and he's just standing there with the pick. But luckily, Global knows what he's doing and is able to go in there and get a point. Mad Genius taking his time, trying to wait for the right opportunity to arise. He knows I don't have to rush this. I just have to wait for it to develop. Now they're pressuring. We got a small flag right here. It's going to get ball at the top. Kevin Durant. Global's at the top. Cuts
LA,
to the right.
chill out, man. You know about getting down like that. Give him just enough space to move. You get like that, you get
by
back.
Durant. Durant passes out to Kareem.
And this is a mismatch.
Passes it back.
Rotate back to Kareem.
That Kareem is a real bad mismatch when he gets matched up like that. Global making some moves. Passes it over to Chicken. Pass back out. Good tight defense by Mad Genius in LA right now, not giving them a chance to really do anything. He passes out to Kareem, almost a bad pass, but he manages to recover.
And that
gets in a
shot
bad
clock.
spot. Now he has to shoot a pass. Passes it, and then he gets stuffed by Wemby, and then Wemby gets the rebound too. Now, if he's got Kareem on him, and he just needs to create the space for the shot. Oh, and it's stolen away.
And it gets
but then it's
stolen back.
stolen right back. And then pump fakes.
Oh,
another
my
steal.
God.
What is happening right now?
Slow down, stupid.
They're all
Take your
just, like,
time.
panicking right now.
Don't do it. There you go. Keep
He
your eyes
almost
on Durant.
backcourted there. That was close. I think Wemby's going to take it out, and he's going to pass it to Kareem. He's going to go for the shot, and he gets it.
That's questionable, but 2K going to 2K. Let's see how the Paladins handle this right now.
He got stuck, and now he has a free opportunity, but he doesn't go for the shot. Instead, Wemby will. Is he going to hit it? He misses, and the rebound goes to Durant.
I would have liked to see Matt Genius bring that back up and around and try and get a pull to him so LA can try and go for a 2 to try and get that lead back and get 1 point. But we'll see how they do. Screen's coming in. And unfortunately, screen set a little bit too deep, so he gets caught on him.
I don't know what he's doing with that screen. He's screening his own teammate. I don't know what that was weird. He's waiting, and now it gets stolen by Wemby. He doesn't even have to go back, but they will anyway to try to get to spread him open. Oh, and he
gets the ball
gets
back.
Lucky. Passes to Wemby. He jumped, jamming it.
And then he backed him up, and he jumped. Gotta stay on your feet.
Gotta catch him jumping because he's not Chicken is not an avid 2K player, so you got to get him to jump. You got to pump fake and get him to jump. Kareem, he goes for the points. He makes it. Kareem will do that. Even when he got hand in the face somebody on him in defense, a lot of times he can make those short points. Pump fake.
Global knows better than enough to run up and jump.
Oh my gosh, he caught him slipping
LA,
twice.
come on,
Get
man.
the points.
Come on, Ellie. You got to shoot those.
What are they doing? Tied up 3-3.
Taking a lot of risks for no reason there.
Chicken taking it from the top, passes it out. Global sitting there making some moves, trying to separate some space, wait for it to opening. Cuts on the right side, gets the crossover to kind of a virtual pick, passes it back out.
His stamina on Durant getting lower,
he's
meaning his
sitting there for
defense
the
is
pick,
getting
but
worse.
instead he
His ball protection.
passes in, move in. Kareem has the ball. Passes out.
Kevin Durant with no stamina, so this is where you really want to press and maybe potentially reach when he tries to square up. 4 seconds left on a shot clock.
Now his shot clock, he has to shoot, and he's going to shoot.
And he gets the shot while heavily contested.
Kareem literally just makes everything no matter what. This is crazy. Shoot the ball. Why is he?
LA
is not shooting. Please, this is so frustrating to watch. He did
Drops
make it finally.
2.
He is not shooting those threes when he's wide open.
I think LA is instead. I don't think LA is comfortable with the 2K25 shot yet. The problem is
stolen, and now easy points right there.
There we go.
6-4 lead by the Paladins.
3 minutes left on the clock for the game with our new blacktop rules. Let's see if LA and Mad Genius can keep this. Force the separation. We see if LA and Mad Genius can keep this up and try and secure the point and tie the game back up.
You can see LA and Mad Genius are playing great defense. You just got Kareem able to take advantage a lot of this game by having the stats to be able to make those shots even with the coverage is really high. But we're not seeing enough three-pointers out of Global right here, which could be what could be hurting them right now in this game. And we also have seen a lot of steals. And he's got the rebound on that one, passes it out. Wemby's got a wide open, but he's not going to take it. He's going to go ahead and take his time. They have the lead. And now it gets stolen by Kareem. Chicken Tech with the steal. Global right back at the top of the key. And we got a foul.
Yeah, there you go. Get him out the way. Get him back at the top of the key and then reset your
They
defense.
know they have UEL game clock, so foul, kind of not let him score. Global goes back. Get a pick
Proper
right
screen
there. He's
this
going to
time.
go around. Wemby's going to go. Passes to Kareem instead of going for the points. But Kareem makes it again.
I think at this point, Global's trying to get Chicken Tech on fire with that Kareem so he can take more aggressive shots in and around the key like that.
I would have pushed right there, but all right, yeah, go ahead and take the shot.
There we go.
It's
There
a
we
green
go,
before
LA.
he hit the hoop. 3-point lead by the Paladins here. Mad Genius and LA looking to win another sports game together today.
I'm happy to see it. We just need you to finish strong, boys. But Global is doing his best. He's not being no slouch. Chicken Tech is helping defensively. Just if Chicken Tech could do a little bit more with the positioning when it comes to getting them set up, like maneuvering around the court to try and get some separation for the Durant. And another
the ball
steal.
is stolen again. If he can pass it out. No, instead he just says, I'll take the points.
The greed pays off. 9-5 in favor of the Paladins.
I feel like what happened is Global struggling to get open here with the defensive coverage.
Oh,
he is
no.
really having a hard time.
Oh, no.
But actually, surprisingly, Chicken Tech has been keeping him in the game by getting these points with Kareem. But you see Global struggling to get things going right now defensively. LA and Mad Genius are all over him today. And it's falling on Chicken Tech to try to get those under the rim points.
And I think that's where the difference is between the two teams right now, is it's LA and Mad Genius. Good punch and lay.
Now Mad Genius is just popping off, getting every point he wants right now.
But Chicken Tech is not able to do the offensive support. Yeah, he's getting the boards, he's getting those points, but he's not supporting Durant out on the wing, out in the three-point line.
Every time he gets open,
everybody is currently screaming in the arena at LA to take these three-point shots. I'm gonna scream at him at the end of the game.
He's just laughing. But you see, every time Global gets open, instead of taking the shots, he was going in, and that is a Paladins win. LA and Mad Genius win another game, another sports game together. Mad Genius showing why he is a value to this team being in the lineup today. He has a tier 7. He has been playing very well. But speaking of tiers, we're coming into CTR right now. I'd like to see if we can get a tier 1 update right here for the UEL. Let's see, 4-5, tough one by LA, but he's got that 2-0 in sports. He is showing out in the sports. They struggled in that fighter game in Street Fighter. Chicken with a 5-1 record right now as tier 1.
And once again, this is a lot of disparity because LA has played 9 games. Chicken Tech has only played 6. And that's the one thing I want to keep on. Chicken Tech is definitely doing better between the two, but I think LA playing 9 games and going 4-5 is not to sneeze at. But I'll let you say be positive. But hey, we got AV with something for us on the AV cam. What's going on, brother?
Me. Oh, snap. But hey, what's going on, everybody? Back here on the floor, I got your man, LA Knight. Yeah, here. So, LA, how was that game for you, man? Like, you were on fire, in my opinion. What were you thinking?
It was really fun. I know I already hear y'all telling me right now, shoot the ball. I got you. I was trying to pass to my shooter, but y'all gonna see some more shots next time. Y'all gonna see some more shots.
All right, we better, because everybody was screaming. Everybody was yelling. So, what games are you looking forward to coming up here with this second half? You guys are doing really well.
On the wheel, first of all, I mean, I still haven't seen Tekken. I can't see from that far, and I got glasses. Really just Tekken, and I feel like finals. I kind of want to put some finals.
All right, bet. So Tekken and finals is what we're going to be looking forward to next time around. Back over to you guys.
Ooh, so I think what happened right there is LA was kind of like, here's my expert analysis. I think LA isn't as comfortable shooting with Shea, and he didn't want to get exposed and miss shots and then get called out a little bit. So he was like, you know what? I'm going to stay calm. I'm going to let Mad Genius shine because this is why he's here. I'm going to give my teammate a chance to show out a little bit.
But just a heads up, we just heard this from the arena. Forfeit Paladins. Like I said, CTR is just one of those games where you have
But that does take them 2 off, right?
Depending on who they put in, though, hopefully they waited for the lineups to be submitted instead of just calling the forfeit immediately because you want that commitment of Chicken Tech to be gone. Because bare minimum, getting rid of Chicken Tech, if another race rules like
odds
F1.
are it was probably Chicken Tech and Global again that went in. And Roller Champions, I was literally thinking Roller Champions when they were asking him what should roll. So Roller Champions, I would assume Magna would probably be in for this one.
CTR was up, so Magna and Imperial probably got committed to that forfeit effort. So you'll probably see TK go in and then reset, and then Magna and probably Mad Genius or Imperial.
So let's see if we can get another tail of the tape and see if we can get a tier 2 update.
Yeah, I would like to see that right now. See how OG and TLG have been doing.
Okay, so you see right now it's a tie game. The Paladins tier 1 and tier 2, 4-5 and 2-5, and then you got Chicken Tech 5-1 and Mr. OG 5-2. So the tail of the tape right now is the lower tiers are really popping off for the Paladins today.
That is definitely a story of this game, and this is one of those situations where the team has not. always sounds like a crutch to say it, but like the games they're good at and the games that got them those higher tier positions aren't rolling. But now we're at a point, it's like, hey guys, you need to start picking up on some of these games. Because 7 games played, the tier 1 disparity you can definitely equate to LA playing more games, but both TLG and Mr. OG have played the same amount of games to huge different levels of success. The KLiK being a shooter team, yes, they need to, that stat line has to be that. And then from there on, O2 in sports. Like, TLG's got to do more. Because it stands right now, like you said, the lower tiers is supporting the team, and there's a situation where things might get shaken up and start moving around. So hopefully he gets some more reps in on some of these games because OG's 5-2, he's 2-5. 3 of those, we'll say 3 of those are shooters. Let's say that's not his wheelhouse. That puts him at 2-2.
And some of that is rotationally, yeah.
But you got to touch these games more.
And we see they did put Chicken and Global in for CTR. Now you got a 3v3 roller champs. What if you get a Mortal Kombat that rolls next and no Chicken Tech and Global available?
And that's something also the Paladins have to be wary of too, because TK is available after the reset, but who they put in for this also dictates how the next set of games will potentially go. Because you can put Magna in. I think you're putting Magna. I think
you do Magna and Mad Genius, don't you? Because, I mean, sports games are all basically gone at this point, except for NCAA, but you do have Imperial available for NCAA, and he'll go in for NCAA.
I personally, with Mad's performance today, I am valuing Mad over Imperial in the sports role.
I don't know. NCAA, I mean, they're both good, but NCAA, nah, Imperial's going to be popping off.
Or we might see a situation where it's TK, LA, Magna, because LA was and is very comfortable with this game. And that gives Magna, Imperial, and Mad Genius a chance to be available for some of the few more of these last few sports games.
Yeah, that is a good call because you have very few shooters left, and those shooters are going to be tough spots for Paladins. They don't really want those shooters to roll. I think they have Valorant left, so they don't really need to worry about shooters, except for finals. But honestly, if I'm them, don't worry about having your rotation for shooters. You might want to focus on the other games, the other games of fighting sports. You got a couple. I think you got most of the strategies done too.
Dead by Daylight.
Checkmate Showdown.
Checkmate Showdown. Maelstrom's still on there.
Maelstrom, you'd want Strix, probably Strix, Magna, and TK, I would think.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think Mad Genius as well does play that game to varying degrees of success. I haven't seen him stream it. I have seen like the names you mentioned stream it, and I definitely would be confident with them. But like I said, TK, Magna, LA. And
they probably have a lot more chemistry together.
Yep, because LA and Magna, we played against them in Roller Champs in the previous seasons. LA super comfortable with this game. Used to play with Bubbles on a regular basis. So you compare energy levels, Magna and Bubbles about the same. Bubbles is a bit louder with a deeper voice. So you put that comfort and loudness of Magna with LA, who's comfortable with the game, and then TK, who takes every game seriously. You have a very strong opportunity to win.
I got a feeling we're gonna get Mortal Kombat next.
If we get Mortal Kombat
or NCAA. And timeout KLiK. The KLiK now have lost, I think, their last timeout available. That had to be a setup issue timeout. I'm assuming they did not have setup done in time. Another mistake by KLiK leadership.
And that's where things like this happen in a lot of these games where it's back and forth. Is then those timeouts get burned and you have setup issues. You gotta, if this is like the last 30 minutes or so, it's not as tumultuous. So with 30 minutes left, 20 minutes left, not too bad. But it's an hour and 15 minutes left on the clock, about an hour and 8 after Roller Champs.
Yeah, so it sounds like what happened was they had a PC crash, and it took a while to get back in. So maybe they didn't set up the game fast enough, and that's why they lost the tail. And maybe they waited until too late, so when it happened, it was too late.
Overloaded the computer trying to get everything going.
But during this 2-minute timeout, we'll go ahead and
talk about our sponsors, SurfThing.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Once again, big shout out and thank you to our sponsor, SurfThing PCs for doing everything you do for us. And don't forget, if you want to be an endgamer, if you want to come to the Ultimate Endgamer League, you're going to get the equipment that the endgamers play on. Check out surfthing.com. Get you one of those amazing PCs and get on our level. But right now, still setting on that timeout from the KLiK, trying to get in the roller champs. So we're letting that sit in the background. So do you think that NCAA role is going to come next? Is that what you're feeling?
I was thinking NCAA or Mortal Kombat, and the reason I was saying that, because KLiK is in this situation with only 2 people available, the wheel gods would punish you for that, and that's why I think it could be MK or NCAA.
But in defense of the KLiK, him is, once again, a part of that Liv Mas clan. He is a solid fighter, and he has put the time into it. And not to mention, Jekyll was one of the Cobra's most prolific MK players last season, and one of the things he told people about the character he plays is like, hey, this interaction is like a high-low or low-high combination. You block this, I die.
Yeah.
So we'll see if the Paladins remember that interaction and practice against this character, or is it a situation where Jekyll gets to continue robbing people like he did last season?
Well, that being said, that doesn't mean it's a guaranteed win for the Paladins if it happens. I was just thinking more of, if you ever want Mortal Kombat to roll, you want it to roll when Chicken is not available.
Agreed.
No matter who else is available. As long as you don't have Chicken in, that gives you a chance.
I agree with that, because Chicken is very, very, very good at Mortal Kombat. He does have his days where people have his number, but I would like to have my mental stack as low as possible going into that matchup without Chicken Tech being available.
You could also get F1. But odds are it's going to be a shooter like Finals or Valorant. It'll probably be Valorant. If KLiK wants a game that's going to roll in their favor right now, it would be Valorant.
I want Tekken.
Yeah, I do too. I really hope we get it, because I forget what it was. We had a matchup the other day. I think it was the bots matchup versus Ghost, I believe. One of the games this week was really everybody wanted a Tekken matchup, and we did not get it.
Yeah, I've noticed in this league, anytime the teams, both teams, and the fans want it, it usually doesn't roll. And that's the wheel giveth and taketh away. But 30 seconds left on this timeout. And, okay.
All right,
but,
so let's take a quick break and hydrate.
Slap.
Sly, I think we have a technical timeout. They are still having an issue right now, trying to figure out what is going on with this. We have a pretty back and forth competitive game today. I think a lot of people did not expect this. I for one did. I thought Paladins were going to come out aggressive, come out swinging. They had a lot to prove after that first matchup, and I knew they were going to come out today with kind of a fire lit under them of like, hey, we need to show everybody what we got.
And once again, I just can't focus on the fact that they were the first game of the season. An entire month has gone by. They've had opportunity to see how people play, see how setups are done, talk to the rest of the players in the league, see how things feel, and then get that extra time. Because when you're the first game, especially with, LA, TK, Strix, and technically Magna were on the same team last season, it's a whole new dynamic. It's a whole new setup. You've got to get those reps in. And going into that situation against a team like the Bandits in the situation they were in, coming in brand new with the Jury, the Takeda, and the Phoenix, and then brand new Lucci, they had a rough start. And I think now that they've had a month of actual practice to hammer these things in, you're seeing the game like this.
Now, I will say, this is going to be a really good matchup of roller champs. Both sides have a really good 3 going in for this matchup. So this should be a pretty competitive roller champs matchup here.
This should be a really good game. I don't know if we'll see a full 5-point max out, but I do expect to see some back and forth scoring. But, you know, it completely depends on how the players are feeling mentally, because Roller Champs is one of those games, because when you're an end gamer, you have to go through so many different games with different movement styles and different ways that you approach and play them. Roller Champs is one of those momentum breakers when you go from like shooter to racer to shooter to racer to fighter to shooter to strategy game. And in the Roller Champs, it's completely different than all the other sports games and different than a lot of the games on every game in the wheel, the way you move and handle things. So it's going to be completely dependent on how fast teams warm up in this and how quickly they're able to set up their game plan.
Why does Mad Genius look like his photo look like it's his high school yearbook photo?
I was going to say that earlier. Why Mad Genius look like he spent $200 on his headshot? My man about to go to Hollywood Boulevard to try and get a job. Here's my headshots, man. Are you casting? Are you casting? Mad Genius didn't deserve that. He's been doing great today. But 30 seconds left on this setup timer, or setup delay, if you will. Hour 15 left. We're holding about that time. So hopefully we can get in and get this going, and hopefully the Paladins can try and take this win and keep it within, or tie it back up.
That's another thing I'd like to see. I can't wait to see the box scores after this match. I'm curious to see how a Tier 7 Mad Genius did on the box scores today versus a Tier 7 Global. Like, I'm curious to see how the box scores go for these players after this match. We still have an hour and 15 minutes, and it's competitive. We still have another potential 4, 5, 6 games.
And another thing is too about that Tier 7 matchup is those have been sports games, which is something Global is known for being able to play. Excuse me, but not to be a hard carry in. So if Mad Genius is doing his job that strongly in 7 as a hard carrying sports, do the KLiK need to start maybe utilizing Jekyll for some of those sports games a lot more? Because you notice he hasn't played any of them, and the games he's gone in for, he's done his job. But
I mean, obviously you had a bad rotation in 2K because Carnage had to go in for Fortnite before, which is an unfortunate thing. But they had 2 incidents where they had their rotation got screwed up because of mistakes. So when it comes to that, you got to think. And it ends up being Ejected Rivals, which means him and Jekyll are going to have to go in for Ejected Rivals. And we heard Chicken Tech hype up like he was playing. He's not, but whatever. He hyped up. So apparently KLiK is really excited about Ejected Rivals. That must be one of their games.
All right, looks like LA has been playing this game a lot more, because if that's his account, looks like he's been collecting some of the costumes, and that is kind of the scary. It's one of the things you want to be worried about when it comes to playing against some of these players, is when you see them have custom loadouts. It's like, oh no, you do not want to.
You see a lot of good passing by the Paladins right now. They've been passing the ball, but now it gets stolen finally. No, that was stolen right back.
That was a low roll pass, but unfortunately, like you said, they got caught up in the mix right there, and
I got the stun on one.
now this is gonna be a scrappy game until they get these lanes under control. And a quick little trippy shot. I see LA going for a lot of tackles. I'll let to see him start going for some more ball plays. There we go. And gets robbed.
Once the tackle started, they've all been kind of going back and forth because nobody can create the separation because of the back and forth. But now LA might be able to get started with it. Nope, he gets pinched and has no choice.
And then it immediately gets stolen back. Now this is the opportunity. I would like to see one of the Paladins players on the far side of that setup.
Oh, moving quick. I think that's Magna. He is flying right now.
And then after this gate, the next gate is going to be a goal. So they could do something cheeky like do a free throw as they come around this last corner. As you see,
he made a shot and almost made it. See, he had his teammate available to be able to pass, but he tried to go for the long-range shot instead.
Just a little bit higher on that, and they would have nailed that goal. And that's why I was talking about that free throw, because the ball doesn't necessarily have to be in your hands as you pass through the gate. So you could preemptively throw that going into a scoring run and just drop that right in the basket as it comes around.
Okay, but now they got another opportunity, and they score a goal. The first goal goes to the Paladins.
And this is what they need after that last loss.
Magna with the goal.
And it's nice to see that, like, yeah, Madden is definitely the hard carry in this game, but the rest of the team are doing their jobs and either defending or getting that ball moving. And once that whole cycle of movement started happening, you see the separation being controlled.
Yes, they're doing a great job of separating from each other, passing and avoiding the contact the best they can. Pretty impressive showing here. LA gets the ball right. Immediately he's going to pass it up.
He's going to throw that away. So we're going to see if he...
Stunned him. Stunned him again.
Good defensive move right there. LA trying to pass to the head.
A lot of back and forth here.
And it gets the spare, but fortunately there's no gate available. Gets the speed boost off a teammate.
I'm going for him.
So we'll see if they throw each other.
He turned around and then passed it.
Got him stunned. He's not chucking that hard enough.
Passes it forward, and now is he going to get it? No, he misses a chance. Denied by the Paladins. LA getting the ball, denying their chance of scoring. He is rolling. If he can keep the speed up, he might be able to get a shot.
Just chuck it. Feel free.
Oh, I'm throwing it.
So we got All right, so Magna Sam. Magna Sam.
I fell on accident. Shoot that.
Try to go for a
Magna on it.
Try to go through a throw. It looks like it's Magna Sam on Magenius' account. But try to get the throw off there because he was surrounded by enemies. But right now, I think the Paladins are doing a phenomenal job keeping control of the ball and keeping their aggression up because they're forcing the KLiK to play these weird angles and have to play at the end of the track for these weird passes. And now they backtrack in order to start to get the gate momentum going, but they lose the ball immediately. And now if you get a dodge off of here, you're back into the race for it. Gets the wall right dodge.
Ooh, LA making moves right now. Yo, he is jumping and weaving everybody.
Weave.
Oh, he gets the pass up. His teammates are up there, but he might be able to get himself. And they make another shot and miss it, but a good showing. If they can get the ball, they can keep it going and possibly make. Oh, they lose the ball. They could have went and got it possibly at extra points, more than one, but KLiK was able to maintain and recover the ball.
And the funny thing about that situation, he was moving backwards and turning around to shoot, so that's naturally why the shot was off. But still, good attempt and still eating a lot of time on the clock with the way they're playing.
They're actually kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie.
And
LA by LA.
There you go. Taking him.
Oh, and he gets the boost from his teammate. He's rolling. He's got one person to get past. He jumps over him, going to rotate around. They're waiting around the corner. They're going to push. No, he passes it over.
Good pass. One man to
now he's going to get another shot.
You got that.
He pass right there, and a shot by LA. That's another goal. Paladins showing up.
Up 2-0, 2 minutes left. Now, they can still lose this game, but if they continue up this performance, there's no way the Paladins are losing this.
They have the edge and the time advantage. It would literally KLiK would have to rotate around multiple times to win this.
It's never impossible, and that's one of the things I told LA, TK, and Strix and Magna back when they're still on the Cobras.
Nice steal right there. LA, he's gonna get a boost from his team. Passes it up right there.
Before the boost gets started, it gets taken down. Some juggling passing forward. There we go. One
pass right there.
It's free.
And that's the thing we were talking about. Everybody gets caught up in that fray, and that's where people get lost and left behind.
Oh, and the speed pickup right there, going for the goal.
Oh, that was clean.
Ooh, denied, unfortunately.
I'm going to keep it a buck.
He threw it back. That's a crazy call.
But LA's been moving across this track very, very consistently.
Oh, and LA steals it from Mr. OG.
I'm up if you need it.
I see you.
I think
gets the boost right there, flying around.
Backwards boost, mind you. I think I'm going to have to get defensive player of the game to LA.
I got you.
That is crazy, and he's about to go through another gate. He's going to end this right here in one rotation. Oh, no.
Green. Actually, no, I think
good steal by KLiK right there, be able to take the ball and stop them from getting another potential goal.
But LA is still sticking to him right there, moving. Minute left, ball's loose, recovered by the Paladins. We're juggling around.
Go TK. Go TK.
TK takes off.
Chuck it if you want.
And Sam is mating on the end of the track, calling chuck it if you want. Sam gets it. He gets rolling.
Go.
Pass over there, and they'll be able to rotate around again, and KLiK is having a hard time keeping up with them right now. But he's able to steal the ball finally. And then the boost by Magna. They launch Magna ahead, so he's able to steal the ball.
And the targeted pass to go, knocks him down. One person to beat out of the corner. Got the ball back, gets the spare, gets clothesline.
20 seconds remaining with a 2-0 lead by the Paladins.
I'm making the other side. I'm making the other side.
And it's Sam calling, Magna calling out, I'm going to the other side.
No, TK.
Ooh, let them know, TK. 7, 6. As long as the Paladins or that ball hits the Paladins control the ball hits the ground, the game ends on the ball.
And that is a Paladins win. Tied up again. We are 10-10, and we have Jected Rivals. 5 available for the Paladins, 2 available for KLiK. So now him and Jekyll have to go in for Jected Rivals. I think him is probably going to be the carry in this. I don't know much. I could be wrong. Jekyll might have some skill in it too. But apparently Jekyll is claiming to be very good, so we'll have to see how this plays out. I don't know who the Jected Rivals players are for Paladins, but if they don't have any, this could be another rough game for them.
One thing I can speak to the Testu Jekyll's when Ejected Rivals was announced, he was one of the first people on the Defunct Cobras to pick it up and play it. And this first was me. Third, I hate that I like this game. So that is going to be something the Paladins have to deal with. And
I can see Imperial being a fan of this game.
Yeah, there's Mini Coopers in it and a couple other real-life cars. They're kind of modeled after a couple of real-life cars. So we'll see how they go with that. But once again, the KLiK only has one timeout left. With an hour and 6 minutes left, the Paladins have 2. And that might be the deciding factor going into the home stretch. Ejected Rivals is a average time game, about 5 to 6 minutes because it's a lap-based race.
Yeah.
But once you start getting the NCAA, and if they don't win this, they go down 1, and then the Paladins get another one of their games. Like it's the what if game, back and forth.
Literally back and forth all day.
But you see, like you said, you see him going in, you see Jekyll going in, so that's a full reset. And then we'll see what happens next after that.
So you can still hear in this building, Paladins still have the energy. They're still hyped up. They're having a good time. They're playing well, keeping it competitive. And so it's Jekyll and Global that have to go in. There was a little bit of an error in the lineups thing. So it's Jekyll and Global that have to go in. It looks like they realized an issue. Maybe that's what the hype was about on the Paladin side. Maybe they realized that.
It doesn't look like any penalties. It looks like just something happened on the back end. Not too big a deal, but I don't think that changes the Paladins.
Oh, yeah, because Global.
Global.
Because of what happened where Global wasn't available.
Yeah, Street Fighter. He wasn't available for Street Fighter.
And so I think that's when it started, the rotation thing. Wait a minute. So have KLiK had long – wait a minute. So has KLiK had wrong rotation for the last couple of games?
No.
Oh, no, it was all right. It was all right.
They were right on their end. Like I said, there was a little small mistake on the back end. But we see TK and Imperial Raijin going in for this. And that is interesting. But the thing is, Tekken is a 5v5, so that's not too big a deal if he's not available because he'll come in on the tail end. But you have TLG, Strix, and Mad Genius. You got your sports coverage. You got a bit of your racers. You got your strategies covered. And then a couple of shooters. But tell the tape today says the Paladins are not a shooting team.
I'm thinking what's left. The only sports game left, I think, is NCAA. So that's the only sports game you have to worry about right now, which one person can handle that. Fighters, you have
DBZ, which is a 3v3.
DBZ,
which the Paladins are
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat's a 2v2.
Tekken. And then we have Maelstrom, Checkmate Showdown.
Maelstrom, Checkmate.
Lumina Rush got forfeited, so that didn't play. We have Valorant left. We have
the finals.
F1 left. F1. We did get Need for Speed. Forza's left. Forza, TOG, Imperial are really good at Forza,
TK
so they would probably
well.
like that to roll up.
TK was one of the people on the Cobras last season that was keeping Bubbles on his toes.
I feel like a couple of the others can hold their own in that game too.
But that's 20 games are off the wheel. 21 games because Ejected Rivals going on next. That means there's only 12 games left on the wheel.
Wheel spin. And it is Tekken. Are we getting Tekken? We're getting some Tekken, baby. Let's go.
Yes.
Woo! What everybody wants to see. Can TK pop off? Can KLiK win Tekken with Jekyll? Let's see what we got here. We're watching, spectating TK. Ooh, almost got a little bit of trouble there.
Oh, that's actually Jekyll, I believe.
Oh, Jekyll, I'm sorry.
But as you can see by Jekyll's shoulder, he is doing really well. He's in second place right now with him in first place. So this is definitely a game that
Global.
Oh, excuse me, Global, because Global's on him's account. But this is definitely a game you can see that the KLiK love playing.
Oh,
it's not so short anymore.
Yep.
And that actually
he just got passed. So Global is leading, surprisingly. That is wild. Oh, he tried it again and missed. So now Jekyll is in last place. Uh-oh, sounds like TK had an error, too.
Or maybe it's just TK's game. No, TK got an error, too, because he...
Now Imperial's in the lead in first place. He's going neck and neck back and forth with Global.
I'm going down. All right, so
we're getting the aerial flying right now, dropping down.
Stage dive. It's the jetpack swapping, getting low on fuel, so he needs to make sure he checks those.
Imperial's in the lead right now. followed by Jekyll.
Imperial just needs to stick through this, and if he does, that will be a Paladins win.
I told you, Imperial's a racer, and I had a feeling he was going to like this game.
You just got to keep going. Don't get slapped.
Oh, TK, good duck and weave right there, getting to third place. They have first and third on the Paladins, second and fourth for them right now. And now we're watching Imperial. He did get past. He's got Jekyll right in front of him. What lap are we on? We are on.
I think this is a straight.
Yeah,
and then Imperial
yeah.
takes the lead point, and then Jekyll takes it right back with a good, well-timed turbo.
Oh,
You gotta make sure you hit
got
this.
some aerial flying again. I knew Imperial would be good at this game. I just knew it, dude. He loves racers, and this is a wonky racer, which just tells me that he would be comfortable in this.
Yeah, and he's got to catch up to Jekyll, who's just ahead of him. His wing clips the wall, and that might be murder she wrote for
That might
the
have
young
ruined it for him, because
Raijin.
now he does not have the fuel,
and
so he is in a tough spot.
Ugh.
Yeah, if you get messed up in that aerial, you're done.
Yep, and just like that, it looks like the KLiK is going to secure ejected rivals, going into Tekken with the lead.
So that is a KLiK win, as everybody heard Jekyll, and probably y'all too, because he is so loud.
For those of you who don't speak hype Jekyll, who's cooking?
He's this building has got a lot of energy. Jekyll just popped off, and he is talking trash.
You
to
had
Imperial.
You had a first place lead, and I still popped off.
But now we got Tekken coming up. We're going to have TLG, Strix, Mad Genius, and then probably TK, and if they're full swing in LA. But I would think maybe Magna, because Magna has
I would actually
a good Alyssa.
I would sit Magna in full send on this because I want the most guarantees for these points. So
Right,
I would
so-
probably go the full 5 on that.
But speaking of the action, we're going to go to the AV talk.
Well, what's up, guys? It's Jekyll here. And Jekyll, dude, you killed it, Injected Rivals. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see you because your camera was frozen. It was awful. But I heard you blurting out a bunch of stuff. Tell me what exactly you were saying.
Well, what I essentially told them was they're going to get cooked. It doesn't matter what it is, what map, they getting cooked. I even gave them a lead, and they lost. I came from third, like halfway through the map, and I finished first with like a 15-second gap. Be better.
Well, you definitely have heard that from Jekyll himself. Jekyll, you've actually been doing really well this game. What games are you looking forward to playing?
I mean, Tekken's one of them because I always enjoy Tekken. Honestly, I'm trying to think of what's left. You know what? I want Maelstrom.
And you guys heard it here. Jekyll wants Maelstrom. He said he wants all the smoke. Back to you guys.
Man, I agree. I mean, I was already thinking, man, when I go home, I might play some Maelstrom myself.
I might actually hop on too. But once again, Jekyll keeping that big 88 energy, and I love it. Paladins taking a timeout because it is a 2-minute swap from Ejected Rivals to Tekken.
They want to make sure it's right. This is a game they think they can win, and they want to make sure they have the opportunity to do so.
And also, this timeout, make sure they cool down from the Ejected Rivals, talk about their order, talk about the way they want to play this, and then they can go in because you want to make sure you're as comfortable as possible going into Tekken. Because once again, just like with Roller Champs, the way the game moves, you just went from watching your teammates play this racing, flying simulator to Tekken. Slow down, take a deep breath, and go. Because fighting game players, one thing a lot of them have the issue with is being a slow start. But looking like we're getting the lineup set in, and they're going to be ready to roll here in a second. And it looks like it might be Strix on point with this patented top-tier Dragunov.
Yeah, it looks like we got Strix, TLG, Mad Genius, TK, and LA going in for this one. So they did leave out Magna and Imperial, which makes sense.
Yes.
You want to full swing this and try to get the win, especially after Street Fighter did not go as you planned, and they didn't even have global in.
And yeah, that Street Fighter loss, I guarantee, is going to be a hard loss that you're going to look back on because there's a lot of hesitation. I think if Strix was a little bit more aggressive in that Street Fighter game, he might have came out with more health. And then also TLG whiffing that level 3 and not getting any conversion off of it put LA in a bad spot because Akuma does have what they call counter supers in the game where you're able to activate the super and it gives you invincibility to get some damage off and get people out of your face, especially if they're pressing. So him not having any of those tools for a Kimberly that was jumping in to just immediately fire a super fireball or maybe go for a level 2 to set up a combo, not being there, gets packed up easily, and then lose. So take your time into getting the tech and get tech set up and be ready to rock.
Die by the Blade. That was the game we were missing.
That's what it is.
Just trying to think of what game we were missing on the wheel. It just hit me.
But we see Jekyll, Global, Chicken Tech, Mr. OG, and Killer going in for this. So this will be the big boy Tekken lineups for both sides.
Yeah, if we get like Checkmate Showdown, that could potentially be the long game. That at NCAA could be the long games that burn a lot of the time that's left.
Exactly.
Or Die by the Blade if you have a slow play like back and forth.
All right, so it looks like we actually have Mad Genius on point with the Shaheen. This character has no sauce.
Skullgirls. We forgot about Skullgirls.
Looks like Die by the Blade is next, like you said. So that's a 5v5 game. So that's another force awkward reset for both teams.
Die by the Blade.
So as we sit here and wait for them to get everything taken care of in the Tekken 8 area, like you said, Die by the Blade coming up next. That's going to require TLG, Strix, and everybody to go in. So everybody on the actually, this is insane timing for Die by the Blade because that's
Perfect
a full reset. And then him and Carnage have to go in, and then
for Paladins it is.
Yeah, so the Paladins have a full reset after Die by the Blade in order to attack the next game. So if they get this win in Tekken, it ties it up back again, and we go to another tiebreaker situation. Are we going to see a game where we might potentially go through 33 games, and the last game truly decides everything? Granted, there's a couple of longer games left on the clock, but
I mean, we are gearing towards the most games played this season. We're only a couple games out from it. I think the most we had was what? 14-10?
I think
15-11, something like that. I think it's the highest we hit so far.
I think so. We've had a team hit 17.
All right, so player 2 is going to be the Paladins. That's Mad Genius on the Shaheen. Then you have Killer on the Leo. Little back and forth. Got some combos going out by Mad Genius, but he's not able to keep extending them.
Shaheen, known for his good poke game and then amazing power punishments, gets the low block. We'll see if he gets full punishment from this Leo. Gets the tailspin. Oh, and then there it goes. Hits him with the shoulder to clean him up.
Killer is excited. He's kind of like, oh, man, I can't believe I did it. Good showing right there by Killer. Being able to finish it off with the nice little heat right there at the end. Good
and
job.
you see Chicken Tech going, calm down. That was Mad Genius. Like, Mad Genius is not bad at Tekken, but that's not where the mountain starts on the Paladins.
He's using a stick, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Killer playing the pad, man.
Yeah, it looks like
it's one of them really flat ones, too.
Yeah, it's I think that's the Razor. Hey, Razor, if you're watching, by the way, send your boy some gear.
Yeah. And that's the one, that's not a joystick, right? That's
a
hitbox.
A hitbox style one, yes.
I thought about wanting to try a hitbox, but I don't want to put the money into it unless I actually try it and enjoy it, kind of thing, you know?
There are some other options out there on the market for cheaper versions of the leverless controller, so I would check out Amazon, a couple other places. But Strix coming in now. This is where the test for Killer truly.
Because I have a stick, but I don't like the stick part. And so that's why I was like, maybe a hitbox would be something.
And we hear the call from the arena that they are live, so we're going straight into this. Strix coming in cold against this Leo that's slightly warmed up. We'll see what happens. He goes for the low.
Strix being aggressive right off the bat.
Tries to go for a rising uppercut. Gets hit with the shoulder. Killer's going to get the pickup. And then see if he gets the extension. Goes for the sweep. Goes for the low again. And one of the annoying things about Dragunov being so strong in this game is that he's one of the best characters in the game because he can just attack from so many different angles.
Yep. The
And then
second
goes
you
to
think
launch.
it's a mid, it's a low, or like the second you think it's a low, it's a mid or a high. Like he's got a lot of mix-ups. And that there's a takeout from Strix right there, taking him out. It looks like it might be OG coming in next.
And then OG sitting down next against Strix. So now they're both at their second players. So we'll see how it goes. See, Strix seems to be a lot more comfortable on his Dragunov compared to the last time he played. And he seems to know that, hey, I just need to be poking, getting quick incremental damage. And then when I can get my launchers and I get my big moves, then I'll go for and follow through on that.
One thing Killer did very well is he was getting the launch, so he was able to combo off the launch. That's how he was able to be so effective in his first start in the first round. And then he was able to do it some to Strix, but Strix was able to pull it out with that Dragunov. Do we have a button check here? We do have a button check.
Yep, OG calls button check. Strix takes his hand off the stick. I'm not
That's
I'm
smart
not
play.
losing a life for no
Yep.
reason. I'm not messing up my team.
That is a smart play.
All right, looks like we're getting ready. And we'll see how this Dragunov Claudio matchup goes. And he gets the launch off of whiffs. See how he goes. Running knee.
Good
He
blocks
looks
there by Strix.
Tries to get that launcher. Goes for the armor moves. Able to block the second hit of that. Gets another hop. Doesn't break the throw. Let's see if we see heat engager from any of these players. Just some forward jabs. There goes that launch again that Claudio's known for. We might see a heat activation. And then Strix goes down to the OG Claudio. So now the third player for the Paladins is going to step up, and that will be LA, potentially on Lydia.
I imagine, yeah, LA, then it's going to be TLG, then TK.
And we'll see how this goes.
If this follows like the way it's been so far, LA might take out OG, but then lose to the next person. That's how it went so far. So
hopefully LA, because Tekken is a little bit more a little bit more, what's the word I'm going to use? A little bit easier to adjust. Because Street Fighter, you're kind of just in the moment, and you can see how people are playing. You can be like, okay, they're doing this, this, and this. And also, if you notice, LA has given up on the Lydia and switched over to Dragunov. And that's a concession of knowing, hey, I'm not here to play Tekken anymore. I'm here to rob my opponent. So we'll see how he does in this interaction. Because the thing is about fighting games is you can fight the same person playing the same character, but if you don't have a deep understanding of the game, you'll be dealing with a completely different approach on how the character's played. As you can see, there's the heat engage from LA.
The one thing I'm not liking right now is I'm not seeing a lot of sidestepping. I haven't seen anybody sidestep anything. I haven't seen anybody duck anything.
And then, jeez, Mr. OG with the Claudio takes out LA. So now TLG comes on, and time to find out which character he'll be using. Hopefully he's, Hopefully he's locked in on one character, because one of the things that TLG has had issue in the past with was staying on one character and focusing on that. And it looks like it might be his Fang going in, and I've been going against him recently. The character's infuriating. He has these ridiculous buttons, and he's able to just do things from positions that most characters shouldn't be able to do.
It's frozen on a very suspicious image.
Fing is able to choose whether he wants to play Tekken 8 or play his own game, so it'll be interesting to see on how TLG approaches Mr. OG on his Claudio. The good news is TK is able to see how this Claudio is being played and be able to make his game plan going forward, but the problem is you still have Global, Jekyll, and Chicken in the back, and that is a very, very tall task even for a player of TK's caliber.
This whole stream saw you pick Fang, dude. What is he talking about? You didn't pick Fang. We all watched it.
That's something the game master will have to go through and figure out and everything. But
or frozen again. Oh, there you go.
And this is where the game starts to get really tense and players start getting really picky about how the rules are called and followed. And there's going to be that back and forth on that. The problem is, well, the situation is, and the thing I'm focused on, and then you immediately hear laughter from the side of the Paladins. is TLG not annoyed or angry at OG or whoever was on the click that said, no, that's who you picked?
It's Chicken that
Because
said it.
you got to be focused, because if TLG lets any distracting thoughts get in his head, his gameplay is going to suffer. And the shoulder gets interrupted by armor.
Oh, we had a change by OG. No, it is same. He just changed.
Yeah, he just changed costume. And there goes the step in with the shoulder from Fang. And then it goes the throw. And then there it is, shoulder from TLG.
Ooh, so much damage from those Fang moves. Like, so much damage.
And that's why that character's so annoying, because he knows how he kept approaching. Some of those lows change in the mids, and some of those mids are actually lows. And the way the character's able to contort and move through stances, you don't know how fast the next move's coming out, and then you get caught pressing something that's not as fast as what he's doing, and then you just get knocked across the screen and have to guess on what he's going to approach with.
Asuka. So we got Global with Asuka. I heard him say call button check.
And the button check called for the click, so he's going to get in and get those buttons updated. Yeah,
I'm gonna do sound options on my button check. The amount of people that go to button check and go to command list in these fighters is so funny. How often it happens.
It's because so many different games are like their menus just. Oh, there's the
good
sweep.
start by TLG. Nice comeback right there by Global. Some back and forth here. Got some movement there.
And the thing is there goes the
stomps
armor
right
to take his
through.
turn back immediately. Goes low. Goes in the shoulder. Goes the grab. Grab gets teched. Let's see how. There goes the heat ender and the snake edge, which is a sweep, and takes
That is
out
another one
Global.
take out. TLG doing exactly what he needs to do. His first couple of players on his team kind of put him in a bad spot. He was able to take out 2. Now it's down to Jekyll and Chicken available, and he still has TK behind him. If he can take out 1 more, that could be huge.
And that is definitely what he wants to do, because if TK has to come in, it's better to be in a 1v1. Granted, the pressure's still going to be harder, but it's a lot less pressure than going to have to go through 2 people flawlessly.
Raven. That's right. Yeah, Chicken does play Raven.
And Chicken's obsession with Raven has relegated his character. His character's been relegated to the lower tiers of this game, but does not mean this character is bad by any stretch. It takes more effort to get some of your combos and damages out, but his punishment and the way he moves around the screen is very, very fun.
I like the look of Tekken 7 Raven personally.
And then he gets the sweep into the launch, so you get the full extension out of this. Gets the heat extension, so that's going to scale on the wall
On the wall. He is pulling no
and
punch.
he goes for the snake edge
Nice
again
parry.
for the back stance. And then see how Chicken approaches. Gets the front flip to get the combo going, so he pretty much reset him. Wall splat sideways. That's a clean 50%. Blocks that, and then gets the edge to get in the sweep again. See if he gets some good wall splat damage. And stepping back and forth, let's see, and then goes the grab, and then that's the heat engager, and at the point, it's guess for character. And then Chicken Tech takes out TLG. Now, TK, Bad Mood, comes to descend on to the throne to win it for his team. He has to go through a Raven and then a Jekyll who was on June, which TK
Would
taught
be a mirror
Jekyll
matchup.
June.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And that is a matchup Jekyll still has issues with just in the traditional Tekken setting, but with the UEL's 1 life, 1 rule, 1 life, 1 round, this could be the opportunity for Jekyll to do take it through.
Well, how many times have we seen Jekyll beat somebody who taught him how to play a game in UEL? Case in point, Axel. He got taught how to play Axel and then beat everybody.
But he still hasn't yet to beat. He's gone back and forth. He hasn't fully cemented the lead in his favor against TLG when it comes to the DJ matchup, but he does give him huge headaches. So I think this is going to be something interesting if we see that matchup. So TK is on the sticks, and he's going for his button check. And this is it right here.
Every player should be doing a button check.
There's no reason not to do a button check.
So we got, what is this, a tier 3 versus a tier 6? TK going out real aggressive right from the start. Those mix-ups by June, the high-low. he was able to see Chicken's combo against TLG, so he's able to play patiently and kind of read him a little bit. Oh, he's got the launch right there.
And
he's going to be able to finish this and combo out.
And the situation with this in particular is the reason why Chicken Tech is so comfortable on Raven and why he does so well with Raven, he's such a lowly ranked character, is because he has legacy knowledge of Raven. Yeah. But in the same situation on TK, he has legacy knowledge about Raven as well. So some of the things that Chicken Tech is able to do, because he's not the best at Tekken or is comfortable with Tekken, he is still able to get away with knowledge checking people. But you can't knowledge check somebody who has as much knowledge, if not more than you, and more hours and more comfort in the game.
This will be a matchup right here. TK versus Jekyll, June versus June.
The master versus the student.
This will be an interesting finish in Tekken right here. I love that it came down to the wire, last man versus last man. This is how you want to see who's going to be the one to take it out.
And that is Jekyll in the street attire June and TK in the traditional kimono June.
Ooh, good start by Jekyll.
Flips the hop kick. Gets the launch.
The launch. That's Jekyll's in trouble. TK got the launch. Can he extend it with the heat towards the wall? He does get the wall. Oh, and he extends it further. And then another launch, and TK finished it out, gets the win for the Paladins in Tekken. And we are, ladies and gentlemen,
we're tied again.
We are tied up again. This has got to be the record this season for the amount of ties we have had.
22 games played.
Oh, my
10 left on
gosh.
the wheel with Die by the Blade coming up next. This game is going to go to the wire. The way actually, Die by the Blade, the momentum on how Die by the Blade goes, because if it's like a clean sweep or a team is getting past to the second or third person, we might see a collapse on the other side. So depending, if Die by the Blade goes to another 1v1 at the very end, it's going to keep going back and forth. But if we see somebody take a dominant control, we might see the other team start slipping.
And I just heard Jekyll out there say it's on me, it's my fault. And I understand you were the last person, Jekyll, but you literally went against the guy who taught you the character. Like you can't blame yourself in that situation. It's just unfortunate. I mean, Daniel-san's not beating Mr. Miyagi, man. It's just how it is.
Yeah,
you know.
And the thing is, you can aspire to that point to do that, but the problem is the person who taught you the character has thousands of hours on that character. Thousands of ranks on that character. You getting in and getting to where you got, you can't ask for more. And it's more of a situation of you didn't fail your team. Your team didn't put you in the best situation. Granted, it came down to the last 1v1, but man, TK is known for his Tekken gameplay.
Yeah, and it's not like anybody actually failed on either side. It was pretty back and forth heavy. Everybody did their job. TK he's just a better player.
And the thing
in this game, that's just how it turned out.
And the thing is too, and it wasn't like you got blown up during that round. You actually fought back. You just didn't choose the best tool in that situation. It's literally a knowledge check, and TK beat you there.
Really, what it came down to, that first launch is what finished it. That's it. One launch is all it takes sometimes in Tekken, and you can be able to combo it to the wall, and the heat extension is just.
And then from there, you have to immediately. It's like, the damage is important, but you can come back from almost anything. But the mental stress of going, I just lost 40% of my health.
Yeah.
And now I have to fight out of the corner because my next interaction and I die. And your mental stat goes from okay to oh no. And then from there, a situation where you normally would have spawned properly is now gone.
Yeah.
But minute 49
so we got
left
a
on
reset
setup.
here. Die by the Blade gives them the reset. I believe it was LA, Strix, Imperial, Magna, and Mad Genius.
Strix, Magna, Imperial, TLG, Mad Genius. That was your, full reset.
Oh, yeah, Strix, Magna, Imperial, TLG, Mad Genius.
So if this is another clean reset for the Paladins, they're going to be able to attack the next game however they want. And if that's the case, that is actually insane. The way these lineups have been these past 4 games, okay, Strix is out. Well, we'll get that. We'll see that once that updates. But the thing is these rotations for the Paladins for these 5v5 games dropping have
and then it
been,
resets. Yep. Okay.
So that's a full active. That's a clean reset.
Yeah.
This has been insane for the Paladins throughout these games. Getting these clean resets over and over again has been what's been allow them to compete and attack a lot of these games the way they want.
Let's go DBZ or Skullgirls. I'd rather have Skullgirls. MK1. did Chicken go and die by the blade? If he went in, because they had a reset after 2. If Chicken went in, no, he didn't.
Carnage, him, Global, Mr. OG, Killer.
They kept out Chicken. They got a lucky break on there. If they would have put Chicken in for Die by the Blade, they would have not have had him or Global available.
So the Paladins are player 2, and just like that, Sam loses his head under pressure.
I love that they changed it to 2 rounds instead of just 1 round. Well, not changed it, but I like that it's 2 rounds. Oh, so that's 1-1. It's a double. It's a 1-1.
There's
oh, they didn't lose a life.
There was a ruling on that, but that is not my place to talk about it.
Yeah, shouldn't have been a double KO. Each person loses a life.
So actually, it looks like Magna's on player 1 because that's who won. And then,
but yeah, if they double kill, shouldn't they both lose a life?
Hey man, I'm just here to commentate.
All right, well, yeah. So I guess we had a mistake on so Paladins are player 1. Magna got the win on the first one. Pretty aggressive win then.
Yeah,
I thought that was killer. I was like, okay. All right, so now it looks like Global's sitting down. Going to change character here. So we got Tony Mawk, Wakazashi.
So Wakazashi against Katana, or excuse me, that's
and
Nodachi.
then Nakamura going in with an Nodachi. I never finished it, so I recently started playing Ghost of Tsushima again.
I did not play that because I have a lot of respect for Souls game and my own time and mental health, so I do not play Souls games because that level of stress is insane.
I think they're arguing the ruling of what happened.
No, the ruling is
to see if Magna did lose a life from that second round.
So the thing is what's being discussed is that Magna's like, yeah, cool. If I lost a life from the trade, that's completely fine. I still have 1 life left. OG is still dead. So if I'm down to 1, cool, but OG is still dead.
Yeah, he's still 1. Yeah, killer. Or was that OG that started?
That was OG who went first.
Yeah, because technically he won 2 rounds and then had a split decision basically. So Magna won no matter what.
Correct.
In which that is also a good argument too. In the actual game, he did not lose a life in the actual game.
The ruling was changed on that. The ruling on that? Death is still death, even if the game rules otherwise.
Oh, okay. So Magna has 1 life then.
All right, so dueling back and forth, playing a spacing game.
Ooh.
Out of stamina. Somehow gets the block off in time. I expected them to try and end that with like unblockable, but it looks like he didn't have the stamina for it or wasn't close enough for it.
That's another round taken by Magna.
And Magna continues to duel back forth, stepping in.
Oh, man. Seeing how close they got with no attacks is kind of like making me nervous. Oh, I guess they're waiting on a ruling again?
If there's an equipment issue, then that's on the players, unfortunately.
Oh.
That's been the standard in the league.
Yeah, and Die by the Blade, you can't switch, right? Because it doesn't mess up the game? So you just have to play whatever you have?
And unfortunately, that's one of the situations where your equipment failed you, and as unfortunate as it is, that is on you.
Well, that was another 2 rounds taken from KLiK by Magna. And it looks like they're still discussing it. I don't. Even if he lost a life, it doesn't change the outcome of what's been happening so far. So, move on.
What they're doing right now is they're swapping out players and swapping out controllers. And if everything works and everything keeps going, cool from there. But it might be a situation where we might see the KLiK forfeit this game because at this point, you've already started to roll negative energy towards your team's mindset on the ruling and on how everything's working, and it's a bad spot. So you might want to double check them rules.
Yeah, and if you're KLiK, you're thinking, okay, well, we have Mortal Kombat next. So even if we lose this game and have to move on, we still can get that next win and tie it right back up again.
All right, and another thing is, too, is Global did lose a round after that controller issue. So does he still only have 1 life, or is he going to have to, or does he get both lives back? Because if the equipment failure was evident, it should have been brought up during the first couple of rounds.
So, but didn't he go back to fighting after the equipment issue? He didn't like put the controller down. Didn't he still fight?
He brought it up, and I guess Magna attacked him in the end of the round. So he might have been discussing the issue with the Game Master. So he did lose one life before the tech issue
But what I
was
mean
discovered.
is he stopped, said the controller thing, and then after that he started moving again. And then Magna killed him. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So like if it was a controller issue and he set it down and didn't touch it, they might rule that different than like, hey, you picked it up and tried to keep playing.
Well, because
I don't know how the rules go for that.
But hey, I'm just here to commentate, so we'll see how that goes
That's right.
so far.
We're just here to debate it and talk about it. That's what we're here for.
Exactly. But with that being said, they're getting everything squared away in the arena, and as it stands right now, it's looking like this might be a Paladins W.
It's good showing so far by Magna. They still have 4 left, 5, including Magna, and KLiK already down to 3. And then you see got MK next, so obviously you're going to have Chicken go in. On rotations, I feel like with what's left, maybe you throw Carnage in as the second and just expect Chicken to handle it himself. But you are going against a good fighting team, so they might want to be careful and throw in maybe him to back up Chicken in that MK1 to try to see if they can solidify the win. On Paladin's side, it's hard to say, but I think maybe TK, TLG?
I'd probably say TK, either TK, LA, or Strict, is my memory.
You also got to
right.
keep in mind we still have DBZ available. So if DBZ rolls and you don't have TK and TLG, you could have LA still, but
you still have. I think the goal for DBZ is to not have Magna, Mad Genius, and Imperial in.
Yeah, which all 3 of them can be a third player in,
But
they
you don't
can't
want.
be
Yeah,
together.
you do not want that
Yeah.
to be the team.
If it's just them 3, you could be in trouble. Although I have seen Mad Genius, we've literally seen him sweep in UEL before in DBZ. It's been a while, but he's done it. We still got a lot of arguing back and forth, but the players saying that the KLiK is saying that their controller is not working right. They're having issues. Magnus saying, well, my controller's doing the exact same thing as you're doing, so I don't know what the problem is.
And the question here, as we said, if Sam's having the same issue and he's able to play around it, that might be one of those situations where it's a skill issue, because if he's holding. And if they go into the settings and they see that it is a settings issue, then that means that is on the KLiK, and they might potentially be held liable for the waste of time.
I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but one thing I do know is whoever the game master is just needs to make a call, and they kind of just need to move on because he's the game master. You got to listen to his call.
Yep, they'll debate it, and we'll.
And if they honestly, if I was game master, I would say, okay, just plug a different controller in and move on. But it looks like they've already done that. They already switched controllers, and they're still having the same thing. So is it an actual controller issue, or are they just reading? They just not analyzing the game wrong, or did they set it up wrong? Like, who knows what the actual issue is? But you're getting a lot of like arguments from the KLiK pulling the game master in this, and we're having a tough situation going on right here. This is, I mean, tensions are high, energy's high. Both of these teams really want to get this win. And I think it's getting to the point where he's trying to get a ruling on what should happen right now, because he's got arguments from both sides that both sound pretty good arguments.
But one ruling we all agree on is that SurfThing PCs is the PC you need to be and use if you want to be an ultimate endgamer. Check them out.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway.
Thank you once again, SurfThing PCs, for helping us out and giving us that great equipment. But don't forget to check out SurfThing.com in order to get that new equipment.
So he did miss one round. He said go ahead and play, and Carnage did beat Magna, taking one round off of him. So Magna is down to 1. So they did
Magna
make the
is
rule.
gone.
Game Master made the rule. Oh, yeah. So Game Master made the ruling to keep playing, and then Carnage took out Magna.
Right.
And now we have Mad Genius up.
Let's see how Mad Genius feels about this game. And then Mad Genius just waits for him to waste his time running all his stamina and just steps in and takes the leg. right, so they're playing the spacing again to see if we'll start that aggressive pattern again. And then Mad Genius loses his head because he stepped in too far.
Yeah, he basically was backed into a corner to where he wasn't going to be able to back away from the combo attack. So the only thing he could have done is sidestep, and it isn't always going to work. So he kind of got in a tough spot, so he tried to press in to get the attack. But he did manage to find it and go in here and clean up and take Carnage out. So now all that's left is him and Killer are the only two left for KLiK. However, I have seen him on Die by the Blade ranked pretty consistently, and he looked pretty good. So him could maybe take some, just like he did in Street Fighter, him might be able to take some people out and try to swing this back in their favor.
And just by the nature of the game, you could have a lot of knowledge, but you could still die, and it's a one-hit game. So if Mad Genius can just get one life off of him before he goes out, then that just means his team has a lot less work to do, and that's kind of the mindset you want to approach a lot of these games. So we'll see how him does in this first round against Tony Monk on the Wakasashis. And just like that, Mad Genius has already done his job.
Yeah, he's literally been doing his job all day. He's shown why he deserves to be in that lineup. I think that's evident today.
Oh yeah, 100% agree on that. Any questions or any doubts that anybody's had about him? I'm pretty good. Good counter. And
he takes out him. So now Killer is the only one remaining.
So Killer has to get through one life of Mad Genius and then through Strix, Imperial, and TLG. All right, they're going to take him to character select, and then they're going to go get this next round started.
Both teams have one timeout remaining. We got Mortal Kombat coming up next. Paladins really need to secure this win because they got Mortal Kombat next with Chicken available, which is going to be a tough scenario for them trying to get through Chicken in Mortal Kombat. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it is definitely going to be a tough time. So we might actually get another 12-11 and then 12-12 tie. Back into this fight, Mad Genius. Moving around the left. You see we got Killer on the right.
And Killer using that Naginata, so there's a lot of options that could poke.
And Killer able to take Mad Genius out with the Naginata. That thing has so much range that it's tough.
And Mad Genius catching, TLG catching Mad Genius for making a potential mistake and costing the team an extra life. Like, hey, you're dead, stop.
But they still have Strix, Imperial, and TLG available. So now Imperial's going to go in, and he still has Strix and TLG behind him on the Killer, who is the last person left, with, I believe, already lost a life, right?
Yeah, I believe so. With that, the pressure's all on Killer.
Yeah.
And if they're able to secure this going into Mortal Kombat, hopefully this can just mean if Mortal Kombat goes south, they're able to
so he went with the longsword, which is a little bit slower off the chamber, but has some quick tack when you have to delay and has a lot of range.
There's that mid swing that takes up a lot of space that you have to kind of like roll with the swing. Kind of awkward.
Ooh, rush in right there, but gets parried.
Let's see how Imperial approaches this. He takes more space. You don't want to let that Naginata start spinning up, because the second that Naginata starts spinning up, you get caught in a situation like that.
And Killer takes out another Paladin, and now it looks like TOG is going to step up, which means Strix is going to be the anchor here. Can TOG take out Killer and secure this win for the Paladins, or can Killer get a reverse sweep and be able to go up one game going into one of their most favored games on the wheel coming up next?
And all right, so it looks like TLG is going with Yoshi and the Wakasashis against Butterfly and his Naginatas. And the problem is when that Naginata combo starts, that is all active damage. So dashing it, never mind. So it looks like he went with the single sword. And stops his movement off of that. See. And because this room shape, you notice it's very long and thin on the outside. So we'll see how TLG with the counter.
Wow, Killer parrying a lot of attacks, a lot of back and forth here. Killer finally gets another win. That Naginata has so much range. If you know how to use it effectively, it can be a real problem. Oh my gosh, he parried 3 in a row.
I would like to see TLG change change directions during some of those attacks.
Okay, and finally TLG takes a life off of Killer. Killer's down to 1 life.
All right, so this is it. This is for... Ooh.
And TLG is out. Now it is Strix 2 lives versus Killer 1 life.
And this is going to be interesting to see how Strix plays this. Strix is definitely one of the more calmer people who play this game. Or one of the calmer people on the Paladins after, well, put him TK up there for...
I kind of, not to interrupt you, I kind of feel like if I'm the Paladins right now, I'd run in the Naginata too, and I'm trying to use the same range against him because that range has really been helping him. Oh, he went with the Wakizashi swords. I like those. Those are ones I use as well. And it looks like that is a double, which does count according to what happened earlier, I believe. So I think that is a Paladin victory.
Yep, that is a Paladin victory.
So now it's 12-11 going into Mortal Kombat. They really needed that because we're probably going to get another tie game after Mortal Kombat.
And you know what the crazy thing is maybe Strix aimed for that because he knows the Wakizashis has such a quick strike that if he steps in and hits his arm while he's swinging, they trade. And since I'm up to life, I don't care if I trade.
Maybe.
Because that was very deliberate in the way he moved.
It's maybe that, yeah, maybe it was intentional. It could have been a stroke of luck, but guess what? In UEL, luck is skill.
Yep. What is it? Luck is, what is it? Preparation meeting opportunity?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey.
So Mortal Kombat, obviously they're gonna have a longer setup because it's a switch over, but you should get a pretty quick setup on this one because they're gonna be ready to play. Assuming the Paladins even play it, they could forfeit and move on to the next game. But the way things are going with fighters in a back and forth tie today, they might play it. But you do have 30 minutes remaining. They have a timeout. If you know it's gonna be a loss, maybe you just throw in who you're not worried about in the rotation, and you just forfeit and move on and go to the next game and try to get that win because they're still, I think, there's still 10 games on the wheel? 11 games?
23.
33, we're at 23, but that's
24.
not counting MK, so 24.
So there's
9 games on the wheel. Woo, man. We're getting down to the wire here.
And I think the finals is still on the wheel.
NCAA going to be the tiebreaker game at the end?
And the reason why I think you still play this because on the off chance they commit both Jekyll and Chicken Tech to MK because they want to guarantee it because, once again, the Paladins are a fighting game team.
To get DBZ, it could be, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a weird juggling spot to be because do you take the risk and Chicken Tech gets caught off guard because TK's been labbing the game extensively and he knows he has more comfort.
He has lost to Cat, but that was before, I think, MK1, right? Wasn't that MK11?
Ooh, TK? Or
Chicken.
Yeah, that was MK11.
Yeah, so this is a different Mortal Kombat. I don't think he's lost that one here yet.
He hasn't lost. I don't think he has lost it here, but at the same time, he started off ahead of everybody else with legacy knowledge and how to play and how the new character interacts. And also, let it be known, as much a proponent of Mortal Kombat as Chicken Tech is, he does not like MK1.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Yeah, and if you send 2 good fighters in, maybe one gets a round and the other one gets another round, and then you manage to take him out, and then you just have one other person to deal with. But I imagine they might go safe and play him second and just try to hey, just keep me back just in case.
And like I said, that's where the risk is. Do you play Chicken Tech and Jekyll and guarantee that you have a strong full send? Or do you go Chicken Tech and him, and then you depend on him's growth in the game in order to back up Chicken Tech, whether he goes on point or afterwards?
Yeah, I will say Killer definitely had a very impressive showing in that Die by the Blade. He almost swept, reverse swept the Paladins. So that was a good showing by Killer, using that Naginata, using that range. He was mostly doing the same attack mostly, and it just took him a minute to figure it out.
And then, I said, there's Chicken Tech and Jekyll, and you have LA and Mad Genius going in. So it looks like it's LA on point.
What are we going to get? Maelstrom? Skullgirls. Skullgirls and no Chicken or Jekyll. That means it has to be Carnage and him in Skullgirls.
So at this point, even if Chicken Tech and Jekyll potentially clean,
and they did LA and Mad Genius, which means they're gonna have, I think, TK and Strix available,
which is,
I believe.
But yeah, this is going to be and so we got LA being coached by TLG on who to utilize for his assist. So start. All right, Paladins took a little too long getting in the game. And that's where the coaching needs to tighten up. It's like, hey, what are we doing sitting here? Like, what information are you saying right now that's so important that it costs us a timeout?
I know, in that situation, wouldn't you just say, can we just take a forfeit instead of timeout?
Because unless they win this, that timeout was wasted. All right, so because he had the timeout, he didn't have to go all the way into the game, so he backed up, changed his character, and he's going to play something comfortable. And this is one I always told.
So Chicken Tech is in, and it looks like he is playing Baraka.
Yep. And this is one of the
you have LA playing Omni-Man.
This is one of the things I always told the Cobras players, and what I tell most every fighting game player. When a new character drops, it doesn't matter how cool they are or whatever, stick to what you're comfortable with. And just because sometimes what you're comfortable with isn't something good, you got to know that that's the best thing you got to work with. And there's a striker reset, gets the block, and then Chicken Tech's just going to go with basic Baraka combos. Drops it.
I've seen it from TLG many times.
And unfortunately, this is just knowledge of the game over LA that Chicken Tech has, because Chicken Tech knew exactly when he could block, when to punish, when to press, and that's going to be round one going to Chicken Tech on Baraka. And honestly, you notice you might hear some people getting loud or getting hyped, but this is what is expected of Chicken Tech. Like, anything less is a disappointment from him. So there goes the break from LA. See if LA can try and get a life off of him, try and mount the comeback. Gets the Kung Lao teleport, but gets punished coming out of it immediately. There goes the striker for the reset, gets the uppercut, gets the space, and tries to step in, gets hit with a low. Did some crouching. A lot of his strings are getting stuffed by a lot of the low crouches, and Chicken Tech knows how to start up from that low counter push. And there's the uppercut, and again, into the striker assist. Maybe LA can finally get started. Starts with the fly, drops to the ground, gets hit, but does not get a full starter off of Chicken Tech. Chicken Tech with the EX blade spin, striker grenade, ducks underneath, low, jumps over. Gets the Kung Lao spin, but does not get the follow-up.
Is to just take one life. That's LA's goal right now, is to take one life. Did he actually take a life?
No, it blocked. He blocked it.
Oh my gosh. Well, we have a grab.
Unfortunately, the fatal blow is back online, but if you press the wrong time, Chicken Tech can't confirm and take the life.
And we have a life taken off of Chicken Tech, which is really the most you could ask.
Now LA might have some confidence in themselves, so Chicken Tech has to approach this completely differently now, because he knows he's blocking when he's flying, and then he commits to the fly. You see him blocking, you know he knows the data for it, so there's the break to stop him from losing that full 50%. And then he actually blocks his time coming after the landing, but Chicken Tech can continue the low pokes and go for an overhead. Then powered blade swing, uppercuts into the striker grenades, gets the drop kick. Let's see if he can get some going. If he can get a true shrink going, gets full screen EX, I think that was. Let's see how he gets into it. Doesn't get the juggle off the aerial, but he does still have fatal blow. So if he can confirm it with fatal blow here, he might be able to take the last life from Chicken Tech.
He confirm it, though. It is blocked. And that's going to be enough to finish out LA.
All right, so now comes Mad Genius, who is somebody who is touted. He's putting a lot of time and experience into MK1. And this is do or die.
All I'm saying is Mad Genius is going to have a hard time, but if he manages to take out that life, even if he ends up losing to Jekyll, I think that could be this could be Mad Genius's best performance he's had in his UEL career if he's managed to take out Chicken.
And not to mention, there's a lot of support coming from behind him from the Paladins about, hey, you got this, Mad. Get him, Mad. It's only one life, Mad. Do what you got to do, Mad. So we got the Kung Lao assist. No, Sonya Blade assist. So okay, Mad on the reptile and the Baraka. All right, so I guess they're doing random on the stage so they can balance things out. And Chicken's like, hey, I chose random and chose the last stage again, so I'm going to choose random again just to make sure. Not
if
a problem.
somehow Mad Genius pulls us out with Skullgirls next, this could be a two. I finally pulled away from KLiK, but against Chicken, this is going to be tough. Good blocks.
But unfortunately, the urge to press takes over on Mad Genius, and now he takes a lot of damage here instead of breaking, which I would like to see a break from him earlier, and then he just gets reset, and then stands up, and right there the damage continues to flow, and looks like Chicken Tech is going to make quick work of Mad Genius. That breaker should have been at that first initiation at the beginning of his life in that first round.
He should have had a coach told him earlier to do that. Okay, good start. Great start, Matt. He's got to keep up the pressure on Chicken Tech. Oh, gets another move. Good blocks, but he's missing the chance to counter in between the combos. That's where he's making the mistake.
Another thing is Chicken Tech is used when Chicken Tech does that combo, that striker assist is there to cover the gap. So you notice LA was ducking underneath that. We'll see if
more moves by Matt, but he drops the combo.
And
don't rush the fatal blow. Don't mess up and get it blocked.
And
that's it.
About what we expected for MK1 with Chicken Tech going in, especially with Jekyll behind him. But the problem is with Skullgirls coming up, it's Carnage and him going in, and that is not a game I could confidently say from the outside looking in. These two have got the reps needed to beat a TK, a Strix, or a TLG.
Because like you were saying, like obviously if they want to guarantee this win, you probably put in I was gonna say TLG, TK, but I don't know Strix. We also got to think about DBZ if it comes up too.
Honestly,
so do you want to make sure TLG is out if DBZ happens to roll?
With him and Carnage, I think you might go Strix and then Magna for Skullgirls, and you have Magna on point because he has been practicing. Once again, he's practicing with TK, TLG, and Strix. And once again, this is another game that TK and even Hogeki have played extensively in the past.
I just don't know about him because him is somebody who really has grown in the league in fighters, and he's shown a lot of potential in fighters. And I don't know how either of them play in Skullgirls because Skullgirls is a game that was on the wheel seasons before. When Skullgirls was on the wheel, I don't think almost anybody on these teams was even in the league except for like Killer and Chicken Tech maybe. I think the rest of them, I don't even think they were in the league when Skullgirls was on the wheel.
And put that into perspective, TK and Hogeki were playing that game at home for fun and competitive scenes. And since the rules we have right now,
so just throw in TK and then Magna.
I would honestly say Strix and Magna because I've been watching Strix and TK practicing, and I don't think between him and Carnage they have the level to challenge TK. So with that being said,
they're going TK and Strix,
and now
they want to ensure the victory. They don't know what him and Carnage have. They want to ensure the victory. And if you get NCAA, you got Imperial. If you get F1 or Forza, you got Imperial and TLG.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not a bad call as long as if you get DBZ, it could be tough, but TLG could do it.
But Jekyll is available, and that's the issue there. You have Jekyll and Killer and Global. And I think if DBZ does roll next, the KLiK is favored with their available lineup. But like you said, if one of those other games roll, the Paladins are in a good position. And if NCAA rolls, KLiK may get the ball first, but you get to control the pacing of the game as the Paladins because they have to hold the ball the entire game in order to score. And we all know that's not a quick task.
So, yeah, right. So right now, if Paladins win this, they want NCAA to roll because if they play that, it's going to burn a lot of that time left. And Imperial is a smart NCAA football player. He will play the time strategically and probably score a lot of points realistically. Like I haven't seen a lot of points scored in a lot of these games other than a couple. Imperial is the type that'll score a lot of points. Now, if you're KLiK right now, you want to pull this win out and then you want Valorant to roll.
Yeah, take the lead in the Valorant, and then Valorant being the 5v5 game, you really want to have the best options available for this. So we'll probably see Global and Jekyll going. No, him and Carnage, my bad.
Well, actually, yeah, because they're available. So the wheel spins the next game, and it is
instant forfeit.
DBZ. It's Dragon Ball.
So him and Carnage forfeit. So KLiK forfeits.
And then gets DBZ.
So
Hey,
TLG,
we literally called it
Yeah.
DBZ. We
And now-
literally called it. Now it's up to TLG, Imperial, and Magna to try to win DBZ. It can be done.
And the thing is, if they win this, then they're up 2,
And then they
it
can
goes
coast.
exactly.
But if they lose this, we're just back to square one with another tie. Just move to the next game.
But
this is the game of ties, third. I can't even believe this.
But the problem is look at the lineups now. The Paladins are going to have a clean reset after DBZ.
But they
and
have
then the
reset
KLiK
now.
has to overcommit to guarantee the DBZ win. So Global's going
Yeah.
in, Jekyll's going in,
Yeah.
and then probably Killer or Chicken Tech or Mr.
OG is actually not bad at DBZ. They
So
might
you got
throw OG.
Global, Jekyll, and OG going in. So you have Killer,
Or him.
Chicken.
Him.
So, but either way, Jekyll and Global have to go in.
Of course.
So with Jekyll and Global going in, what fighting game? Is there any fighting games left after Skullgirls? I think that was the last one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other fighting because we had Die by the Blade, Tekken, Street Fighter, Blaze Blue, Mortal Kombat,
Skullgirls, and
Yeah,
now
I think that's the
DBZ.
last
This is the last fighting game. So if the Paladins want to try and put a lock on this game, especially with time is left, with what they have left in TLG, Imperial, and Magna, they have to win this game with DBZ. TLG cannot be left on his own with Sparking and
But
Bar.
if TLG pulls out the win here, it could be a Paladin win today.
And that's the important thing. What has Imperial and Magna been doing in DBZ to help support the rest of their team? Is it the situations like, oh, no, we have strict CKLA, we don't need to play this? Like, no. If we are going to be known as a fighting game team, we need to be good at
I think
all
Imperial
these
does
fighters.
Goku Black and Magna's a Broly. I think.
And with this, another thing is too is this new patch. Have they played the characters and see new optimizations? Because I know TLG knows what he's doing. I know Jekyll knows what
Yeah.
he's doing. I know Global knows what he's doing.
Like,
But the problem
honestly,
is 2 question marks versus 1 is a very big difference.
but honestly, I would take Mad Genius over Imperial and Magna in DBZ if he was available.
I mean, if Mav was available at this point, I definitely see the confidence. The difference because Mad Genius has been under pressure all day, and that's always been one of the things that's been said about him. That Mad Genius is good. Mad Genius is good. Excuse me. But when he gets under pressure, he just seems to crumble or fold. Today, he's been performing under that pressure, so we might have seen a dependable Mad Genius going into this, but now it's up to one Imperial Raijin, a Magnet, and a TLG to put the next point on the board and try and lock this game up.
TLG better stay back, and they better not throw him in without calling it. That was where the problem.
And the issue is not only with that, whether they don't throw him in, his teammates knew to deal damage. At the bare minimum, if 2 people go down before TLG goes in, they need to take out at least one of these KLiK players, preferably Jekyll. Jekyll just needs to get caught once or twice and get out. You get rid of Jekyll, you get rid of the UI Goku, you get rid of most of your stress and most of your resets and most of the most egregious stuff since the most recent update into the game. But if TLG has to go in against Jekyll, Global, and their third, I think it's a KLiK. I think it's a KLiK win.
So right now, if I'm looking at the whole league as a whole right now, if the season ends right now, I think the finals would be Reapers versus X-Gods.
I can see that. I can see that.
If the season ended right now, I feel like that's what it would be.
I can definitely see that because those 2 teams have looked the most complete, the most dominant, and the most in control of their rotations, their gameplay.
KLiK kind of came out the gate, and everybody expected them to be a top team, and I think they still are. But if Paladins are able to beat them in this one, they'll go 1-2.
Well, one of the things you got to keep in mind is the Paladins have had a month, and we're able to watch 3 KLiK games. We're able to figure out these rules, because the first game in the season, unless you're already a really strong team out the box like the Reapers or the X-Gods, doesn't really dictate how the rest of the season is going to go.
Forfeit Paladins. They didn't put in the lineup.
Wow.
But honestly, you are already kind of outnumbered on that, so maybe it's like you just take it, and
the
just
reset.
move
Just tie
on.
it up, take the reset.
Don't get in your head about it. Just move on.
And
at least now they won't be shouting TL free and blaming him.
And also another thing is too.
So now it's a full reset. NCAA. Imperial, Raijin.
And here's the thing. It looks like Jekyll went in, so that's 1 sports player. Global went in, that's 1 less sports player.
Yeah.
And I
Imperial, Raijin.
So I think Jekyll, him, and Global went in for that.
Yeah.
if Jekyll, him, and Global win for that,
Carnage is probably the only option left, or Mr. OG.
And not for nothing, Mr. OG is competent in sports, but how competent is he in NCAA against?
If you're KLiK right now, you forfeit NCAA immediately and move to the next game on the wheel.
We'll get the updated lineups on screen, but yeah, this is...
Because in this situation, if you're KLiK, you know we still have finals. We still have Valorant. We're a shooting team. We still have multiple games we can win on the wheel. We should just move on, forfeit and move on from this one. If I was KLiK, that's the move I would make right now.
And then the thing is from the Paladins is, are you kind of keeping an eye on those forfeits and how they might potentially play this? Because if you overcommit and send Imagine this in LA, because those are like your kind of your primary sports
And if
players.
they sent him, they sent OG. So him is available.
So,
but I don't know. That's still tough against Imperial though, because if they do Imperial and Mad, oh man, if they have a runner and a QB, man.
But if
that
they do,
could be
but
tough.
the thing is though, if they do Imperial and Mad, that means if Valorant or Finals rolls, they're going to have a weaker. They're going to have that fifth be a little bit weaker in TLG on the PC shooters.
Yeah,
he's not a
but
bad shooter, but like.
But KLiK already has the edge in the shooters.
But that's the point I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
KLiK has the edge in the shooter, so you want the best you can have available. So that's when the situation where you want to keep Imperial available. So the question is, Mad goes in for sure for this. There ain't no questions, no offensive buts about it. Do you put in Imperial or do you put in TLG? Because that's the thought process.
For this?
For NCAA. Because you got Finals, you got Valorant, you got Maelstrom, you got a lot of
Imperial's going in 100%. I'm just letting you know.
But so is Mad. So you're going Mad Imperial then? And then if Valorant rolls or the Finals roll, TLG is...
If you look at what's left on the wheel, you go Imperial TLG, and you just have Imperial handle it by himself. Because if you look at what's left on the wheel, TLG actually is probably their weakest player with what is left on the wheel.
Debatable. I'll argue that point when it comes to Forza.
Oh, I forgot about Forza.
Because Forza's still on the wheel. F1
Imperial and TLG are
is
both
F1 still
their best.
I think F1's still on the wheel, right?
Some of their best. F1 is still available too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you actually bring up the wheel? Because this is one of those games where.
Because if we're going right now.
Yeah. So Forza, Maelstrom, checkmate would be huge for the Paladins.
Yeah. So right now, if you're looking at this,
so
you really both sides have to make a call on what is left on the wheel about how this is going to go forward, because you do see TLG's value, so you have to leave him out. And if you're losing Imperial for a racer, you got to have TLG available for
Exactly, because I still think TK, Strix, LA, and all of them could do really good work in Forza, but you want to have TLG.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call because, if you get shooters, if you get Valorant, you're probably losing that anyway. So why stress about having somebody for that? The other shooter is the Finals. That's really a 50-50, so you can win that with any potential lineup. So if you really come down to it, you have more racers in Maelstrom and games on the wheel that you have an edge on over them, you think? So I think you just go ahead and play your best for this game and hope for the best. I love that we have a back and forth barn burner, I want to count how many ties we had in this game. I wish so. I need to go back and count how many ties we had, because we had 1-1, 2-2, 3-3.
I think we've had it almost every point throughout the game.
Oh my gosh, if we did, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's been back and forth all day. Because one team will catch up, then go up, and then the other team will catch up. Then one team will go up and catch up. It's been back and forth all day. 26 game plays going into the 27th. 6 games left on the wheel.
Oh, man, it's Sunday. And when this match is done, I'm going to go home and watch my Washington Commanders hopefully get another win for the Bengals.
Oh, they won?
Huh?
They're winning?
Yeah, they won. They beat the Giants last week. All right.
Oh,
so
that doesn't count.
NCAA, they put in him and Killer versus Mad Genius and Imperial. Honestly, they also could put Imperial on running back and just let him go crazy on running back.
And another thing is based on who wins, this could be the last game. So somebody will have to, if the Paladins get ahead and control the game, KLiK will have to cut tail early and call a timeout in order to get another game and to try and tie it back up.
Yes. And I think because this could be a potential thing, they haven't spun the wheel yet. Maybe they will, but I know sometimes we like to wait on that if we have a tiebreaker scenario. But like you said, if one team goes down, then that might be – if one team goes down, Did the Paladins just get the ball on a kickoff against them? Him is
Oh.
his head is. Oh my gosh!
Not like
no way,
this.
Safety to start off the game.
And that means they get the ball back immediately, and they get the ball back at the beginning of the second half.
Oh my gosh! KLiK is selling the Paladins already,
God,
winning
no.
right from the jump.
I was going to go to the bathroom.
Oh my!
I'm not leaving.
No way! The wildest. So because they kicked off and they didn't receive the ball, but he touched it. So that meant they got the ball in the end zone, getting the safety, but also they get the ball back because they got the safety. So Paladins kicked the ball off, got 2 points and the ball.
If the
So they already can run clock if they want to.
If the Paladins get a touchdown right here, right now, they go up 9, and it will take 2 possessions from the KLiK to win.
Just seeing them hype up and then him put his head in his hands. Oh my gosh, what a start to NCAA.
Y'all need to play the most consistent and safe. And I would play like the biggest baby this entire first half.
So my guess is Mad Genius is going to run Imperial's quarterback, and Mad Genius, when he gets the ball, is just going to run like a madman.
Was that gain of 1?
Oh, what a start.
Like I said, all Imperial needs to do is just keep converting first downs, eventually get that touchdown, and then the game, and then, oh my God.
Go for another run play. He's going to just get a chunk. They know they already have 2 points. They're starting off a little slow to see what's happening.
You see the pressure switch to the edge. You got the linebackers sitting on the QB for the spy. 4th and 7. I don't know how I feel about that. You saw the running back broke free from that. I would like to see a drop back and a slant.
What just happened? They muffed the punt. Did they just? Oh, I'm about to say, if they got the ball back again, I would have literally lost my mind.
If they'd gotten the ball back again, I would be like, all right, KLiK just forfeit. But now the KLiK has a chance. Him has a chance to make up for his mistake and get 7 on the board and put the onus back on the Paladins. And after that first offensive series, I'm kind of feeling a little eh.
Well, you also got to, here's the thing about this. The most common mistake that happens in these matches is interceptions. By running the ball, maybe they were trying to start off slow and just do that instead, hoping the other side will make another mistake.
And that's a tackle for a loss of 1, 2nd and 11. Is this a situation where Raijin, as much as you've seen him do well on offense, is more of a defensive-minded player, and there's him and Matt Genius are just going to stop them and stuff them and make them punt the ball away?
Well, having 2 players and having 2 players that both play the game, maybe they're just trying to find the balance of them playing together right now and got to figure that out, whereas him is basically probably taking full control on the KLiK side.
And that is a delay of game. That goes
by
2nd
him.
and 16.
Oof, I'm going to take a wild guess and say him doesn't play NCAA.
That is rough. And if he does, he's probably still out of sorts right now from muffing that kick, because that is, that is rough. Because in a situation like that, you just walk away from the ball. You don't run towards it. You just let it carry on. But if that was a purposeful kick where it put that backspin on it, because it stood up and spun in the end zone.
He almost took too much time. Then again, he runs back. Now he's going to scramble
You're gonna
out.
break
Honestly,
containment.
I mean, that's the best way to make a move. If you can't get somebody open or you're worried about getting somebody open, just run the ball.
And this is one of the issues with a lot of football players in the league. They see that 3rd and long, and they immediately drop back into deep coverage, and they don't have pressure. They don't have a spy for the quarterback. And you saw the bull rush come through. The pocket collapsed, and he's able to roll out and get those 11 yards. Or, excuse me, 16 yards. So that was a 17-yard gain, 17-yard gain on that run.
I got to say, that opening kickoff is still the wildest football moment we've had, I think.
That's
that
insane.
Was just, I've never seen that happen in a match. Going to run
And
the
it
ball
cuts to
again,
the left,
cuts back.
breaks for a first down.
Good runs right here. So, okay, so him showing some moves now. He's making some good runs.
All right, so this is where the Paladins, yes, you had a great start and you had an out series, but you want to get control of this right now. You don't want them to score. If they do score, you want to keep it to a 3. So when you do score and they score, you're within that 1-point range. So if you score a kick, you can win this. But looks like Him's finally calmed down. Looks like they're finally starting to figure out what they want to do and how they want to do everything. There's no reason, honestly, if I'm the Paladins, there's no reason to make any sudden moves on the line or try and jump or anything crazy because.
So the Paladins do not have another timeout.
What was that?
So here's the issue. The Paladins do not have a timeout. And you have 6 minutes remaining, which means they have no choice but to play this game or forfeit.
The next possession dictates if I'm the Paladins, if we keep playing.
If he scores, keep playing. If he doesn't,
the second it hits
you
third
might
long
have
and
to
that
make
ball
it
hits the
forfeit
ground.
and roll that, spin that wheel.
He's going to bring it out of the end zone from a couple yards deep.
I wish he
almost able to return, but got caught.
I wish he would have cut to the outside of that right now, because if he would have done that, he would have opportunity. He would have had opportunity to break it. Let's see. Raijin drops back. What? So
I don't know what happened. That was
What's
weird.
going on? Raijin, what you need to do right now.
Well, no, he threw the ball at the receiver, but it went nowhere near him for some reason. That was weird.
Calm down. It feels like it's a little bit of a rush, a little bit of panic. Like, oh, I got to do something. Stop.
Yeah.
Chill out. You're good.
Hey, don't let the nerves get you down at the wire here with the last game.
Looking to pass. It's Howard. It's an out route.
There you go.
Run,
Beat him out on the
get a
inside.
first down.
There you go. Exactly. See, you see that? That was a calm, collected Imperial. He took his time. He read the defense. He made his play. As long as he stays calm this entire time, he should not have any issues moving down the field. That rush and hurried offense or trying to force runs or first plays is what's going to cost you the game. Calls an audible on the line. Let's see how he handles this snap. 14 on the play clock.
Why? First down.
Catches another first down.
Called it. See,
we're already in the second.
I don't really play I don't really play football games anymore, but I just pay him a lot. But you're already down to 30 seconds. He's going to have to call a timeout here soon if he wants to score before the half.
If I'm Imperial,
He also gets the ball at halftime. You gotta keep that in mind.
I would try and convert this into points as much as possible. Whether it's a three or a full 7. Man open in the flats.
He needs to call a timeout. Thank you. But, I mean, if he can score and then get the ball back at the half, even if it's just a field goal, he can go up by 2 field goals.
Exactly, and that's the important thing, because he goes to 5 and then goes to 8. Not the best spot you want to be in, but if you can at least get some points on the board, you're in a way better position than you were just leaving it at 2. Because then you have to start a neutral field position. I did not like that.
I don't agree with that.
But granted, the options on the field, the pocket was collapsing.
Yep.
Not too many options available, and if he went left or right, he would have got caught. So I can understand why he did. But I would like to see some more hook or slant routes from some of your people coming out of the field and potentially.
So at what point do you think that they should be spinning the wheel? Because it's not technically a tiebreaker game, and whatever that next game is could influence their decision right now. But I feel like you should spin the wheel here to see, like, because you get one after every game to see what their decision is going to be going forward. But I guess we're not going to, which I don't know. I guess if that's the rules, that's fine. But
I think they're just keeping
I don't know how I feel about that.
I think they're just keeping it locked in on this game, not to distract the players with anything important, because the game does potentially end with this, and KLiK has to make the decision on their own if they're going to be like, now we're out. And Raijin with great clock management, he just needs to be able to get within field goal range, which I think he needs another 15 yards to do.
He's going to just get another chunk again. Oh, nice weave move right there by, I think, Matt
First down,
Genius on the
timeout.
run.
So you have a quick option to either do a quick play. How much time is left on the clock? 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
So he has an option to try and go for another play to see if he can't convert on a touchdown, or he can just throw it away. But he's just going to take the point just to be safe.
He didn't go all the way either. That was a good aimed kick. Going to take the points and go to halftime. 2 seconds remaining. They could return for a touchdown. But see, right there he goes down. It's 7-5, but they get the ball right back after the half. So as long as they don't make a mistake on this kick return or the play if they don't run the ball, they do it. They make sure they do it like that, so they have to run the ball, and that's going to end it, and that'll end the half, and then they get the ball right back.
So it's going to be interesting to see how there's 2 minutes left. This game is probably going to take us to end the regulation because.
Yeah, so right now I got a feeling if they score on this drive, and there's 30 seconds left, KLiK might FF and timeout. But I got a feeling they might be sticking with it, thinking that him can get the win. Because they are still leading right now.
And unfortunately, not a good return route available for the returner, but he does get up to, it looks like, what, the 20? So Ohio State's going to start here at their own 20, feeling strong, feeling good, down by 2, but a great defensive play on the kickoff of the game, and then driving it down the field for special teams to convert it to 3 points.
He's also got to remember, like, if he's not getting pressed by the defense and has time in the pocket, he's got to take some time and make a decision.
And that's the important thing.
Let the play develop. He's going to run the ball up the middle. Now he's thinking, let's just run the ball, get these first downs, and just push it down the field, burning time, get some points, and go home.
And another thing is, too, is with these runs, is like at a certain point, they're going to have to make a decision.
3, 2, 1, hike, just in time. Play action here, throws it out. Oh, how did he drop that? That's wild.
All right, 3rd and 8, and this is a very precarious situation because they've only been sending. Okay, so you see the spy right there bringing up. You see the linebacker bringing it up for the QB spy. So they've only been sending about 4. So now they're definitely going to send 5 just in case he tries to break containment and get out of the pocket and get the yardage. But it's an 8-yard run for the first down. So we'll see how they do. We're in 4-down territory. We're in 4-down territory.
Are you? Because if you punt it away and you can stop them and get the ball back, you're not in 4 down yet. I think you punt it away. I think you punt it away and trust that you got the defense. I honestly do. I think the nerves might be making them hesitate. He's got a punt. He might be able to make a move on the punt. Oh, misses the tackle. He's got to be careful. Don't dive. All right, gets a tackle there. He's back at the 45 or 35.
All right, so now this is where Imperial and Mad have to play their best defense. Because if they can get the stop here.
Oh, he hesitates right there. Gets tackled behind the line. Oh, no, he gets 1 yard, so that'll make it 2nd and 9.
This game right here, they have to, and the thing is, KLiK has the lead, so they're going to run the play clock completely. And that's the problem with why I say it's the 4-down territory situation because
it's 3-minute quarters, right?
2.
Oh, it's 2 now?
Yeah.
I thought it was 3. Okay, I see what you're saying. Stuffed, but they do have timeouts. They have 3 timeouts. It is still 3rd quarter.
It's 3rd and 10. Now the problem is
they can stop them here. They get a whole quarter.
And the problem is if they get caught like they did last time on that scoring drive where they went back to sit on the receivers instead of keeping the spy on the quarterback, they could easily, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter. So they can't. If they convert this, the game is pretty much over.
If they get a first down,
yes,
potentially. Well, they have 3 timeouts, so they could stop them on one more, probably a couple, maybe one more for a stack of downs, maybe. But if they can stop them here, get the timeout, they might be able to.
And you see that Rajan was hovering the blitz this time around, and the audibles. I don't like him. I don't know. I would bring the safety up, the spy Styles, whoever was playing him. I would bring him up. And probably try and
play
shoot
action
and swim
quarterback
in the
run. Yep, and
there we go. There we go.
4th and 16. So now they need to call that timeout and not let them burn any more time. So that way, because they're just going to burn the time while they can, they need to call that timeout. If you're the Paladins, you should be calling a timeout right now. He's just, I don't know. Okay, I'm about to say, why aren't you calling the timeout?
Yeah, like
what are you doing?
There's like 10 seconds of runoff for no reason there.
Yeah. Maybe Rafiki was talking to him and they were trying to decide, but wouldn't that be crazy if he messed up the punt?
That'd be insane. So we got a nice deep punt. Already got the first defender there.
His own guy got in the way. He had a potential to go all the way, and he ran into his own guy.
That deceleration off the running into your blocker, and that's why you see in a lot of professional football and college football, you might just mush your blocker out the way, like, my man, you're a problem right now. But here we go. Minute 34 left in the 4th. Winner take all. Rajan's got 3 wide out. He's got a bunch on the left. Or not a bunch on the left, 3 on the left.
So if you're just joining us and you see the 7-5 score, what happened was on the opening kickoff, Paladins kicked it off to KLiK, and they touched the ball but didn't pick it up. And so KLiK was able to jump on it, get a safety and the ball back, where they went down the field and hit a field goal.
But now, with the conversion of a 3rd and long.
Why was open?
This.
I think Imperial's quarterback, Imperial's quarterback and him's quarterback for Alabama. We got a single back right here, shotgun formation. He's gonna throw. He's throwing these short passes. He's got to go. He's got to convert and get down the field a little bit. He's so worried about throwing a pick and throwing the game away that he's overthinking it and he's hesitating, which is causing him to make.
Look, my man. At the end of the day, it's do or die. Acknowledge that whatever you do can affect if your team wins or not, and you play to your best ability. Overthinking it, overcomplicating it is just going to put you in a bad spot.
Fourth down, 4th and 6. This could be make or break the game right here. He dropped the ball.
Ain't no way.
Yep, and that should pretty much about do it. I can't believe the receiver dropped it. He had the catch. That wasn't even his fault. That was NPC. And that's it. And KLiK manages to pull out the win.
That is rough, and that is why.
That is tough.
And that's one of the things I was talking about, where you have to commit to these plays earlier and sooner, and take the risk earlier and sooner. But
take the shots early.
Back and forth to the very end. KLiK takes it 14-13. Stand by. We have our post-game interviews coming up next.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And we're back for post-game interview. And joining us for the post-game interview is the general manager, Rafiki's protege, and the Tier 1 LA. And to start it off, an unfortunate way for this to end for you guys, coming down to the wire. Had probably more tiebreakers than I've seen in UEL history. But how do you feel after having that rough first game coming into today against KLiK?
Take it.
I feel good personally. A lot got better from us as a team, communication. We're gonna work on the gameplay part. You know, I lost a couple fighters, but I still feel good. They only won by 1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like you said, they won by 1. It was a good game. We did way better than last game, where it was a big deficit in points. Now, as you see, it's a 1-score game, so we know we got to work on. We're just going to come back strong.
So going forward, you had a change to the lineup from the first game. You had Mad Genius in the lineup this time, and I was watching all day, and I think he really showed out. So what do you think about adding him into the lineup? Do you think that was the right call today?
Yes. Yes. Totally the right call. We knew we wanted to come out strong in sports, and Mad has been strong in sports, so he showed out. He showed out today.
So out of the games and the way this played out today, what are some mistakes you think that you guys could clean up that could have possibly, changed the outcome the way this turned out today?
That wasn't me. That's a tough one.
It is. It is.
Because unfortunately, I'm only thinking about my losses and the fighters. But like at the same time, TK went stupid. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, I won DVD by like forfeit or something like that, which I think I was gonna win anyway. But I've been working on that. I don't know what other breakfast.
Yeah. It's just back to the drawing board.
My car was like this. I had no wheel, so it was like I had to turn harder. is what it is. You know.
So final question for you guys here. We see how the outcome of the game turned out. It was a barn burner, neck and neck all day. The biggest thing I think was the energy in the building for you guys was way different than that first matchup. Do you think that energy had any factor into how it turned out today? And what do you think with your next matchup coming up? What is the things you're going to take from today to be able to move into that next game?
Energy-wise, everybody was good. We all was focused today in comparison to the first game. It was drawn out. We was tired. We was just ready to get it started. We had the power outages that just all affected us. So with this one, it's time to play. Win, lose, on to the next game. We don't have time to dwell on it. We'll talk about that later. So with the next game coming up, same mentality. We're here to play. Win, lose, draw. We're here to play and on to the next.
For the next game, I'm just gonna talk to my team. Me especially, we just need more confidence. We're actually nice. We almost beat Chicken Tech in MK. I didn't even think we was about to play MK. I haven't played MK in a minute.
Might be time to lab.
Yeah,
it wasn't that
I'ma make
close,
sure
but
you do.
I could have won if I had an hour more of practice. So yes, I could have.
Do you know who you guys have coming up in your next matchup?
Reapers.
All right, so good luck with that next matchup going forward. And from here, we are going to go to another ad break, and then we will be right back with the winning team's interview.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
It's your boy Thurn Anarchist, joined by today's winners, Tier 1 Chicken Tech and Mr. Him at the Tier 4 spot. Congratulations on the win, boys. I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty, but first I got to humiliate him, and he can explain what happened. Bro, what was that kickoff?
Simple thing to explain.
Closer to your face, buddy.
I have a teammate with me, Killer. I don't mean to put the blame on Killer for that, but
Killer did something stupid. That's all it is.
He switched over to a character and he didn't switch off, and then he was unaware of what to do. So, it went in the end zone. It was safety, but it don't matter at the end of the day.
Very, very, very close game, and honestly, what the public sentiment of the league was, shouldn't have been this close. The Paladins should have got, based off the previous performance, should have got dog walked. So the question is the question the Paladins good, or are y'all messing up? Because that is a legitimate question to ask about how the game went with a lot of the back and forth. You guys dominated shooters, but how do you feel about this game, and what are you guys going to go on the lab to work on?
So it is both. They performed better in some of the games we did not expect them to. But ultimately, some people going to get yelled at tonight. So yeah, there was already a little bit in halftime, but yeah.
Understandable. Once again, though, the domination. Can we get those Tier 1 scores up good, sir? We'll get these Tier 1s up in a second, but Chicken Tech, it's always been something you've been criticized about throughout your time in the league, about you saving yourself in a lot of situations and not working out because your games are rolled, you won't be available and your team sells. Yeah. But today, it worked out a lot better for you, a lot cleaner of a Tier 1 record, a lot more wins, and a lot more domination. Was that the strategy going in, or was it a happy incident this time with the team stepping up in those places where you weren't available?
Realistically, this is how I see it, right? Is if everybody has coverage, or expands their coverage, it's easier for the specialty players to anchor themselves more often that like cover those like niche and like niche games while also having a wide variety of coverage. So like now I'm able to actually effectively do that better. But the problem is like sometimes right now I feel like if I'm not in the match with them, sometimes it just goes south. But it's okay. It's something we're working on. And yeah, like today for Need for Speed, for example, yeah, apparently there was button issues or something. They was having button issues or something, but they never stood up. So like I didn't know about it until after the game. And so it's like I couldn't effectively be like, yo, you having an issue? Stand up, you know? So ultimately, though, like, yeah, saving yourself if you have the most coverage is always a good thing, unless it's a game I can go in and 100% guarantee no matter what.
Well, 6-2 on the day, Chicken Tech. Once again, you guys going 14-13. Him, one of the members of the Live Moss clan. Great performance today. So thank you, gentlemen, for stopping by, and congratulations on the win once again.
How about that Street Fighter though?
And we're gonna get a wheel spin just to see what came up if y'all would have forfeited.
F1, calling it. F1 or Forza.
It's gotta be Forza.
Oh no, Maelstrom. Hey, all right, we did good.
Yeah.
We did good.
Yeah.
We debated on forfeiting and then just going to the next, and then him was like, "Nah, I got this," and we were like, "Okay, cool." So it's a good thing you got that.
I was thinking if they had scored off the safety, then they're like, all right, forfeit, timeout. And if Maelstrom would have came up, I think that would have been a bad spot for you. But once again, thank you for your time. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you guys next week. Later.
Appreciate y'all.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up.
Okay, and we're back after the post-game interviews. The final score, 14-13 KLiK. Definitely a competitive game. Both sides had great performances. Both sides had a lot of mistakes that affected the game, crucially, that could have had a different outcome in this scenario. But we see KLiK goes up 2-1, and the Paladins go 0-2. But they've only had 2 games, so they have a chance to come back. KLiK now moving on, 2-1, stays at the top of that division, I believe. So we're going to be back next week with another game where you get to see, I get to be in my first GM game Thursday.
Ooh, yeah, the Blaze are playing. Who y'all playing?
The Bots.
Blaze versus the Bots, 6 p.m. Thursday. But once again, we want to thank our sponsor, SurfThing PCs, for giving us amazing equipment. If you want a game like an Endgamer, you got to get the equipment at Endgamer, surfthings.com. Also, Sly for a phenomenal beverage. Either put us to sleep or keep us focused. And once again, thank you for watching the Ultimate Endgamers League, where gamers go to come pro. Have a great night. Later.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on this
Fury right now hunting down that crew from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.